that up and I will unmute you. She says,
thinks
I
so.
think so. Okay, hold on just a second, guys. Really quick, for those of you who don't know who I am, I have been working very closely with Wes for almost 7 years now. I've been with him from the start, so he trains me just like he's about to work with you guys. And I do my best to try and, when he's not around or if we can't get to him, I try and step in and kind of help you guys out. Hello, Carlo. Happy New Year to you guys. So I'm always in the background. If Wes isn't there, rest assured I usually am. So I'm going to unmute Yvette now. Hello,
Oh,
Yvette. Can you hear me?
now it says I'm muted.
You should be unmuted.
No,
I can hear you.
I
Okay,
hear
you
you.
can hear me? Okay, you hear me.
Yes,
Yep.
ma'am. How are
Oh,
you?
good. I'm wonderful. How are you two?
We're doing well. I am so excited to hear about everything. But I know that you're also hosting a party.
Yes, people are arriving
Okay,
now. So,
real fast. Could you just tell them your story real fast? Because I know you're going to have to run, and then I want to tell them what I told you that inspired you just to go and do it.
okay, do you want me to start when I wrote the email to you?
You can give them the fast. You give whatever version that you want. I just wanted to hear. I wanted them to actually hear. That wasn't another email fluff thingy to get you to come to a webinar. You're a real person that was in a real spot, that has a real daughter, that had a real dilemma, and God
Right.
provided for you. And all I did was plant some seeds, and you took it and you grew a tree.
Yes, and because I have been buying WSOs forever and ever. I mean, everyone that comes down the line, I'll spend $9 and say, okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this one, and this is it. This one is going to make me, clear my mind, and I'll do this automated thing and get rich quick. But in October and November, my daughter, I have a special needs daughter, autistic and developmentally delayed. And she was in a psychiatric hospital for a week, and they put her on some real heavy-duty meds. She was breaking windows in the house, and it was pretty bad time. And so she was in the hospital. They put her on these medicines, and when she came out, I had the opportunity of getting her off of them if I could get into a program that they did things holistically, naturally. So I needed $5,000 in 1 week, and so loved Wes. And when I heard him and Kelly on the offline barrier breakers, I don't know, I just knew there's just something about your emails and about your personality. I just knew I could ask you if there's any way I could do whatever you say to make $5,000 in 1 week. And so I shot off that email, and you actually answered. And you didn't answer with, buy this, because usually you do something like that. They'll say, okay, you need to buy this, and I just made this. And so you told me to that I should do the offline barrier breakers, go to the businesses that I liked, do a video, and just get into action. And then I said, in the middle of it, I said, oh, and by the way, my forte is reputation management. I do that for everybody. I fix their reputations, but I never charge. I don't charge very much for it. And you said, what? And you said, no. Forget everything I told you. Go to an auto dealer and to any 2 one-star auto dealer, go and visit them. Go to their office, walk in, tell them just tell them, did you know you have this, this, and this on your bad reputation, your bad reviews, and tell them, charge them $3,500 because Reputation.com charges $15,000. And so the next day, I went about 45 minutes, I think. About 45 minutes away from me was the one that I found. And I parked my car, went in, and was asking for the general manager. The salesperson there said, come back the next day. So I did. I went back the next day, and I don't think I even told you. I just went back the next day. And the general manager was there. I was at his computer telling him about his bad reviews. We were actually doing a meeting. And I told him that people are not going to come into are going to read your reviews because you have to have 5 stars now, 4 stars. If you have 1 star, you are losing business. And as you can see, sir, there was no one there. The place was dead. And so there was a guy who was standing. I don't know. He was standing close to the desk, And he came over and he said, you know what, she's actually telling me the truth because I wasn't going to come here, but I have a bad review. And I know my reviews aren't true. This is completely bogus, so I just came in here anyway, and I'm going to buy a car. And he said, can I sit down and listen to you? And I said, sure. And so I'm talking to the general manager, who still, and even now, I'm pretty sure he's going to pay me $7,500, but the doctor who was there said, you know what, I'll give you $3,000 now. He said, don't even start, because I haven't even started his yet. He said, don't even start until I give you the rest of the money in January, but I'll give you $3,000 now, and could you fix my reviews and whatever else I need done? And I said, yes. And I went out of the door and called Wes, screaming and howling, and Wes was like, what? I don't know what you're saying. And I said, I couldn't believe this. I have a check in my hand for $3,000. So then I only needed $2,000 more. And then we went to the next thing was the cash, the Christmas cash. And you told us, again, get into action. Just go and find someone. And before Christmas, go in, do videos, tell them what you do. Tell them you do reputation management. And so for them, and I understand that too, for the beauty salon where I go to, she doesn't make as much money as the car people do, or the doctor. So I told her about her reviews. She had in fact, she didn't have no reviews at all. She just had not done her Google Spaces page. That's what you told us to do. You told us to charge $500 for your Google Places page. And I was getting my hair done. I told her about what I was doing, and she said, how much would I have to pay? And I said, I usually charge $700, but for you, I'll do it for $400. And she said, fine. And she said, if you want to get your hair done for the next year, fine, but I'll give you the $400, and please just claim my Google Places page. And so people had either given me a handshake or check money for like $11,000 in that first week, which I have never done that in my life, ever. And that's pretty much it.
Isn't that amazing, you guys? Yvette's little girl has the same disability that my son has, so she's been a really big inspiration to me as well. In fact, I think our children were both in a psychiatric hospital at the same time.
Wow.
The same thing. Yeah.
So I didn't even know that, Kelly. Wow.
Yvette, if I remember right, did the doctor not agree to the other half of that contract for the 75?
Oh yeah, which he told me don't even start. He's giving that to me probably the end of this week.
Awesome. Excellent. Yeah. Now, without going into detail on this one, just a simple yes or no, because this is why there's 140 people here. Did you not call Maybelline and talk to them?
Oh, and so then the next week you had another one.
Don't give it away.
And you're talking, and you said, "Why don't?" He said, "People, you could just open up a magazine."
No, don't give it away yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
that's okay.
Oh, so yes or no? You did say yes or no? Yes, I did. Had a meeting with Maybelline. Yes, I did. Emma Wamsley is her name.
And surely everybody knows who Maybelline is, because if there is any kind of a female in your life, you know how important makeup is. So,
So guys, the point of what I wanted to share with you, and the reason I asked Yvette to share, is I wanted you to hear firsthand from the source, and I want to make sure that we're all clear about how this worked. She took action. She reached out. She said, "Give me some ideas. What do I do?" And I planted some seeds. She took it and she grew it from there. And I have to give the fact that the doctor was there and that everything worked. That is that's God's doing right there. But I'm telling you, if you take the action and just apply it and just do this stuff, you're going to be doing exactly the same thing. And I would love to when she called me and told me, or when she put the message in, you aren't going to believe who I'm talking to now in New York City. And I'm like, I don't know who. And Maybelline, I mean, that's like Apple. I was like, oh my God, how did you do that? And she's like, I did what you said. I'm like, okay, so what did I say? I want to do that too. And by the end of this webinar, within the next hour and a half, I am going to go through and I'm going to tell you exactly what she did, but I want to build up to it so you can see step by step, piece by piece, and show you that it is not hard. Now, I don't know if you caught it or not, but when she was at the very beginning of her story at the car dealership, she started at the Mercedes dealer. So
Yeah.
Yvette, of course, Maybelline. How could it be anything less? If you're gonna go to a car dealership, might as well start at the top and work your way up. And if you're gonna pick a little company, why something small like Maybelline? Why not?
Yeah.
Frank just said he's calling Tampax.
Oh,
Thank
Frank.
you very much, Frank.
Frank. Now, guys, Frank. Let me tell you about Frank. That's a whole nother story. But we don't have enough time to share all the success stories. There's Benson, there's Jeff, there's Frank. There is a ton of success stories that are going on. But more importantly, you guys are here to learn how to become your own success story. And that's what 2012 is for. And I thought about all the success these guys are having. And over the past 3 weeks, we took Offline Barrier Breaker, and then we did the 6 weeks there, and then we continued it on. And in the past 3 weeks, we've been taking all the lessons learned from everybody who's been out there putting this stuff together and just condensing it down, because like what Yvette said on Maybelline, she was just getting ready to tell you, and it's about a 1-minute speech and the webinar would be over, and you guys would be like, okay, wow, I'm going to go do this. But there's steps that lead up to it. So we condensed it down into some actionable steps so that when this is over, you're going to be able to go do this. Is everybody on board? You guys want to do this? Oh, and the other half of it, I don't think I said because I was in a hurry for Yvette, was, and it maybe I did, but I also want you to know at the end, when we get done and we've got the pieces all put together, I'll answer the individual questions rather than going down the path of who, what, when, where, how, and how do we do this and all the particulars. I want to give you guys the big concepts and the pieces so that you can see how it's assembled, so that you can take action. And don't worry, I promise you, Yvette, what did I tell you about the minor details? I said don't sweat them, right? Just go and do this.
And that, to me, that's what actually I knew I could do it, because I had no idea how to do a video, and I still don't actually. But when you said don't sweat the minor details, to take the action and get the clients, that just set me on a tornado wave. It was, and don't buy any more WSOs. I mean, that delete button, I can click off 20 people who are asking me to buy something every morning. It's just my email system has become very, contained.
Yep, and emails will rob you. We'll talk about that too. Emails will rob your time. Time blocking. We can talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but I want to give you the pieces. And this is what really backed her up at when Yvette and I were talking and stuff, and I told her, don't worry about the minor details. Guys, I am going to tell you, and there's enough of you here that I can make this commitment to you right here and right now and back it up. If you get into a position where you have a client on the hook tomorrow, or Tuesday or Wednesday or within the next week, I don't care. If you get yourself in a position where you have a client on the hook, by all means, and I mean a real live client that actually is interested in your services, don't worry about, I want you to repeat these words. I'm not 100% sure exactly all the details on that right now, but we have a specialist on my team that does nothing but that. I tell you what, let me check with him and I'll get back to you. However you want to phrase it, email either myself or Kelly or any, it's going to get deep here in a second, but you have support, so don't be afraid to take action. I know it's scary when you don't know what you're going to do and how to answer all the particulars and on and on, and so it's paralysis by analysis. Skip all that. You go get one on the hook. We'll show you how to reel it in. We'll show you how to get it taken care of. And that's how you get the money. And amazingly enough, guys, you already know everything that you need to know. As soon as you land the client, you're going like, that was easy. And you're going to throw the line right back in the water, and you're going to catch next one, next one, next one, next one, next one, next one. I promise you, it's been happening for the past 3 weeks. It's like one of those fishing farms where they have the fish, and they starve those poor things. You throw that little throw the little fishing pole in there, you kid pay
With the piece of corn?
Yeah, you just bring, and you're pulling the fish. It's the same thing once you get over the initial hump. So with that, Yvette, thank you so much for sharing. Do you have anything else you want to say before you got to run?
Nope, that's it. Doorbell's ringing, got to run. But I will be coming. I will be coming back and forth. Just put my headphones on. I told my husband I'm running up the stairs. Put my headphones on for 10 minutes, and I'll come back downstairs.
See, he's addicted to me worse than the WS knows now.
Right. Okay, bye everyone.
Thank you, Yvette.
Bye, Yvette. Thank you. All right,
All
Kelly.
right.
Do you want to talk to him for just a couple seconds, or you want me to start
Yep.
rolling? You guys ready to roll? You guys want to take off on this? Do you want me to start off slow? You want me to hammer it down?
I do have the thing dropped into Dropbox like you asked. It
Okay,
is there waiting for you.
got it.
Um, and we can start with wherever you want to go.
Hammer it down. All right. The image that you guys see on your screen right now, that's marketing services. There is a lot. Now, this was one of the coaching students, Tashi. He's in Germany, and he made that. And this PowerPoint is absolutely fantastic. Guys, if I tried to tell you that we were going to learn all this today, you'd be like, oh, wow. But this is actually a small scale of what's available out there. So first off, I want you to know there are a lot of different niches that you can pick from and a lot of different directions that you can go and explore and figure out what you like, what you don't like, etc., etc. Today, we're not going to focus on all these things that everybody's like, yeah, we do this and then we do that and then we'll do it. Today, I'm going to show you how to get, and John, you're in. Don't worry about it. John's asking how to get a copy of this. This is actually Tashi's, and I'm borrowing it from him. But you guys, just work with me here on all these questions and stuff, and there'll be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, I promise. So I'm going to turn off questions, because if I watch the questions, I'll get stopped.
I've got them, so
Okay,
I'll
cool.
take care of that. I'll field the questions.
Cool, cool, cool. And I don't have permission from Tashi on this, but I'm sure he won't mind. All right, so I'm going to put the questions down where I can't see them, and then we're going to get going. All right, and it would be neat if Tashi was here. Guys, by the way, Tashi, he's in Germany, and he's got videos in Germany. So as part of the team, you guys got like global coverage wherever you want. So if you get a client and a client says, well, just what exactly can you do? Just go, well, let me show you, for example, and I'm going to give you some resources to be able to do all that stuff. And it'll blow you away. So don't worry about all the little details. All right. Now, that looks immense, and that looks like, wow, that is a lot. But in actuality, this is what we start with. Real simple. Now, this is the same formula that works so good for Christmas cash that Yvette alluded to. We want to look for prime opportunities. We want to go where the money is. And where the money is not at the restaurants where the average cost per customer is 20 bucks. I mean, the average customer value is 20 bucks. I mean, think about it. When you go to the restaurant, you drop 20 to 50 bucks, somewhere right in there. If it's a nicer restaurant, you spend a little bit more. But on average, your average lunch bill, stuff like that's about 20 bucks. So the average customer value is about 20 bucks. Let's expand this. The average roof for your house is about, what, 8 grand? So the average per customer value is about 8 grand. LASIK eye surgery, for the average customer value for an eye doctor, an ophthalmologist, it's right at 6 grand. For an attorney, just 1 or 2 multi-million-dollar lawsuits would set your year. Car dealerships, the average profit on a car is about $1,000 per car. For a used car, the average, the study across America last year's, the figure was like right at the average customer value per new car was right at $1,700 by the time they factored in the financing and some of the services and stuff like that. It's about $1,700 on a new car. And just to FYI, guys, they don't make profit on the sale of the car. They make the profit on everything else that they stack on it. So when the dealerships, oh, no, that's wrong. We only make about $400 profit on the car. It's, yeah, until you add on financing and then the protection and then the fabric protection and then and on and on and on and on and on. Trust me on that one. So don't let the dealership baffle you. That is, across the United States, the average customer value per new car is $1,700. Now, the reason I picked car dealers is because of the Christmas videos that I did before Christmas. I did a whole bunch of Christmas videos for Team Motorsports and Gladstone Dodge. I don't know if you guys remember doing that. Huh? Kelly? Okay, anyway, I did a whole bunch of videos for Team Motorsports and Gladstone Dodge, and I don't know if you remember me telling you guys all about that stuff, but as I was going through and doing this stuff, I would present the videos that I made about Christmas videos and stuff like that, and they were like, Wes, these videos are neat, but you've got some other things we're interested in. I thought, oh, so I decided right then and there. This is the most important thing, is go where the money is. Car dealerships. $7,500 that Yvette was talking about is only 7 cars. If they sell 7 cars, they've just paid for your services. It doesn't take that many cars. One person with LASIK eye surgery, $6,000. If you go to the eye doctor who does LASIK, and you bring in 1 customer, that's $6,000. So don't discount your services if you're going where the money is. Because it's just as much work to do it for the restaurant, if not more, because restaurants have so many more reviews, than it is to do it for the roofer, the LASIK eye doctor, the car dealership, whoever you're going to go to work for, the cosmetic surgeon. Now, some of these things are very, very swamped, and they're high targeted. Everybody wants those customers because they're such a high value. So everybody seems to bury the roofer, and everybody wants to bury the attorneys and the personal injury attorneys and all that. Guys, it's even easier than that than you think, because they're all going after a whole separate thing. When you show them how bad their internet presence is, their eyes light up. I thought with the videos that it would be amazing. Let me show you an example of some of the videos that I made for you guys for the car dealer. Let me get a tab over here.
I lost audio there for a second. Can everybody hear me again?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, good.
What I did, I thought it would be great to make some Christmas videos for the car dealership, so I went out and I was pimping Christmas videos, because I can do them for, I've got used cars, used Chevys, used Fords, used Dodge, Christmas sale, all kinds of stuff, and I got videos all over the place, and I dominated the first page and all that. And I thought, hey, you guys might be interested in this. And then I did the same thing for the eye doctor. I've got videos everywhere there. Now, he loves that. And what Doc told me is, well, Wes, I got an SEO marketing team that takes care of all that. So your videos, just how many customers are they producing? And guys, this is where I stumbled across what I want to teach you today. Because I was like, well, Doc, I can show you how many views these videos get, and I can show you everything else. And he says, yeah, but how do I know the difference between a customer that saw your video and then came in and actually followed through with the purchase? What tracking do you have to be able to show me? And I'm like, well, I actually can't show you whether or not they deposited money in your cash drawer or not, but I can show you how many leads you're getting from the videos. Ask your receptionist, because the receptionist said that whatever I did's made the phone go crazy. And the story got kind of long and involved about how to do all this. So here I am I'm going to the dealerships, and I'm showing them Christmas videos, and I'm going to the eye doctor, and I'm showing them all this. And then I'm talking with Yvette, and she hit reputation management, and I've had a couple other people ask me about it. And this is where the golden gates opened up and started flooding. Little Miss Kelly, she came up with an absolutely phenomenal way to be able to take and explode all of this stuff like you wouldn't believe. I was at a loss for words at the iDoc of showing them how good of a job his SEO guy's doing and how many leads my videos are generating, because I know what my videos are doing and all that. And Kelly's like, well, why don't you just do this? And at this point, I'm going to let her show you something that is just going to rock your brain. You want to show them?
Yep, I can show them. That'll be
awesome.
fine. All right. You want to change presenter? You want me to take it over?
Oh, sorry. I'll change it. There you go. It's yours,
guys. And I'm gonna have you field questions. I'm not gonna look at them because I will get sidetracked here. So
okay. Now when you're showing them, do me a favor and show them Doc Wiles. because that was a perfect example of
Okay.
exactly what we want to show them. And guys, this works for everything that I'm going to show you throughout the remainder of the entire everything that we look at. I'm going to show you some ninja stuff too.
Now, unfortunately, this only works for the U.S. right now and very limited Canada and the UK. And it has to be an offline business. However, they are expanding, and things change every single day. In fact, just what was it, Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Friday. Rick had came on and said, hey, it changed again before I even knew about it. So it is not anything super ninja, except for I'm showing you how to utilize the whole system itself. And a lot of people have heard of getlisted.org. 90% of the time, people only use getlisted.org to find out what somebody's internet presence is. And what you need is the business name and the zip code. And we're going to do the doctor that Wesley was just talking about here is Perfect Sense Eye Care, 64153 West. Let's see here.
64118.
Oh, okay. Well, it'll pull it up. This is generally as far as people get when they look at getlisted.org. This is where I like to start. This 32% right here, that is their internet presence on all of these top search engines right here. Do you see this big green check mark? That's a visual for, yes, it's claimed, but these big red X's, those are really hard on those business owners' eyes. And when you're doing reputation management, one of the most annoying parts about it is having to go to each individual Google and Bing and Yelp and Yahoo to find out, well, what are people saying? What do their reviews look like? If you come right over here to the left and you click reviews, it's going to show you whether or not they have any reviews. Now, Dr. Wiles doesn't have any, but Mr. Wesley Harrison Sorry guys, my computer's taking a little bit longer than I'd like it to. Look at all of these reviews. 17 reviews at Google, 8 at Bing, 2 at Yelp, another 4 at Yahoo. All you guys have to do is come right up here and click on reviews. It takes you right to his places page, and you can see every single one of the reviews, whether they're good, bad, indifferent, whether or not an owner has responded to them. Response from the owner right here. So you guys have the whole array of information right then and there. And what I like to suggest to people who use Get Listed is take a Snagit shot, or Jing. Jing's free. If you don't have Snagit, of just this little corner right here. We can go back to Perfect Sense here. And just take a little Snagit of this little square right here. You don't even have to go all the way down here and grab all of them. Just make sure that that 32% and these big fat X's are right there so that they can see them. What I like to do is I like to just send them the link to getlisted.org, and I like to let them look at it themselves. They don't know what any of this over here means. All they see is this 32 and these big red X's lets it work to their mind and lets them know exactly where they are not at online, and they don't know how to fix it. You showed them this. You didn't fabricate it, because you let them do it all on their own, and they're going to pick up that phone if you're not already there with them, and they're going to say, how do I fix it? And Steve, yes, getlisted.org for the UK only has 3 listings. They are trying to expand it. And it's not, unfortunately, it's not at the very top of their list because they're still trying to work some of the bugs out. It does take a little bit for Get Listed to pick up on things, a couple of days, and once you claim, you can go straight through. If a client says, okay, I want you to go ahead and do it, you can come over here to Bing, claim your listing. It takes you right to the Bing Business Portal sign-in page, and it just walks you through step by step what you need to do. And it's just that easy. And again, Get Listed is not 100% accurate all of the time, but it's accurate enough to send a screenshot. And like I said on Friday, when Rick said, hey, it's changed again, he was at a dealership the day before and said, you know, this stuff is changing every day. And sure enough, it changed the very next day. So that's another screenshot. He's going to be able to go back and say, hey, look, it's changing. Are you convinced yet? And by the way, this is absolutely 100% free. I pay nothing to utilize this service whatsoever. The change, Mike, was they had added localese to it, and I'm keeping my eye on them. They might get a hate mail from me, but localese is the new one that they added to, and when they add a new listing, this listing score goes down. And
Okay, hold on one second. Right where you're at right now, guys. This is the exact reason. Now, I want you to hear the conversation I had with Doc Wiles. Those 3 videos I just showed you on page 1 are just a tip of the iceberg of the videos that I have distributed throughout the internet for him. He's my lazy eye doctor. And then he wanted to know what the stats were, and he wanted to know all this and everything else, and wanted to know what the comparison was between what I'm doing for him and what his SEO team is doing for him. Guys, the only reason Google is green is because I claimed it for him to be able to put the videos up and get them to link back to Perfect Sense Eye Care. Otherwise, his SEO team that takes care of all his internet marketing didn't fill out anything, and I don't even know how they got Yahoo, but they have claimed nothing. Now, he's paying them thousands of dollars a month under the impression that his SEO marketing team is taking care of his internet presence. Not only that, guys, that's only one location. He has another one in St. Joe that's even worse than this, and he thinks the SEO team is taking care of it. Now, why haven't I fixed this yet? That's only because I've been putting all this stuff together the past 3 weeks of teaching you guys all this different stuff, and we've been refining this to bring it to today. But you can put money on the fact I will be there Tuesday morning at his office with exactly what I'm going to show you, of exactly what I'm going to do, because I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. So anytime you run into anybody saying, well, no, we have an SEO team that takes care of all this and everything, go here and check. See what they really have, and then you know, and then you can educate them. Because, guys, here's the important part on this whole thing.
this provides value to them.
Oh, 100%, number one.
Value to them.
But number 2, when as a business owner, I'm going to give you some pointers on business owner mind concepts. Business owners are only concerned about 3 things: saving time, increasing profits, and getting more customers. When somebody says, hey, I'm an SEO guy and I'm going to do the SEO for your website, the search engine optimization for your website, the business owner assumes that means everything dealing with the internet is going to be taken care of. Now, in fact, SEO for the website doesn't have anything to do with claiming Google, Bing, Yahoo, HotFrog, Express, Localese, Yelp, Yahoo, Best of Web, HotFrog, Judy's Book, Angie's Book, or anybody else. But the business owner does not realize this. And so he tends to think it's all inclusive and, oh yeah, my SEO guy is going to take care of all that. Well, internet marketing it's broken up into pieces, and people just business owners do not understand that. Now, here's the problem that you run into as an offline marketer. We go in and say, hi, how you doing? These business owners have been slammed 20 times already before 8:15 in the morning by phone calls of everybody guaranteeing them that they're going to get them top position on the maps for only in this week's special discount because it's the holidays for $5,000, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a never-ending endless stream of just phone call after phone call after email after people coming in going, yeah, I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to do this for you. Nobody walks through the door saying, hey, I just wanted to bring to your attention your internet exposure has a problem, guys, here's where the gold is. Listen carefully. I don't know how much you're currently paying your people now, but this is the report card of their effectiveness. And I wanted to show this to you. Guys, it opens the door wide open. Now, remember earlier I was saying, go where the money is, because it's just as much work, if not more, to do this for a restaurant where the customer value is only $20 per person as it is for the attorney. Guys, I want to share with you, I don't know if we're going to have enough time. There's on the back of the phone book, you know where you see the attorneys on the back of the phone books, yellow pages? 20 grand a month to be on the back of the phone book. Take his name, put it in Get Listed. On the back of my phone book, in fact, you guys can do this. On the back of my phone book is a personal injury law firm, and we looked it up, petersonlawfirm.com. petersonlawfirm.com. Kelly, run petersonlawfirm.com through Get Listed, please. I'm going to turn on the webcam just to show them.
Okay, yeah, give me just a second here. While I'm pulling this up, Tom wants to know what proof is there that claiming Google Places brings more customers in the door?
Tom, Google
and same question about moving reviews, average 2.5 or 3.
Okay, I'll cover that in just a second. Tom, number one, Google is the #1 search engine on the internet. It is free exposure. The more relevant information you give Google about your business, the higher up the maps Google will move you automatically. And that's the only way to move ranking up the map. Now, in answer to your star question, let me ask you a question. And guys, present it exactly the way I'm going to tell you right now. This works hands down the easiest way. When you're talking to a company and they're saying, yeah, you know, I whatever about the stars, and stars don't really matter. Just say, really? When you go to the movies, do you not look at the star ratings of the movie before you even read the title? I do. When I'm looking for a restaurant, I look at the star ratings before I even look at anything else to see what kind of food it is. Because I don't want to go to a 2-star restaurant. I want a 5-star. When I'm at Amazon and I'm looking for one of my new toys, I look at if I go to the camera section, I look at the stars first, then I look at the price to see if it's within my budget, because I want a 5-star that fits my budget. Then I'll look and see who made the camera. People shop by stars, and when you explain it this way to the business owner, they go, oh, because when a customer's looking online for a business, if the top guy has 5 stars and everybody else has 2 or 3, which one would you choose? And we've all done searches on Google where we've seen those stars, and there's one guy that has 5, our eye automatically goes to the 5. So when you explain it, and if you run into a business owner that says, well, you know, it's just not that important to me, run. It's not that important to them. Guys, here's another tip. If you are working with a business that has absolutely no website, don't waste your time. They don't get it. They do not understand the importance of advertising online. You want to find people that are advertising online.
What was the name of the Peterson & Associates, Wesley? I'm sorry.
It says Peterson, I don't know, it just says petersonlawfirm.com. So let me look it up real quick.
Oh, okay, I can do that.
Oh, here we go. Here it is, 47th Street, Suite 107, Kansas City, Mo. That's one of them.
Show. What is the name of it, Peterson?
Peterson, Peterson, lawfirm.com. Now, the reason I'm asking her to do this is last time we looked, they didn't even claim anything. This guy's on the back of a phone book spending 20 grand a month for the advertising on the back of a phone book. Guys, a full page ad in the phone book is at least 5 grand a month. Now, I don't know if you counted how many pages there are in a phone book, but if you go through the phone book and they're spending $5,000 for a full page ad, and then you run that company, like what she's doing here, looking for his information, you run that company through the Get Listed, and they haven't claimed their Google Places page, they're spending $5,000 a month on a doorstop. And yet you could go over to Google and you could claim the Google Places page, which is free. Steve, I would agree with you, except that why would you pass up the largest internet marketing tool available to you and spend that kind of money on 20 grand on a phone book? And oh, by the way, Steve, here's the analogy on this one, just so that you know, for the lawyers, and this is why you see lawyers on the back of the phone books, is it only takes one multi-million-dollar lawsuit to pay for that advertising. So that's why they're chasing the Pepsi trucks and the Coke trucks and everything else. Just an FYI, it's a per customer value. There, look at that, 20 grand for the back of a phone book, and he hasn't claimed anything, nothing. And right on the back of his phone book, it says over $350 million in lawsuits awarded. Now, I'm just showing you leads, guys. 5 grand for, you can open up the phone book. You can take a quarter page ad, know that they're spending $2,500 on that, and then call them and see if they've claimed anything to do with their internet. From a business owner's perspective, we know we have to be advertising somewhere, somehow. By the way, guys, just to know, I tend to forget that you guys don't know who I am. You should. I owned Above and Beyond Auto Repair. I sold it on the 1st of November. I'm doing this full time now, teaching you guys. Now, as a business owner, I've been in it for 20 years. I didn't know where to advertise. I knew I had to advertise, but I didn't know it worked. I knew granny coupons wasn't working. I knew the yellow pages definitely wouldn't work. Because I tracked it. Back when I was a kid, we owned Redondo Vacuum and Janitorial, and my dad used to make me write down the page number. When a customer would call, we had to ask, well, what page did you call from? And then we'd have to write it down, so that way when the yellow page guys would come in, we would have to record and follow through with which phone book, and by the page number we knew which one was working, which one wasn't. And for how much they wanted, it wasn't worth it. But there was nowhere else, we didn't know where else to advertise. So that's the business owner's concept mind frame. He doesn't know where to advertise. And then think about this, guys. We've got 1 million people barraging us as business owners a day. You need to spend money on this. You need to spend money on this. You need to spend money on this. And when they come in to present all these different marketing ideas and everything, they come in, they say, Wes, you are not going to believe the newest thing that I've got right here. This is going to, I guarantee this is going to bring more customers in the door than you've ever seen before. And it's only $5,000. And I'm like, wow, you got to be kidding. That's amazing. Sign me up. As a matter of fact, I'll give you $7,500. And they're like, dude, that's awesome. I'm like, yeah. And they're like, all right, where's the check? And I'm like, what do you mean? As soon as you put the money in my bank, your system is so awesome, and I'm going to make so much money, I'm going to have no problem giving you $7,500 as soon as you put it in my bank first. And they're like, oh, it doesn't work that way. I'm like, oh, really? You want me to take the risk of your system that you're guaranteeing is going to double my money? If it's that good, why don't I split it with you? And they won't do it. Now, that just totally knocks them out of the park all the time, and they're not ready for that. But it works.
Yeah, sorry guys, I did have a little bit of problems looking it up, and I finally did find it. He's at 8%, but Wesley, I mean, hit it right on the head. He doesn't even have Google Places page claimed, and there's lots of ways to do it, but the whole point of getlisted.org is, you know, minus me having to look for it for 10 minutes because I was doing 10 things at once. It's super fast, and I can go right here to reviews. Let's see what people are saying about this man. Nothing. Who likes to do rep management? Because I think I know who I'm calling.
All right. Now, we take this. This is, here we go. We take a screenshot of that. We take, and we put a nice cover letter on there that says, your internet exposure team isn't doing such a hot job. He's got a beautiful website, but they aren't doing anything about his directories, his citations, his listings. Google gives you a free mobile optimized version so that when, guys, for example, Above and Beyond Auto Repair from your smart device, if you type in aboveandbeyondautorepair.com, Google will give you, well, no, I have a mobile-friendly version of it. Never mind, scratch that, because it'll automatically auto-forward. But because I have Google claimed, it will give you the mobile-friendly version when you're searching from a smart device. Now, how does this help? This takes me back to Tom. Tom, if one of my customers breaks down within the radius Google says all smart devices are going to, every phone is going to be a smart device, a smart Web 2.0 property enabled device by 2015. No more dumb phones. They're all going to have the GPS. They're all going to be Web 2.0, which is huge. This is why Google wants businesses to claim the Places page, is because Google's using that as the launching point to be able to get relevant information for mobile searches. Guys, do you realize that 22% of all internet search, all people that search the internet don't even own a desktop computer anymore? It's all mobile. Google and Bing are very aggressively competing with each other. Bing now powers Yahoo. So between Bing and Yahoo, and I got an email this morning from Carlo that Bing and Yahoo, their stats have even moved up even more for search results, but they're aggressively going after Google. And the interface at Google, Bing, and Yahoo is way nicer. It's a lot easier to use. But if somebody searches from a smart device, and if somebody's driving down the street and their car breaks down and they're within a radius of my auto repair shop of about 5 miles, I'm top dog, because you look on the phone, it'll say, you type in auto repair, auto help, towing, whatever, it pulls up above and beyond auto repair, because I have my Places page completely. I did up until they added that localese. I had, which is just last week, and I don't own the business anymore, so I'm not going to worry about it. But it pulls it up, it puts me high. And the reason why I get first top spot on the map within the local area is because I have the most relevant content to the internet. And I optimized everything. I optimized my mobile pages. I optimized the Google pages. I optimized the website. I optimized everything for Auto Repair Kansas City. Auto Repair Kansas City happens to be the #1 search term in Kansas City for auto repair. So I used it to my advantage. All my videos, if you go to YouTube and you search Auto Repair Kansas City, you'll see videos of me of just, I mean, there's 100 and some videos of me every which way. And
I want to add to really quick before you go down that rabbit hole. A couple of people, and Evelyn asked, what is a citation? We're throwing out words. Here's another great thing about Get Listed for us newbies. If you come right here to Learning Center, why citations are important to your local business, you can click on this, and it goes through on what it means, what it is, and you can memorize this one little sentence right here, and you'll know what you're talking about. It also has search here. So again, if there's words that we're using that you're not with, it's a business close property to its phone.
we're losing you. Kelly, your audio's going away. Let me let her know that her audio's going away, and I'll let her know. Your audio. I got to get her a new computer. It's been a technical nightmare all day. That's okay. Are you guys learning anything so far? Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Now, guys, on the Get Listed, I don't want to go real far on this. I just wanted to show you, this is just a tool. And when you look up, you can manually research any of these companies. The important factor here is that when somebody says, oh, my SEO team has that covered, do the homework on it. At getlisted.org, obviously, their SEO team isn't taking care of Dr. Wiles, and I'm going to show them. And that takes us to phase 2. You know, I'm an extrovert, and I like going and being in front of people and doing what I want to do. Okay, I don't mind talking to people at all. I don't mind talking on the phone. I don't mind doing all that. But if you don't want to do it, you can take and you can add that. You can screenshot that page with the listings real bad, seal it up in an envelope. Now, guys, put it in a big envelope and then put right across the top of the envelope with a big marker, I found a problem with your website that you needed to be aware about. Put a cover letter across the top of it that says, call me and I'll help you. I'll give you the information that you want to be able to fix this. And you'd be amazed. Guys, Benson, was it Benson? I forget who it is. Who was it that sent out 2 of these and landed an $800 job? I know you're here. I can't remember the name of it. Guys, last week we sent these out. There's, oh my gosh, so many of you guys sent so many of these things out. There's no interaction. It only takes a few minutes to take a FedEx. In fact, I'm going to show you. I'm just going to show you. Let me change presenter. So she'll be back here in a second. When she gets back, I will There we go. Got that one. Yes. Now, there's a lot of controversy about what I am going to show you, and I've got a resource for you, so you guys don't have to get mad at me. You'll be like, well, wait a minute, but I've got a little story for you, and this is from Joseph Palmer. He's a SEO guy that just rocks it. So let me move this over here. I want you guys to be able to see what I'm going to show you. By the way, that guy, the attorney, there he is, 20 grand for the back of the phone book. And he hasn't even claimed his Google Places page, Bing, Yahoo, any of that stuff. So what I would do is just rip this cover off. Then, how about this one, guys? Stick it in that. Take it to the post office. Yep, you heard me right. The post office. Pay the post office. It's $1.48. The post office will mail it. FedEx gives you these envelopes for free. I offered to buy them, and the lady says, no, those are free. Those are for you. I said, okay, thank you very much. You take it to the post office. You put it in. I do not know of a business owner. Oh, you can't see me? You should be able to see me. The backup computer is showing me. What do you guys see? Yeah, Neil, we're on. Okay. If you guys, 500 people are seeing me, Carlo. So I don't know why you can't. Even Steven down in Singapore. Steven, by the way, your Christmas card, I resent yours and Carlo's Christmas cards. You two are the ones that won. So I resent it to your Yahoo account, sir, because Amazon was showing that you didn't claim it yet. Okay, side note, that was a Christmas drawing. All right. The post office will mail FedEx envelopes. Now, some people are like, well, that's not right. Well, you take. I asked the lady if I could buy the envelope, and she said, no, they're free. So I have no ethical, moral dilemmas with mailing the envelopes from the post office. Hi, Ronette. And so that's that. Or I have a resource for you. There's some priority envelopes available on the internet. They're kind of pricey, but they look great. Or you could use the big Nilla 8x10s and, put it together. But I'm telling you, FedEx will grab somebody's attention. But now, guys, let me ask you something. That's being cheap. If this guy's spending 20 grand a month and I want to help him out and he's going to be a $5,000 to $10,000 account for me for a personal injury attorney, and I'll tell him, I tell you what, why don't you just give me 10% of whatever. You don't even have to pay me anything. How about if you give me 10% of whatever I generate in leads for you? And all it takes is one multi-million-dollar lawsuit where the guy says, yeah, I saw you on the internet. I'll take 10% of that. And the attorney's like, yeah, that's a deal. Because he just takes commission from 40% to 50% to give you the 10%. Anyways, online there's some real neat priority. So you can take these things, put the attorney's thing in, and take it to FedEx and spend $15. What if you do 5 attorneys and you spend let's say $20 to mail it overnight, so that way it's on their desk tomorrow. And you do 5 of them, and one of them calls you back and hires you. You know what you do with the $100? You do exactly what the attorney does. You add it to their bill. Say, oh yeah, well normally it's $600. How about $500 or $700, etc., etc. That's just that one. Guys, have you seen any coupons that get mailed to your house at all? Like Valpak, perhaps? There you go. Do you know how much they're spending for those coupons to come to your house? They're spending $300 at Valpak. It's $300 per zip code. Let me get rid of the camera. It's $300 per zip code, minimum 3 zip codes. So that means it's $900 a month for that coupon to come to your house. Do you know what the return rate, you know what the ROI is on that? The businesses lose money on Valpak and Groupon. Check this out, guys. You'll like this one. I told you I'm going to give you some tools. I'm giving you some tools. Is it a push button? No, but it's as close to push button as you're going to get. Go to Valpak. Oh. Go to Valpak. Know that businesses, whoever's in Valpak here. Oh, there you are. All right, Kelly, let me make you back into an organizer. Kelly's back, guys. Bear with me 1 second, please. There you are. Okay, you're back. Guys, there's Valpak. Go to Valpak. They're spending any of the businesses that are here where, well, let me see where I'm at. Let's see where it decided that
Hi
it wanted
guys,
to put
I
me.
am so sorry.
What do we got here? I don't even know where I'm at. Here. Within 25 miles, but it's not telling me. Oh, I did this for Ronette. We were looking in Honolulu. Guys, I'm in Kansas City, Missouri, and I can target stores in Honolulu. How's that for global coverage? And I know, let's see, let's find one that has some money. Oh, medical.
Joe Vandenberg just said, my brother advertises in the Valpak and pays $2,400 a month for the city, and they do not mail in January. Guys, that's big.
That's huge. Guys, check it out. Here's a medical center. I can contact that medical center. Now, Kelly, do your magic. I'm going to switch it. I'm going to switch it over to, in fact, run it through. Do get listed. I'll give you the information when you're ready.
All right. I'm so sorry, guys. I have horrible computer issues. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay. DAUTERMAN. Is my audio too loud?
Nope, you're fine.
Okay, you put audio. Oh, that was me to you. Dodderman Medical. MEDICAL.
Okay.
Zip code is 96814. Ronette lives in Hawaii, guys. I have to share this with you. She said, I sent the Valpak letter to him. Somebody asked earlier about what we would say on the cover letters. Guys, I would just show them the getlisted.org and say, and show them, say, go to Get Listed and take a look at what's going on. Now, everybody worries about, well, they may fix it themselves. And they may, they're going to take the work and all that. Guys, trust me, as a business owner, we don't have time to deal with that stuff. That's why it's not claimed, number one. Number two, we don't know how to do it. Even if we thought we could do it, we don't know how to do it effectively. And if you give us a reasonable price that A, saves us time, B, increases our profits by getting more customers in the door, because inside Google Places is a thing called a dashboard that you can share with them, and Google will show them exactly where everything is coming from, what all their click-throughs were, everything. Now look at that. They're spending 20, who knows how much, we'll use John's example, $2,400 a month, and they don't have the second biggest search engine that there is even claimed. They got 40% on their internet coverage, and it costs nothing. It costs nothing for them to claim any of that stuff. It's free. So Ronette said she sent them a Valpak letter. Now, guys, while Kelly has this up, I want to show you something. If you suspect a review stuffer, here's what you look for, and those are all 2010. Click on the Tara or whatever it is.
Oh.
There's only one review. If there's only one review, you can't determine it that way. But if you click on somebody's name and there's a whole list where one is good and one is bad in the same day, suspect something wrong. Those are both, Aloha hearing aid. I would wonder if that, because they're both on the 20th, I would be wondering if that, I would suspect that anytime you see one medical center being slammed and the other one's got the 5-star, you kind of questionable. Anyways, you just, to be able to look for that stuff, guys, when if you're doing the reviews and stuff, look for where they
I can show you a really stuffed review.
Yeah.
I can show you.
Yeah, show them one for an example since we're on the page, if you have it. And then I want to get rolling.
In fact, this is my client's competition. Let's see here. I think that they are.
Oh, Bruce says that they're a block apart. Bill's telling me, Wes, get Kelly a decent computer. Come on, man. You know what? I've got it sitting here. I told her when she comes over she can get it. Are you got now, Dave? I'm concerned when you say, "Wow, what a way to spend a Sunday." Is it a good way? Am I doing good? Fred says, "Buy her a Mac." I get my Mac first, Fred.
Okay, so if this is Gaines Furniture Outlet, and this is their all of their reviews. I believe it's Fruity Tales, who they have all 5 reviews. They went to Lee Summit, Subaru, Reliable Chevrolet, and there's another person I'll have to show you. So they thought Reliable Chevrolet was nice. They thought Lee Summit Subaru was nice.
No, wait a minute. We've got. Oh, you go ahead.
On one day after the other. One's in Springfield, and then the
One's
other
in
one
Lee
was
Summit.
in Independence.
Yeah, their
Lee
review
Summit
stuff.
area. So there's that one. That's Reliable Chevrolet. But there's also, I believe it's Rose Petal, who also happens to, she goes to Volkswagen. Gaines Furniture, she also goes to Lee Summit Subaru. She also goes to Lee Summit Dodge Chrysler and Ford Lincoln Mercury. I wonder how many cars this woman has.
Now, guys, the importance of this, so that you'll know what this is. When you see a review stuffer like this, guys, you need to contact the business owner and say, hey, whoever's working for you, I'm sure they're doing a great job, but did you know that you could get your business taken off of Google because of the way that they're going about it? It's okay to have help with the reviews and everything, but when they make it this obvious, it's no problem whatsoever to flag those as inappropriate. And when they're flagged as inappropriate, Google has the right to remove the business from Google, period. And that puts them, I mean, whatever company this is putting them in jeopardy. And what you can do now, guys, you can help businesses with their reviews. But what you do is you get real reviews from real customers. You get them handwritten, and then you create an account for each customer, and you enter them in with what the customer wrote. There's nothing wrong with that. But to do that is putting the business. Now think about this, guys. If a brick and mortar business gets removed from the largest search, that's huge. If Google says you can't play in our playground anymore, that is a very bad place to be. That's like them stuffing you all the way down to the bottom. So when you find stuff like this, you have just as much opportunity, even though they have the 5 stars, you need to be going into them saying, hey, you know, whatever reputation management company that you have working for you, I'm sure that you're ecstatic because you have the 5 stars. But do you realize by what they're doing, and you can just screenshot this, circle and arrow it, and say, this is grounds for getting removed from Google, by the way. Now, guys, a brick and mortar business can't afford to move. And if Google takes you out, you've just lost the hugest marketing opportunity, because if Google takes you out, you can't have an AdWords account. You cannot play in Google's playground at all. And usually if Google pulls you out, Bing and Yahoo is not very far behind.
Not at all.
I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, anything you do on Google, within about a month or so, Bing and Yahoo usually pick it up. Terry, you have a wonderful Happy New Year, sir. I hope you got some nuggets out of this, and be safe. All right.
Evelyn, you cannot remove bad reviews. All you can do is respond to them, have the owner respond to them, and in an appropriate manner. Don't get upset with them. You need to just, I'm sorry you had a bad experience. can you please give me the name of so-and-so? I would like to make this right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or there's been cases where one of the dealerships here, the business owner, actually voiced his side of the story, and it gives prospective clients a view of they get to leave it up to them what they decide is right or wrong. There's 3 sides to every story, so.
Okay, I'm going to change presenters.
Yep, please.
I'm going to get rolling here. Rolling. Got a lot of stuff to share with you guys. All right, reputation. Since we're on reputation, here's what we're talking about in this. Google has just changed the rules. Google is saying that you can have up to 10 reviews from the same IP address, and they are encouraging businesses to start putting in review stations. My recommendation on this is, and I got this straight from the Google rep that happened to come into one of my clients' stores. My client called me and said, Wes, Google's here. And I was like, I'll be right there. And so I went over there, and I asked that poor guy every question under the sun for the next hour and a half easily. We went through every option on my client's website, and oh man, I tell you what, it's amazing at how much information they don't know, but it was also amazing at how much information he shared with me. I got his name and number, and if I get into a pickle with one of my clients, as a matter of fact, he was impressed with me enough that he referred me to his boss to become a Google consultant because I'm high enough. I know enough about it that he said, you know, Wes, he said, you need to seriously consider this. And I'm not talking about the package that Google will give you for a certification thing. He was talking about an outside consultant specifically hired by Google. And I thought, wow, that's awesome. But anyways, setting up a review station. Guys, Google a customer satisfaction review and make up a template for the businesses that you want to work with. And if the conversation gets to this point so far, we've already showed you how to get the door open. Hey man, you got a problem with your web presence. And then especially if they have problems with the reviews like what we're showing here, make up a customer satisfaction. Say, get your customers, you know, that as they come through, get them to fill this out. Number one, two things. If you get a pissed off customer, it gives you the opportunity, it gives the business owner the opportunity right then and there to resolve the situation. And usually once a customer's written something out, they vent it. And once they vented, they're not as likely to go home and post it on the internet, number one. Number two, if they're that upset and they're sitting there writing it, and you know they're upset because they got to hand it back to somebody, then that gives you the opportunity as the business owner or the general manager or whoever it is to resolve the situation. Say, I am so sorry. What can we do to make this right? So it doesn't even, that's called customer service. And that's the way it should be. Now, there's always situations that they're absolutely impossible, but that sure would eliminate a lot of them. So a customer review station, and you can teach them how to make the Google accounts and upload the reviews that are written and everything else. But
Mike
you can
wants
Google
to know
used to.
I'm sorry. Mike wants to know how do you set up a review station at a business?
I just told him. You get customer satisfaction surveys and you have customers fill them out. What Google ideally wants you to do is set up a separate computer to where the customer can go to the computer. But guys, it's even easier than that. Smartphones, you can type it right in while you're standing right there. And you know what's happening? That's what customers are doing. Tracy, you're in the template. This is the template. I'm giving you the tools. I'm going to get you the mind map, and I'm going to get you the links so that you guys will be able to, and the replay on this. That's why I'm concerned about time. We're on an hour and 14 minutes, so we've got more to go. So bear with me on these questions, guys. I know you guys are going, oh, I really do, and I'm going to answer them, but I want to get this all in real fast before people have to keep leaving. Set up the review station. Ideally, Google wants you to set up a separate computer so that customers can go and fill out the reviews right then and there. But they still have to create a Google account, or they'll have to log into their Google account. And it's a pain in the butt, number one. Number two, you don't have that buffer zone of letting a customer vent out especially if they're upset, they'll walk over to the computer, slam, slam, slam. Now, the other thing that you need to know about is if there is a true customer satisfaction issue and there's a bad review and it's a real customer and you know who the customer is, that customer can go back in later and revise the review that they left upon satisfaction and satisfactory delivery of the thing. They can turn it around. And that's what it is meant to be. But then you've got reputation management companies that are slamming people for, businesses, and then they're calling them up going, oh yeah, for $500 we can get that removed. And the reason why is because you create the Google account, you slam them, then you call them up, go, hey, somebody left a bad review on your website, $500, I can make that go away. You know how many customers you're going to lose by having that bad review? A lot, because people shop by stars. Guys, it's a wicked game out there, but reputation management is important, but it's not near as important as presenting the value of the internet exposure. Because trust me, when you can type in auto repair Kansas City and there's above and beyond auto repair, and you can type in brake repair Kansas City and brake repair Kansas City 64118, you got to geotag them, and there's above and beyond auto repair, and you can do it like 100 different ways for just about everything you can think about for a car, like clutch repair. That's a 7, and this is where go where the money is. This takes us back up to the opportunities. You want to help businesses get found for services and products that generate high profit margins. So always, as you're talking with business owners, always ask them, what's your most profitable service or product that you have? Like on the LASIK eye surgery. On the LASIK eye surgery, I thought it was LASIK eye surgery. That's what his secretary had told me. Well, Doc wants more LASIK eye surgery. So I put all his videos to LASIK eye surgery, and I got them all over the place. Then I'm sitting there talking to the doctor, and he says, well, actually, macular degeneration is much more profitable. And that's what I would have rather found. So I reminded Doc that if he would have taken the time to call me back personally, I would have had the accurate information, and I would have had the videos distributed for macular degeneration. But since he didn't call me, I didn't know what else to do, and his secretary told me LASIK, and so I did. And he said, well, no wonder we're doing more. And so the story goes. And he also assured me, Frank, just so that you'll know, that he will call me back, and he still hasn't yet, so I'm going to go there Tuesday and resolve that issue. Okay, so on getting customer reviews, it's as simple as asking the customers to fill out some type of a form. Guys, Google a customer satisfaction survey and make one up for the business of whoever it is. Put it on their letterhead. Have them go to office. I mean, you can do this, but charge them for it. Just present the information to them. Say, hey, it's really important that you get customers to fill out a review and get these things posted online in Google, because that's the most important one, and then Bing is the second most important one, and then Yahoo is the third most important one, because if you cover those three, you've got 97% of the search engines that dominate the internet. So that business is definitely going to get found. Without the business being claimed, all the way back to Tom asking about, well, what difference does it make claiming a business? Relevant information. Claiming the business in Info USA, that's where all the little directories get their information, and a citation is a listing of your business. The more citations you have, the more relevant you are to Google. The more relevant you are to Google, the more Google loves you. The more Google loves you, the more internet exposure you get. The more internet exposure you get, the more you get found on the smart devices, on the iPads, on the computer, for the things that your business represents. Google doesn't know what to do with a flash website because it's a picture. Even though it looks pretty to the human eye, a search engine doesn't know squat about what that picture is because it can't see the picture. To us, it looks pretty. To the robots, they go, well, we don't know what this is, and there's no keywords to identify it. The biggest mistake that they make is they don't even have the title tags right. Yet they've got an SEO marketing team on it, and they don't. So it gets real carried away. That takes us back to that first image where there's all kinds of stuff. You get customers to fill out review cards. Then you transfer the review. Here, if you're going to do reputation management, you can go out and find the good reviews at Angie's List, Judy's Book, Hot Frog, Yelp, Insider Pages, Merchant Circle. Now, they have star ratings, but you can take copies of those reviews, since they're all copies of copies anyways, because once you post something on City Search, Insider Pages picks it up. You put something on Insider Pages, City Search picks it up. Good, bad, or indifferent, doesn't matter. But if it hasn't been picked up yet, you can take those reviews. You want them, since Google is the big monster, you want to fill the machine You want to fill the machine with, so that you have the stars right there.
Let's see here. Valerie's asking, she says, I have paper reviews for my offline seminars. Can these be posted online as a review for my own business? As long as your business is an offline business, yes. Get Listed only works with offline businesses. You cannot put a website in it. It has to be an actual physical address.
Guys, Millard's bringing up a very valid point that I do need to cover. He's saying when we talk about claiming these things, this is after you have established an agreement to get paid. And let me make sure that we're very, very clear about what establishing the agreement to get paid. I don't care how you do it or anything else, but when you can count the money out of your bank account, not walking out the door with a check or any of that stuff. When you deposit it and that money is yours, that's when you've been paid. When you can count it in your hand, you've been paid. That's when you want to start doing all the work for the. If you want to be a nice guy and you want to help them out with some of the little stuff, you already did by showing them Get Listed. But when it's time to dig into this and do the work, charge accordingly. And I'll cover valuing yourself here in just a minute. That's a mindset that we'll cover. But for right now, I do want to make sure you don't want to go doing this stuff until you have been compensated. For right now, you want to go where the money is. You want it, the eye doctor, the car dealer, the roofer, the high end, wherever the money is. In this example, I use the car dealers because it's easy. You want to do your homework. You want to research out. Do they have bad stuff? Now, if the car dealer is a complete ripoff and it's a scam company, don't deal with them. There's too many good ones out there to deal with a shady place. Don't do it. No amount of money is worth dealing with somebody that's a thief. And you wouldn't want to compromise yourself anyways that way. So don't do it. There's so many other possibilities. And by doing your homework, you're going to know. Because trust me, guys, if their bad reviews goes back 7 years and everybody is saying the same thing, that's not a review stuff. If they're all in the past 7 months and then there's like 20 bad reviews, and then when you click on those names, you see that they've been in Florida, Texas, Wisconsin, and Arizona all in the same day. And it's kind of odd that this garage door company absolutely sucks and that this garage door company is a 5-star. And then in Texas, this roofing company absolutely stuck. This roofing company had 5 stars. On the same day, we got a garage door opener in Texas, and then we got a roof in Wisconsin, and we bought a Polaris in Florida, etc., etc. This is the game that they play. And with a little bit of practice, you guys will recognize this. And you'll see it. But if a company is truly a scumbag company, you'll know it just when you're talking to them. Your inside gut feeling your detectors will go off. Trust me. Your human nature is on it. Now, the place to start is Google Places because that's where the big machine is. Don't ignore Google and Yahoo. You want a review station at the place of business, and that's as simple as a stack of reviews, customer comment cards, or something with some golf pencils or something so that you can capture their information. If you want to get fancy, if it's a nice high-end orthodontist office, for example, guys, braces are big money. Cosmetic dental is huge. And cosmetic dentistry, they don't have any idea of where to advertise. But to get a perfect smile from some implants, 10 grand a pop, it's huge, guys. They could put out a nice iPad too for the customers to leave reviews, but you won't have control over it. But in that kind of in an orthodontist, you have more control. You're not going to tend to make people upset because they're numb and they're woozy anyways. Or a desktop computer. But the best way to do it is a notepad so that reviews so that they can write them out. You want to focus and check all the bad reviews. As the business owner, whether they're phony or real or not, once they're posted, you cannot get rid of them. You can flag them as inappropriate. You might be able to get them removed over a period of time, but it's best just to bury them. You just got to bury them. That's all you can do. Respond to it accordingly and tell them that you're very sorry for the experience that they've had, and that you, as the business owner, it was brought to your attention late, and that you want to do whatever it takes to make it right. Now, what I tell everybody to do is, when you're doing this as the business owner, because I'm a business owner too, and when somebody writes a bad review, I do whatever I have to do to try and make that customer happy. So if you're helping somebody with reputation management, suggest to them, or if you're doing it, get their approval. Since you're their representative, you are allowed to do this. Write it from the way that you would feel about what it would take to make you discount that obvious bad review, because some of them are just flat out lies, where this place is a scam and ripped me off, and so you know what I would, to that one I would respond, I've never been, I would be like, I am so sorry that you feel that way. As the business owner, my name is Wes, and I've always made it my policy that people can talk to me. Generally, if it's this bad of an experience, I have no problem letting you keep the product and a complete refund. And I actually wrote this on Above and Beyond's review. Go read the whole dissertation I wrote on the one. Guy comes in after hours on a Friday night. I stay late. Jason and I stay late. We put in a fuel pump. He picks the cheaper one. I warned him about it, and then 2 months later he writes a bad review. So I wrote a dissertation about, not only will I warranty it all out, I special ordered the part, I changed it out 3 times, I gave him the better one, and I'll fill his car up with gas and whatever it takes, and he still didn't go back and change it. And I gave him a refund, and he still didn't go back and change it. But as a business owner, that's all you can do, is respond to the bad ones appropriately. Now, when you guys go to Above and Beyond on Google Places and you read my response, not one person came in. In fact, they come in and go, man, that guy was a jerk. And I'm like, yeah, well, Fords, especially on a holiday weekend, they were closed. I couldn't get a filling neck. They break all the time, and they're on national back order. There was nothing I could do. And I warned him going into it, and I tried to help him out. But apparently he wasn't happy, so I just did the best I could do. We've already showed you how to go look for phony reviews. Now, when it's an obvious phony review, flag them as inappropriate. Set off the flag and then start digging into them. Guys, Google will tell you also where they're located. Down at the very bottom of the Google Places page, you'll say more reviews at Insider Pages, City Search, Yelp, Zappos, and all of them. They'll all be listed down there. Check all those reviews also, because if there's phony ones at City Search, Insider Pages, Yelp, Hot Frog, and all them, they all picked it up too. And what happens is you got to report them all the way across the board, because if you get it removed from one, it may go away, but then because it's out on all the other ones, it'll get pipped right back up, and it keeps cycling. Trust me, it sucks. So respond to them, but also report them. Absolutely. Now, this is a little freebie, little side note. If their map marker on their Google Places page is not correct, that is the spot that you want to correct it, is right on the Google Places page itself. The other map marker under Maps that's not on the Places page, the real big one, that's not the one that you want to move to fix. You want to fix the one on the Google Places page. Go into the Places page, go on the map, click on the map, right-click it. It'll say correct marker location. That's the one that you want to fix. Also, a little tidbit. Take the Google Places page up just above the map. It'll say link, and then open that up, and it'll say shorten link. Take that short link and post it on Facebook, and you just gave that Google Places page a link to a page 9 page rank. And Google said that my guy at Google, he's like, Wes, you definitely want to do that.
I think everybody broke Get Listed. I just was asked to go look at something, and Get Listed says, we're currently experiencing a few glitches due to higher than expected traffic volume.
That's good. Hey, I asked you guys to take action. I can't complain about that one. Okay, now here we go. Other review sites. Are you guys with me? Have I lost anybody in the dust yet?
And we can go more into that specific part of it with the in-depth coaching, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
but right now,
we really need to move forward.
I know. But I did promise at the end of this, you guys are going to have the tools that you need.
Jewelry stores. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Other review sites, research them, dispute the bad reviews, just exactly what I was talking about. Same exact thing. So, in recap so far, we're going to target where the money is. We're going to look at we're going to go to Bing. We're going to look at their internet exposure. We're going to make the business aware of what they got. Now, guys, if it's 98% or what was above and beyond, 92%,
Yes.
I don't mess with me. I've already got it. Whoever's doing whatever it is, they're on the ball. Move on. That's how fast you just boom, boom to the next one. Now, I know for you guys in Australia and in New Zealand and in the UK where Get Listed, take the 3 that you've got and then look at the rest of them. When you look them up on Google, there's still the reviews down at the other side. And when you get there, it'll say owner claimed. If it's not owner claimed, it says it right on it. So with a little bit more effort, you can do you can do the same thing. So we want to go where the money is. We want to do the research. We want to find out what's going on. Then we want to look at the reviews. Guys, the reason that I have the reputation right here is I love my video marketing. I've got videos freaking everywhere, and that gives me social proof. That just shows, I mean, I can type in tandem skydiving Kansas City, scroll down the page, there's a video. Used Dodge trucks, Kansas City Christmas sale. There should be like 2 videos. LASIK eye surgery, 64118. Ophthalmologist, Kansas City, 64118. I can sit here for an hour just naming videos off the top of my head. Page 1, all over the place. In fact, I get to the point that people look and they're like, dude, okay, we got it. You're good with videos. And I love it. But so I'm out trying to sell all these videos in Google page domination, because by the time I get done with my little stuff, you know, I can do 9 of the 10 spots on Google and claim the whole page for whatever I want. But what always kept coming back up was, well, the stars. And then I noticed, and then when Yvet did her thing, I was like, wait a second, you know what? This is where we need to go. And then I started exploring it. And then the Valpak, they're spending $1,000 a month minimum, because Valpak is $300 per zip code. And as a business owner, we know we have to advertise, and then we know we're losing money. Guys, oh, by the way, not just Valpak. Living Social is another coupon site. Groupon. As Groupon, if you go to Groupon and you look at all the dentists and all the stuff in Groupon and whatever there is in Groupon, target where the money is. But in Groupon, as a business owner, Groupon, to sign up for Groupon, to be able to advertise, I have to take a product that is $500 and I have to chop it in half, $250. So right off the top, I got to discount it 50%. Then you buy that coupon because you're getting a heck of a deal at my expense. Then I have to give Groupon 125 of the 250 that you paid. So as a business owner, I got 25%. I paid you to come to my store to bleed me dry, and you aren't even gonna buy anything else. You're a coupon clipper. That's the wrong kind of customer. You don't want a customer that's coupon clipper. From the business owner's point of view, if you go to Groupon, you say, look, I understand it, and the business owner is going to say, yeah, but I don't know how else to get people in the door. And you say, look, all you have to do is claim your Google Places page so people can find your business. Get your citation, get on Yelp. Oh, by the way, guys, Yelp, everybody wants to talk about. Tom was asking about, well, how much more exposure do you get? A lot. Yelp is what Apple uses, the Apple Siri, their new phone. It uses Yelp for reviews. I don't pay attention to the reviews. If you're going to do reviews and you're going to help businesses with reviews, guys, that is the fastest money, period, hands down. In the Valpak, getting videos and claiming all that stuff and fixing it, that's good money. But I'll tell you what, you can get money immediately by telling the companies, hey, I tell you what, knowing what I know, I can start this repair process within a week. Within a week, I took Gladstone Dodge from 2.5 stars. I interviewed the owner, and I was comfortable that he had addressed all the issues that caused him to have 2.5 stars. And within a week, I had him at 4 stars. In fact, I still have him at 4 stars. I just got another check today. I stopped. The deal was I get $500 per star, and the only thing I was doing was just the stars on Google. And I was feeling, I don't know, it was a couple days before Christmas. In fact, it was Tuesday before Christmas, and I told him by Friday I'll have him up to at least 3.5, 4 stars, and I did. By Friday I had him up to 4 stars. But he had only given me 1 check, so I was like, I'm not going to keep going until I get my other check. And the deal was, I was feeling soft, but it was $1,500 before Christmas. Now I only got 1,000 of it, so far, but when I do the other 3 reviews that it's going to take to give them the other star, well, then we'll be fine. And I got the reviews from his customers. All I had to do was ask, and half his sales force bought cars. So I'm like, well, just tell me. That's all I needed. So instant money right there. This is what I want you guys to focus on tonight. You can go to Valpak. Now check this out. This is where it gets ninja secret awesome sauce stuff. Is you go to Valpak, because you know they're spending $1,000 a month for that coupon, then or the yellow pages, because they're spending so much money. Then you look them up, you run them through Get Listed, you see if they have any social web presence whatsoever. Then you look at their stars, and if they have 1 star, 2 stars, they got some bad reviews. You have a smorgasbord of information of utmost value to that business owner about his business. I mean, you're holding a report card of a dying business in your hand and say, Mr. Business Owner, let me guess, you probably are working here 80 hours a week, barely getting by if you're making any profit at all, and you have no money. You don't have any customers coming in the door, do you? And they'll be like, well, how did you know? You say, well, it's real obvious because look, you haven't claimed anything on any of the internet stuff. I see that you're spending over at least $1,000 on Valpak, and the coupon clippers are coming in the door, and they're not buying anything else, but they're turning in the coupons. So, you know, at least you got that customer, but that's the wrong kind of customer because you have to give away whatever it is to try and get them in the door so that you can try and talk them into something else. But that's the wrong marketing approach. You don't want that kind of a customer. You want the customer that comes in. Let me guess, what's your highest, and depending on what we're talking to, you want to guess what their highest profit thing is, and then throw out, say, that's the customer that you want. And the reason that you're not doing that on Valpak is because you don't want to lose money on that. So you do something that you don't lose very much money on. You try to get them in the door so that they'll buy that, right? And they're like, yeah, how did you know that? You go, well, this is what I do. I'm part of a team that does this. And let me explain to you. If you don't claim any of this stuff here, and when somebody looks you up on the internet, even with the Valpak or anything, look at what they see. There's this place sucks and will rip you off. And then you just click on that little name and say, look, but on the same day, they were in Florida, they were in Texas, they were in Oklahoma, they were in Wisconsin. And look at all this. This guy was good, this guy was bad. And you just show them, and they go, wow. And then you ask them, well, who's been taking care of your internet? Well, I got an SEO guy, and he's supposed to be taking care of my website. And you go, oh, that's the difference, though. He just does just your website. By the way, have you looked at your meta tags and your title tag on your website? Now, guys, I don't want to go down that path because I don't want to confuse you. But if you know anything about it, check those out too, and just go, you know, I don't know who. Is your web guy like somebody's nephew? And they'll be like, yeah, as a matter of fact, they are. It's because as a broke business owner, we don't have the money to hire the $10,000 guy that wants $10,000 for a website to SEO it. So, Steve, this is the point. It is this easy if you arm yourself with the ammunition that I'm giving you. I know that you're going to have to go back and watch this video again because I am just going blam. But I'm telling you, you heard Yvette. All I did was plant the seed. She went to the Mercedes dealer and she said, you know, you've got a bad review and this is costing you cars. And the doctor overheard it and he said, you know what? You're absolutely right. Gave her a check for $3,000. She called me going, wow, I just got a check for $3,000. What do I do? And I'm like, fix it. She's all, really? I said, yeah. So, well, I know how to do that. And I'm like, there you go. She never conceived that it was that easy to ask for more money for something.
It was that easy because she took action.
Exactly. Steve, you will be amazed at how easy it is if you do this, if you just take the action on it. Okay.
I was telling Wesley for 2 weeks about my furniture store for 2 weeks. I had it all planned out. I gave him my plan, laid it all out flat, but I never even called.
Yeah.
And then I sent an email on Thursday. And 20 minutes later, Laura Crowley from Crowley Furniture called me.
And they got 3 locations, but she's testing it. They're hiring her to see what she can do with one.
So I had to take action first. I told Wes, all of the people in the Skype group knew. I've been saying it. I said it out loud on a couple of webinars. Wesley, I need to do this. And I didn't do it. And I don't know why I didn't do it. So take action first and foremost, and then all of these other little things we can definitely help you with.
Yeah. Steve, there's Here, now, guys, here we go. For those of you that don't have a Yellow Page phone book, check this out. There's a little website called yp.com, yellowpages.com. Anybody that has a website in yp.com, look and see. No, right off the bat, they're spending $1,200 a month for that website. Cha-ching. And then if you look and see if they have anything else, any internet exposure, YP does not optimize nothing for them. In fact, check their YP website optimization, and it's not. They won't have title tags. They won't have meta tags. They won't have anything. Yet YP's charging them $1,200. Oh, by the way, your website comes as a complimentary thing for the listing in the Yellow Pages. And guys, if you Google Yellow Page scrapers, there's scrapers where you can type in dentist, but you know what? They got a little search tab that says dentist, Kansas City, Missouri, and it will give you a list of all the dentists in Kansas. Oh yeah, my lawyer's paying like $2,500. You know why he's paying $2,500? Because he's a lawyer. They charge by category. They don't charge by, and it's the same. And Steve, you know, a website's a website, but because the category, oh yeah, it's even more. And he spends more than that for the listing, because he also got the they have that exclusive thing where they'll move you up to the top if you pay the extra. So I mean, he's even paying more than that. So I mean, it's just like wham. But, oh, Sonny, am I working? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, Sonny
Steve says I'm moving to the U.S.
And then, okay, moving on along here. Now, guys, on what I've covered here, Facebook, you know, all the social media stuff. You want to check their Facebook. Anytime anybody, like at a car dealership, let's go back to the car dealership for example. If you want to make them some promotional videos like I did, guys, if you make some videos, use Dodge Trucks Kansas City Mo and put up their phone number, it's easy to get the videos ranked, and that attracts. Now, somebody was asking earlier, I have them tagged for Christmas. I'm going to take those tags off. I'm going to change it over to New Year's. But you know what? They'll rank right back up there. By the way, before there's any confusion, if you change a title tag on a video that is ranking, it will move its spot. You will lose that spot. But I know how to get it right back, because I'll just change just the Christmas sale, and I'm going to use New Year's sale. And Google won't even bat an eye. Just blink, blink. Now, the best way to do this is just make another video and retitle it. And that's a whole nother thing about video optimization. But don't, as a general rule of thumb, you do not want to mess with real estate that Google has already graciously given you. Make sense? Don't just make another video and just post it right underneath it. It doesn't matter. Let them sit there. Because the most important thing, guys, about videos is that it shows that most people won't even watch the video. If the phone number is right there, they'll click on the phone number because it's right there on top. So just a little FYI, if you make a video, people will call the phone number first. And that's a whole nother subject about...
I was going to say, we have people who are asking about bathroom breaks. Oh. Do you want to do a quick bathroom break and start off again?
It's up to you guys. You guys, there's 165 of us here, so to put everybody on pause, that wouldn't be fair.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Well, I have to take a bathroom. I'm not doing that, Dave.
Dave's going, I got a jar.
Go, baby, go.
There we go. Just keep on and keep it on. I tell you what, I'll slow down a little bit, and I'll talk about some of the other lighter stuff. And so you guys go to the bathroom, because I'm not going to cover this real deep, but I do want you to be aware of it. So let's go. Let me find it. Let me find it.
Did you find your Dropbox?
Yeah, I'm going to do that here in a little bit.
Okay. All
right, guys. Now, on this one, while everybody's doing their bathroom break and all that, with what I just shared with you, just that little bit of mind map stuff that I'm sharing with you right here, this is just one facet. Now, I want you to expand. I gave you the Yellow Pages. I gave you Valpak. I gave you the little granny coupon things. I want you to think with me just for a second. What about the billboard that you drive past every day? Do you have any idea how much it costs to have that billboard up there? How long is it going to take to go, you know, sitting in a red light, you're looking at the billboard going, I wonder what their internet exposure looks like. I wonder if they have any bad reviews. I wonder if they have any, anything. That billboard, $2,500, and they're paying for that by the month. Do you realize that when you open up that newspaper, guys, when you open up that newspaper and gals for the Wednesday food section, you know that full page color ad with all the lamb chops and the beef chops and the brisket and the ribs and the apples and all that good stuff from Price Chopper and Hy-Vee and all that. Did you know? Check them. They don't know to claim. Now, that's all big corporate stuff. But guys, listen to me very carefully. So is Maybelline. It's huge. Guys, check this out. You know why I'm talking about car dealerships? If they have 1 star, you open up that newspaper and there's a full page ad with all these wonderful cars that they're paying up the wazoo for that one-day Sunday sale page, full page ad. You look them up and they got 2 stars and everybody's going, this place is a freaking ripoff and this place sucks and everything else. Would you go to that place to buy a car? Absolutely not. Yet you know they're spending money for that full page ad. Here's the takeaway, guys, without going too far down the path. The takeaway is everywhere that you look, that you see an advertisement, realize that that is a company spending major dollars. And if everybody is doing their buying decision online and they're basing it off reviews. Gary, I've got a mind map. My machine's showing the mind map. The backup machine's showing the mind map. Do you guys see a mind map or GoToWebinar screen? Everybody's seeing the mind map, Gary. GoToWebinar has been kind of weird. All right, now back to the. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Jack's got it. Emergency, the mind map for emergency New Year's Day cash. Every advertisement that you see everywhere is a potential opportunity. Everywhere. Think about it. Yellow pages. Now, the reason, this is the most important part, guys. Focus, the bigger the advertisement, the more money. What about the advertisements on TV? They're spending buku bucks. Huge. Only your imagination is the limit. Brian the other day said that he was listening to the Christmas webinar that was just kind of like that. This is what inspired this idea, by the way. And Jack adds in, don't forget about radio. Jack's the radio guy. Jack said, don't forget about the advertisements you hear on the radio. Same thing. Any advertisement is a potential opportunity for you guys to look up and see what kind of web presence they have. Guys, if they're spending money on print, radio, TV, if they're spending money on any type of advertising media, and they haven't taken the time to do the internet, it's because they don't know. They think they have an SEO marketing team, and they do, that has a beautiful website, but it has nothing to do with internet exposure. It's a whole different ballpark. And when you show them what you're capable of, opens doors wide open. Sorry, losing my voice here. You'd be amazed at how much energy it takes.
Dave, you do not need a website to get busy and get this going. You need to get a client.
Hey, Dave, going. I want to add to that. I have a website and I haven't even put it up. I've got about 40 of them, and I haven't put in. I have Video Marketing Kansas City. I've got all kinds of. I spent more money registering brilliant domain names than you even care to. That it was I just renewed half of them. It was like $400 at GoDaddy. Anyways, I have over 100 easily, and out of that, you know what? You know how many people ask me for anything? Never. It never comes up. I just go in and I'm just like, here, look, you need this taken care of. They ask me, well, Wes, what can you do? I'm like, well, type in LASIK 6418. Type in Camera Store Colorado 80214 on your computer. Type in Tokyo Dentist. Let's do Tokyo Dentist. That's halfway around the globe. And Tokyo Dentist, one of our students has that video. We're part of the team responsible for Tokyo Dentist, which is halfway around the globe, depending on what side of the globe you're on, of course.
They don't care what your website looks like when you're showing them results.
That's exactly right.
They could care less what your site looks like when you show them what you can do for them and why you are valuable.
Now, I want to share what Jeff just put in. You guys in the email, I said Yvette was the rock star, and in parentheses, I put Jeff W. Jeff is sharing that he has a multimillionaire business consultant who has no website or even a business card. And as a matter of fact, I'll share this one with you. This is going to get sidetracked. I want to get back to where I was. You'll find that the ultra-rich don't have a business card at all, as a general rule of thumb. The people trying to be ultra-rich have business cards up the wazoo. Speaking of business cards, Vista Print, go get business cards made. You don't have to have them, but Vista Print will give you 100 or 250 business cards for free. And because it's the holidays, they've got a phenomenal get started package that's all free. All you have to do is pay for shipping. And guys, it's cheap. Go get business cards made. Number one. Number two, be prepared to take credit cards. Go to squareup.com and apply for if you have a smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone, it won't work. And I don't know if it works overseas. I don't know. Go to squareup.com and see and apply for the credit card reader. It plugs right in your smartphone. It'll scan a credit card, because here's the last thing you want to have happen. You get a customer on the hook. You want your deposit check to get started, and they say, well, do you take credit card? And you're like, well, I don't have a checkbook with me. You know what? Don't let that situation happen. Have Square Up in your pocket. You go, shrink. It's 2.7%, has absolutely no other fees, contracts, or anything else. And so, and there's some other resources that I'm going to put together for you too. All right, now let's go back to where is my, okay, Valpak. So now we know the importance, everything being a potential opportunity on this stuff. Are we pretty clear on all that?
I think they understand pretty well.
Carlos said he just got his Square Up card reader and he's ready to roll. Awesome. Get listed and Square Up's not
In Canada,
Square Up's
yeah.
on the internet, Randy. Oh, but they don't work in Canada. PayPal. Please include something. Elizabeth says, please include something for people with credit challenges and no smartphone. PayPal.
PayPal.
Have them PayPal. Set up a PayPal account, and you just have them PayPal. Say, well, you know, I don't take a credit card, but PayPal does, and my PayPal address is right here. Oh, sorry, Carlo.
Michael says, confused on your yellow page pricing. Oh, people are typing so fast I have to
know
scroll
it.
back up. I'm so sorry here. Confused on your yellow page pricing, because on their site here are the prices they're quoting for yellow pages online. That's what we like to call lowballing.
Oh, that's until you call them.
Yeah, that's until you call
That's
them.
for a listing.
Yeah, so when we say claim Google Places page, that would be the equivalent to claim their Yellow Pages listing. That's how much they're charging just for that listing. That's not optimizing it. That's not ensuring your website links work. Nothing. That is strictly just having a listing.
Yeah, Yellow Pages. Call him as a potential business owner. Whoever doubts me about Yellow Pages and the pricing, call as an attorney and inquire how much it is to have the back cover or a full page ad and a website, because you heard that they just do phenomenally well, and you would like to go ahead and invest in that, and it will knock your socks off completely. Sit down and hold on to your heart, because when they're going to give you, they're going to love you. They're going to, oh my God. Or say, do this one. You call up Yellow Pages and say, this is Dr. Harrison, and I'm interested in running a quarter-page ad for my practice. Approximately what will I be looking at? And again, hold on to your socks, because the qualifier on that one is doctor. Or try Yvet, or any of that stuff. Crazy. It is crazy, crazy phenomenal. But that's okay, because here's the important thing that you need to know. They're spending money on advertising. When you guys go to the small mom and pop shops that aren't advertising, it's just as much work to do it for them as it is the big boys. And there's a possibility that they don't understand the full ramifications of not being on the internet. Now, that's universal, but they also might not understand, well, we go by word of mouth. It's the only advertising that we do. You'll get that a lot in mom and pop shops, because, oh, no, we just go by word of mouth and reputation. And the reason why is because every other form of advertising that they'd ever tried doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
And so they've got, and referrals work because I'll tell you, my favorite form of advertising at the shop is when I fix Rick's car. Rick goes home, tells his brother Tom, you got to go see Wes. Tom comes in, says, my brother sent me up here to see you, said you can fix my truck. And I most certainly do. And you know what Tom doesn't ask me for? He doesn't ask me for a discount. He doesn't ask me if I have any coupons. But now, there are those family members that do, but trust me, Rick would warn me. Now, watch out for my brother. I used to get that all the time. Bill sent his brother in, and Bill it's 15 minutes warning me about every scam that his brother's going to try and pull. And he's like, I'm sorry I gave him your name, but it slipped, and so he's on his way to come see you because you did such a good job on my truck. He wants to see if you can do his. And he says, I'm warning you now. Watch out. And I'm like, Bill, thank you for the heads up. I've got myself protected. I've done this just once or twice. You know what I'm talking about, Bill Gahn,
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes, sir, I do.
He is awesome. He said happy holidays to everybody, by the way, too.
Great.
Okay. Now, let's, so we got,
moving forward.
yep, we got advertising, we got the yellow pages. Now, the FedEx envelope, covered that one. Cold calling. Ronette, if you would share the experience with cold calling. You know what I do on cold calling? Oh, shit, I just took off the Valpak, didn't I? Oh, it's New Year's. Oh, man. Guys, you missed it. All right, because I was actually just going to pick up the phone and call. But being New Year's, I imagine they're all going to be closed. But you know what? I'm going to do it anyways. Let me get somebody give me a state, please.
Okay, let's see. First to yell at Pennsylvania, PA.
All right. Let's
Is that
go
right?
Pennsylvania. I don't know how to spell it. Pennsylvania. How do I change my location?
Go down to within 25 miles. Right there.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right. In PA, what's the zip code in PA, Dan?
Diane.
Huh? PA is Dan.
Diane. Yeah, well, Diane is Pennsylvania. 17331.
Okay. 17331.
Oh, Diane was spelling Pennsylvania.
Oh, gotcha. Hanover, Pennsylvania, is that right? All right, let's see who's got money here. We got study work, 195 live online SAT prep course. Study works, that's online. We don't want that. We want business. We're looking for dentist, doctor, huh?
Orthodontist. You just passed an orthodontist.
Where?
Up.
Oh, right here. Here we go. Dental implant. Ooh, I like that one. All right,
oh
here we
my
go.
gosh, those are like $3,100 a tooth.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get my get listed ready.
Okay.
Hopefully it'll work. And it's not clogged up.
Okay. I'm just going to call him. Oh, no, I want to look at get
Oh.
listed first. Go ahead.
Yep.
Yeah, Dave, if nothing else, if my points I want you to hear me do this and leave the message. I want it live. I told you I was going to give you the tools.
Yep. So even if, and this is good for those of you who don't want to talk to somebody, you can leave a message.
Yeah, wait till they close. Leave it on their answering machine. Say, hey, I looked you up online, and boy, I found a problem with your website. Give me a call, and I'll tell you what I found.
Yep.
We just did one with Joseph last night that was pretty neat. He uses Facebook and stuff to connect dots, and I thought it was pretty brilliant. He's gonna expand upon it a little bit more. Howard, I'm confused, my friend. Have to pay a deposit for what, sir? Natalie, that's a very... No deposit. Oh, gotcha. No, there's no deposit. Natalie. Oh, good. Shoo-wee. Natalie brings up a very good question, guys, and this is not off subject, and I'm glad that you asked it. Is it okay to let the customer know that you're going to be taking the reviews from other sites and posting them on Google? Do you clue them in to the whole process? Absolutely. I tell them, hey, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all your good reviews that are all out over there. I'm going to put them into Google where they count. I need you to get me more real reviews from real live customers as fast as you possibly can. Because for every one bad review that you have, I have to have five-star reviews to offset that one-star review to equal out to a 4-star review. So for every 1-star they have, you have to know right off the bat, you have to have at least 5-star reviews to offset it to a 4-star review. Now, guys, let me tell you something. Your goal is not 5 stars. Your goal is 4.5 stars. The reason why is if all stars are if all the reviews are all 5 stars and they're all perfect all the time, that looks
You're not
suspicious.
a real business.
Yeah, you're gonna piss somebody off somewhere, and so you're gonna have negative reviews, and that's where the proper response from the business owner. You don't want the business owner, and this is bad. If you're checking this out and the business owner has responded, you knucklehead jerk, we don't like your kind of customers in our store anyways. You don't want to work with that guy. He has no clue what customer service is. And now here's the other part of it. You can actually you might want to investigate. Tread carefully, because it might have been a disgruntled employee that, one of the slackers that said, okay, I'm going to get this guy. And so a disgruntled employee. Now, in the case of a disgruntled employee, if it happens to match the time zone that the business owner does get rid of somebody, and you can match those up, you can file against those and flag them as inappropriate, send the proof to Google, and Google will actually put them under review. Now, let me tell you what happens when it goes in for review. It's at least 6 months. In what I have found, it's at least 6 months before any action is taken. And if they deem that they looked at it and it just looks normal, then they won't do anything about it, and then you have the right to appeal it. And then the process starts all over again. So charge accordingly for doing this stuff. All right, are you ready for the?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. It is FNS Orthodontics.
Oh, I already have it pulled up.
Oh, well, here.
Yeah.
You want the screen? What do we got?
Yeah, you're slow. You're slow.
There, you got the screen.
Oh, here we go.
You're welcome, Natalie. And that was an excellent question. Oh, look at that. All right, guys. You want me to? Do you guys get the idea, or do you want me to go ahead and call? And then I inserted foot and mouth because I mean, I don't really. I'm kind of feared to. I'm kind of feared to talk on the phone, man. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I don't talk very much. I'm kind of a quiet guy.
Call. Do it.
All right, here you go. I'll put it on speakerphone too.
Chicken? No. If there's anything Leslie's not.
All right, we got 2 locations, so let's do this. 717. I'm going to do the top one. Oh, which one did you do? The 141 Wilson?
Let me see. Who did I do? No, 717-417-6263.
Hello, you've reached FNS Orthodontics and Periodontics. Our normal business hours are from 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Tuesday through Thursday. We are also open select Mondays from 7:30 to 4:30, as well as select Saturdays from 8 to 12. If you've called during those business hours, we will return your call as soon as possible. If not, we will return your call on the next business day. If this is an emergency, please feel free to call Dr. Fischel at 717-339-8909. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Dr. Mitchell. My name's Wes Harrison, and this is not an emergency, but I was online, and I noticed that you have a Valpak coupon for the dental implant placements and stuff like that. And to be quite honest with you, I know Valpak is very expensive, and it's kind of a lost leader. And your internet presence, if you go to getlisted.org and you look at your internet presence, you're only at about a 40%. I'm sharing this information with you because I used to be a fellow business owner myself, and I know the importance of advertising, and Valpak just kills me. So I thought I would share with you. You take a look at getlisted.org. It's completely free, and you look at your business presence, and you want to claim those pages. If you have any questions or you want to talk a little bit more, because this is what I do, I specialize in internet marketing, give me a call. Feel free to give me a call. My phone number is 816-520-5791. Again, my name's Wes Harrison, and the reference that I want you to put your business into that I'm talking about, because it's a whole. If you do this, it's a lot better than losing at least $1,000 on Valpak. Is getlisted.org. So check that out, and if you have any questions or you want some more information, feel free to give me a call. Wes Harrison, 816-520-5791. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye. And there you go.
And there's lots of different ways that you could have said, should have said, didn't say, want you to say, or maybe next time. But the point is that you took action, and just making that phone call makes all the difference.
Guys, I promise you, 10 phone calls, somebody's calling you back. Every time. You'd be amazed. And that's all you have to do. There's no fear. And now the first couple, you're going to be kind of shaky and you're going to be like, oh, I don't know. That's okay. That's perfectly, but you just refine it. No big deal. And if somebody answers the phone, that's because they forwarded it at night. And if they're forwarding it at night, see you later, Merrill. Excuse me. See you later, Millard. It was good to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for the very nice compliment, sir. I will get with you next week, and I will let you in on what's going on with all this good stuff. In fact, I'll send you the deal so that way you can keep tabs on me.
Moving forward.
Yeah. If somebody does answer the phone, if a business owner answers the phone after hours, it's because they forward. I used to forward the phones for my business in case somebody had an emergency or something. I used to forward the phones after hours also, so that I could if somebody was stuck, I could help them. And because emergencies, they don't ask price. They want results. And so if a business owner is forwarding the phone at night, it's because he needs customers. He needs the money. He needs the profits. And if you call and he answers the phone and you say, listen, I was looking at your business online and you're losing your wazoo on Valpak, and I just wanted to share some information with you, they are not going to be pissed at you at all. And if they are, next, just hang up. You got a button, hang up. So there, I've showed you cold calling. I've showed you mailing. I've showed you the presentation style where you just take your information, take it just like that's what I would do, is take my screenshots and I'll just go to the doc and I'll drop it off in person to myself. I'll just be right here. Kelly answered Nat's question. Oh, actually, no. You know what, Nat? I don't think I did cover that. Nat's asking, Wes, I'm just getting on here, and maybe you've already covered this, but what services are you providing for the $7,500 as mentioned in Yvette's success story? Oh, guys, I got to tell you Yvette's the last one too.
I want to say this. I don't really I'm going to be the mean person and say it. Until you get a client, I don't want to give pricing, because that's not something you need to get hung up on. Get a client, and then we'll tell you what services to provide for how much.
Howard, yes. And Nat, the other part of it, she's absolutely 100% right. Even if you do the first one free, the experience is invaluable, number one. Number two, that is just to get their reputation cleaned up so that customers will come there to buy the cars. And what I'm talking about is interview them and make sure that they've addressed the issues that got them, do your research, and then clean it up. Because trust me, people don't go where there's bad reviews. And if just by cleaning up the reviews, they will sell 10 more cars in a month. And so you should be compensated accordingly. And now listen closely on this one. Hit them. Say, my normal car dealership package, reputation package to fix this starts off at $7,500. But because it's the holidays and the economy is tough, and you're helping me get my foot in the door, I'm going to make you a package. I'm going to make you a heck of a deal. And that's what I did at Gladstone Dodge. And then when he told me, he said, I will take care of Yahoo, Bing. I'll take care of Yelp. He said, I just need your help with Google if you can do it that fast. And I said, I can do it that fast. He said, hit me. How much you want? I said, well, and I told him they start at $7,500. He only wants one specific service of one thing. I don't have to optimize this place's page. I didn't have to do anything except take it from 2.5 stars to 4.5 stars. And I told him, I said, give me $1,500. He said, I'll give you $500 to start. I'll give you $500 per star. I said, deal, because I can do that in a week. And he said, you're on. Let's see what you can do. And I did. And I would have already had it done, except I didn't get the second check. He's all, man, with the Christmas, I didn't process your check. I'm sorry. And I was like, no problem. I'll hold off until you're ready to go. So I hope that answered your question. All right, John, you're welcome. Excellent. Excellent, sir. Excellent. Guys, I said I was going to try and do the hour-and-a-half mark. I want to tell you the rest of the information. I've given you the tools. I've given you everything that you need. I do have an offer. I'm going to tell you about it. You don't have to, there's no reason to buy this. You don't need this to do anything, but I am opening up coaching in January. It's going to run $97 for the month. I'm going to have a minimum of four webinars that are just like this. And if you guys are interested in it, I will give you the link. You can sign up for it. Now, I'm not closing this down. I am going to take a bathroom break, and then I'll sit here and continue to answer questions. But a lot of people at the 2-hour point, they just got to go. ROM, not necessarily always 4 hours, but however long, until I answer you guys. You've been on so many webinars with me already. You know what I'm like. Once I get going, I just go, because I want to make sure that everybody has their, oh, I can't get it. Kelly, would you put up your slide? Because I can't get this one to work. It's being difficult. Uh-oh, Kelly's gone too.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm muted. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead and take the screen, because the rest of the stuff I'm going to talk about is just...
Do you want me to go through the slide or just show up the main one?
Stuart, no, this is just a real interactive replay. Stuart's asking if this is live. Diane, you got it. I'm working on getting it right now. For whatever reason, I lost my link page. I'm going to put it in the chat box here. And, oh, no, I got it right here. Guys, it's going to take me a little bit to get all the stuff that I have for you guys all put together. I will have it included with the replay on here so that you guys will have that. I will email it out to you guys for those of you that made it, etc., etc. Or no, I'll just make a page. I'll come up with something. I don't know, because I've been so busy gabbing, I don't have everything built for you guys yet. I don't have all the stuff I wanted to give you. All right, let me give you this one. Here we go. I think it's that one. Oh, I thought you put the links on there.
Well, when you click it, it's on there.
Oh, click it. Well, I'm just going to talk now. See, it didn't put it very big. It put a hyperlink on it. Yeah. That's okay.
Here, see? I can just put it in Notepad here really quick. See,
taking action is more important than worrying about perfectionism. Perfect example. In the chat box, I just put the subscription rate. I put a video on there. I'm going to tell you what the video says. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds or something. It says, oh, yeah, you know, Stuart, Kelly, I was going to say guaranteed is wrong. I actually looked it up, but I didn't have the heart to tell you. I forgot about it. But Stuart brought it up.
What? What's
guaranteed. 100% money back guarantee.
Oh,
guys,
yes,
here's the deal. I'm going to open up, and this is what the coaching is all about. It's not just offline. It's about mindset. It's about salesman technique. It's about everything that you want to know. You're going to have the position from me being a business owner. I'm going to help you. Here's the deal. I'm going to open up 100 spots for 100 people at $97 a month, and as long as you keep current on the subscription and everything else, you're going to have access to everything I do. You guys are my core foundation. I will never raise your price. I won't do anything. I'm going to be going into some higher-end coaching and stuff like that. You guys are all going to come with me because you are where I'm building from. Not only am I going to help you with the offline stuff, I'm going to help you with every other aspect of everything that I possibly can. If you ask me questions about anything that I do not know, I will say the words, I do not know. And I will try, I will try to help you as best I can. I mean, that's all I really can do. Are you stuck?
No, I'm doing something else. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm going to show green. I have some other things, so I'm going to go blue screen for a minute on you. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Somebody likes your, Jim likes your
Am I
tattoo.
stuck? Oh, thank you. Did I lose you or did you lose me?
No.
Okay.
Okay, Steve's asking about, and I did touch on this. Steve, Google's changed the rules. You can have up to 10 reviews a day. Now, let me tell you what the Google guy specifically told me. He said, depending on what kind of business it is, there are some exceptions to the rule. For example, restaurants will be allowed more. If you have a car dealership, for example, or a business, an automotive repair shop, if you get 10 reviews a day consistently, that's going to set off a red flag. But you could do 2 or 3 or 4. He said don't go over 6. He said, but Google has actually told him that they could go up to 10 a day, depending on what kind of a business it is. If you go over 6, you'll probably trip the Google review red flag alert. So, but Google has changed it coming from the same IP, number one. Number two, VPN. You want to use a VPN. A VPN is a virtual private network, like hidemyass.com. It's $9 a month. So that way you're even taking double protection to be able to help the business owner out. Charge for that. That is secret information. They don't know about this. You can sit down at their place of business and you can type all this stuff in, or you could collect the reviews. You could go home and you could do it through VPN. And VPN has selective cities, so you pick a city right where the business is located anyways, and you just enter them in. And that's how you take care of that one. Now, to create all the Google accounts, you can get Google accounts created for you through Fiverr. You get like 15 accounts for $5. Just charge the business for it. That way you don't have to specifically make, I mean, it takes time to make all the Google accounts and get them all verified. By the time you get, you'll spend a half hour to 45 minutes by the time you get done putting in the review and going through the whole process of everything, and you'll get it down to where you're good at it, and you can do it in about 20 minutes. Or you could buy pre-verified accounts strictly for the business. You can enter in the reviews, but you just type in the username, password, boom, boom. Now, if they have reviews on City Search, Insider Pages, and all that need attention also, this is extra. But using your Google account, you've already got it in. Just don't log out of your Google account. Go over to City Search, go over to Yelp, go over to Hot Frog, go over to Judy's Book, go over to Angie's List, go over to Yelp and Merchant Circle and all of them, and you cover them all. Everybody's helping you spell guarantee. G-U-A-R-A-N-T.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was fixing something else too.
Yeah, they're watching.
Are they? I should be blue screened. Why am I not blue screened?
We see your Dropbox and your whatchamacallit. You're not in clean. Show my screen clean.
Yeah, I am. Can you still see my screen?
Uh-huh.
I'm in screen.
Oh, screen. Oh. Show your screen clean only takes off the desktop.
Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha.
That's all. It just makes it blue. You don't have dual monitors like I do.
That's right.
But that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. All right, now let's go back to. Yeah, Jim. I am not only do I want to give you a copy of the mind map. I've got some other stuff that and you know what? Bear with me for just a second because I want to put this package in here for everybody that's here. So that way you guys will have it. And you know what I might do? Let me get your guys' opinion. Because with what I want to give you guys, if I do another webinar tomorrow, will you guys stop in and pick up the package? Okay, because I want to give you a bunch, but I won't know how to get it all to you. Now, anybody that's already in the coaching that's locked in their spots, I didn't finish talking about that. Guys, 100 people, $97 a month. We get 100 people. That's it. It's done. history. I don't know. I'm going to ask you guys what time you guys want it. Dan, email you. Hey, here's the other way to do it. Email me if you guys can't stop in tomorrow and you need the package and the webinar link. Email me at info.
Didn't you drop the webinar link, the sign-up link in the chat box?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I got tools for them that I'm going to give them the car cache one that's already done. But I want to give them more than what's in that one, and because it blue screened, I lost everything that I was working on, and so I haven't. And I've been gabbing so much, I haven't had time to rebuild it. All right, guys. Info at Offline Barrier Breaker. Dave, email me at offline info at Offline Barrier Breaker, and I'll get you the YouTube address. I'll get you everything.
That still just looks funny. Is that right now? It just looks funny to me.
Nat, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, well, Nat, it depends on which one that you got and all that stuff. Email me. I'm going to, the coaching program runs $97 a month, and it runs from the 1st to the 1st. If, depending on when you join me in December, almost all of December's is to an end, with the exception of the people that bought to the really expensive coaching way back when. They are automatically included. The other two programs, the 97 and the 197, I'm working with you guys, and the deal is on that, I've given you all the information that you need. And by the way, guys, this same thing for you guys too. Email me if you don't have the money right this second. Email me if you'll take. I'm giving you the tools to do this. You can pay me later. I don't care. I want some type of a commitment. That's all I'm after, because I'll give you everything that you need to go and get money by the end of this week. You can have it, and I will give you the extra support. This whole webinar is everything that you need to go and make money right now. Anyways, it's easy. The Val Pack, the phone book, the FedEx, everything that I've told you, the billboards, the newspaper ads, any of that stuff with Get Listed. If you guys print off the Get Listed, look at the reviews, and then target the businesses that are paying money, in a nutshell, that's all you need. And then also remember, when you're talking to the business owners, hit the 3 pain points. I can save you time, I can increase your profits, and I'm going to bring you a whole bunch of more customers. And not only that, I'm going to do it so that I'm going to do it in a way that it's going to save you money and you're not going to be bleeding dry all the time. And business owners love to hear that. Guys, I'm going to give you a trick, by the way, for everybody that's still here. All right, I'm going to get back on the roll. For everybody that's still here, if you, during your conversation with any business owner that you're trying to help sell or that you want to persuade into seeing your way of things, remove the word I from your entire conversation. Now, the first time you do this, it's going to be tough. And you're like, but just take I out. Restructure your entire conversation so that the word I does not exist. Make it all about them. It's always all about them to begin with. Everything is about them. You want to make sure that they understand that you are not there to serve yourself. You're there to help them. And that's why you want to print off the Get Listed. That's why you want to look at the reviews. And the best thing about the Get Listed is it gives you the list of the bad reviews right there. Print them off, circles and arrows. Now, oh, I forgot to tell you about the email part of this part. All right, you've got all that. Yeah, what type? Kelly's going through a slideshow. This is stuff. This is good stuff that she's got right here. Are their listings claimed? What kind of reviews do they have? Do they pay for the ads and the coupons? Valpak, Groupon, Social Living, Granny Coupons, Thrifty Nickel, newspaper, billboards, any phone book, any type of advertisements whatsoever. How many services do they need help with? Talk to them. Talk to them. Find out. And the place to start is Google. That is the machine that you have to feed. You definitely have to start with Google. There's just no getting around that one. Is there another slide?
Yeah, I can't remember what else on this one. I like that. That's why I brought it up. But I go through those. I think this is just kind of a way to keep things included.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, not on this one anyway.
James, just send me an email saying last night's webinar package. That's all. And I'm just, oh, that's That's what I was doing. Let me pull up Cloudberry. You know what? I've got one put together. It just doesn't have all the stuff in there that I wanted in there. It's got most of it. It's got the mind map. It's got resources. It's got all kinds of stuff in there. Let me find it real fast.
Ken, are you in reference, is all of this that we're going over part of the coaching package? Is that what you mean?
No, the coaching package is that picture we were looking at earlier. This and all of that.
Yes, this and all of that.
Here we go.
Thanks, Frank.
Let me do this one. I'm going to change screens.
Which chart do you want back? You want the green and black one?
Nah, I did the marketing services.
Okay.
Guys, as far as the coaching program goes, I will go over whatever it is that you want to go over.
Whatever you need help with.
Businesses need, we didn't even touch. Here, are you guys ready to melt? Here we go. Businesses, did you know that it is a lot easier to market to an existing customer than it is to get a new customer in the door? Business owners have no idea how email marketing campaigns work. None whatsoever. They don't know how to follow up. We can go over how to do this and how to do it properly, how to set one up. I can teach you how to talk to the business owner so that it makes sense. You've got to have, they need an email marketing campaign to be able to follow up with their existing customers. Here's the whole Google. Walk you through how to claim the Google Places page. Did you know Google has free mobile web 2.0 coupons that they will distribute for you for free that you can also keyword stuff without getting in trouble? There's a way to properly claim the Google Places page and do press releases and citations and everything that's here. Then SEO, SEM. You've heard me touch on, business owners Yellow Page don't even have the title tags and the meta tags right. And keyword research. Did you know, and this is an example on keyword research, you would think when somebody needs a tune-up on their car that they would type in the words tune-up. But they don't. They type in spark plug. And that's where, oh, sorry. Huh? It kicked me off.
Is it back to me?
No. It says I'm presenter, but it's not showing the screen. So let me turn my screen off.
Yeah, I just see. Okay.
Screen. And it's not. Do you have Tashi's marketing map?
I do not.
Because it's not. Well, let's go back to you, and then we'll come back over to me.
Okay.
There you go. It's back to you. Oh, you know what? It might be the deal here. Let me try it again. Change it back over to me. There we go.
While you're doing that, they do have a question as
there we go.
to.
There's all the different stuff.
You got it.
So this would all be covered. This would all be covered in the coaching program, because every week we're going to cover something, and all these things with all these different questions. Guys, I wish that you could see what everybody else that's already in the coaching program has to say. Like Frank, the support is just awesome. And then when everybody else is, Dan, close, yes, because of the carries, because you got two packages in one, and that's why it was $197. But Carrie is going to continue on with the other side of it, and I'm going to continue on this side of it. But this portion of the coaching program, December's coming to a close. Now, with that being said, anybody who's in the $197 coaching program, if you need time, you need help, I'm here. It's not, you don't have to sign up tonight. You guys are already existing customers and all that stuff. I'm working with you. The doors are open for 100 new people paying. That's what I'm counting. I want to be real clear on all of that stuff. So, and if you guys need help with time, send community. Ken, by the way, Ken, I need your email address. I sent you well, you're here, so I know you had to get it. So, but I need you to add me to Skype too. And then I'm not sure what Jack's saying. Jack says, I don't know if this will help anyone. I met with a roofer last week. He said that he had not met a salesperson who didn't have a laptop. I told him that I was not there to sell him. I was there to find out how I can help him. I mentioned that if he walked into the doctor to see a doctor who gave him a prescription without an examination, he'd consider him a quack. He was very responsive and kept talking to me for about 90 minutes. Jack, that's, you guys, #1 sales secret, build rapport. You got to build rapport. That's the biggest thing of all is the rapport. People buy products from people that they like. And that is the biggest sales marketing point of all. I'm trying to find this package for you guys. Bear with me. I'm almost there. This question thing's in my way. As you guys look at this mind map, see if there's questions. Ask me some questions on there. I'll cover them. I told you I was going to hang around and answer questions. Give me just a second to find this thing here. Whoops.
Zod'll see something.
Yeah, she's getting crazy. Little brat. There it is. Here it is. All right. Let me make sure that this is the right one. Here we go. Here's this one. All right, guys. Here you go. I got it. I found it. Here you go. Grab this. Grab that one. That's the Christmas cash. That gives you the mind map that we're looking at tonight. Then you guys will want this one too. And actually, this actually will give you, this actually gives you more than what I was actually going to put in there. So now you got everything that you need to go hit the car dealers and everybody. And now, is John here? John, let's see if John's here. I want to see if John's here because I'm going to ask him for a favor. John, where's John?
We have a couple of members here that are saying they'll be more than happy to be a testimonial for your coaching program.
Hey, John.
How?
There we go. Hey, yeah, but you know what? I've got so many. There's John P. If you would, sir, I have a question for you. Would you consider sharing your label with the community that is here? There's about 144 of us, but I don't want to give it out unless you say it's okay. And my question box is gone again.
I have it up.
There we go. I got it. See if John's paying attention.
He said must be another John.
Yeah, it's John P. Yeah, he's there.
John Paul.
Yeah. John, didn't you make you made the FedEx, right? Yeah. Do you want to, here's a shameless plug for John. And as a matter of fact, all right, I'm going to quit talking in code because this man is an amazing SEO. He dominates all of Seattle. This is the kind of community that's inside the membership area. John Palma, he is an amazing SEO expert. He put together a package that you guys can get access to. It's not part of this webinar, but I'm just going to give you an idea of some of the minds that are at work in here. John Palma put together this SEO package. He's also the one that came up with the FedEx label idea. And he's like, Wes, what do you think of this idea? And I was like, dude, that's brilliant. Wait till you, and he just gave me permission to go ahead and share this with you guys. You guys are going to love this. It's just phenomenal. I was like,
this kind of stuff happens all the time within our
daily.
Skype group too. Somebody is always coming up with new stuff, and when you're in our Skype group and you're part of this joint support community that we have going, I mean, just brilliant stuff like this comes up all of the time. People will be talking, and all of a sudden these light bulbs start going off. It looks like Christmas.
It does.
It's really neat.
Let me find it here. I want to show them that somebody wrote an excellent BNI speech. I'll remain nameless. But then I forgot who it was, took what I wrote and made it so much better.
Ruben?
I know where it is. And then Dan wrote a phone script that just rocks. Suggested phone script. I'll be in your area next Thursday and wanted to sit down for a quick chat to discuss if you'd be open to the idea of having us refer a lot of new business to your company. This was an idea that just got explored last night. Joseph put together a thing where he finds people looking for services on Facebook and then how to connect it with business owners that offer the services that they're looking for. And it was just a 2.5 hour. It was just awesome. All right, guys, take a look at this FedEx label that John made. You take this label, and here's the script that goes with it. John, I can share the whole thing, right? I just want to make sure because I'm going to give him the link. Okay, John says I can give you this whole thing. So you guys are going to get the label that goes on the FedEx envelope and the script that he uses for when he sends it off. And if you look, it's $1.48 to get a FedEx envelope mailed out to these businesses. Now, who are we targeting? We're targeting the customers that have we're targeting the businesses that have high customer value, the customers that are worth the money of going to the effort to do all this. Guys, I'm going to put this link in the chat box right now. And when you print this off, it's going to be coming as a PDF. When you print this off, it's actual size. So it'll work perfectly. Now, John also put together a wireframe SEO that if you have questions about SEO or you're not sure what the SEO is and how it works and what it does and all that stuff, he put together a little manual, a phenomenal little manual that just explains everything. And I mean, it's just brilliant. Last night, Friday was Joseph's thing. There, it's in the chat box now, guys. Make sure that you get I forgot to put FedEx label. That's the FedEx. What is going on with this thing?
We are having all kinds of technical difficulties.
Man, I'm telling you. There you go. There's your FedEx label. Tashi put together a presentation, and oh my, that was awesome too. I'll just give you a quick look at this one. Google Places, Carl's presentation. Carl's presentation will be up here. Watch this, guy. This is what Carl uses when he goes to the car dealers. You guys will get a kick out of this one. And he's in the group. This is what they get when they open up the envelope. He created this PNG file, put it all together. Now he's not with us tonight, so I can't ask him if I can share this one because this is his. But he shared it with the group that was in. So there's the screenshots. That's what it looks like when it's all put together. There's the get listed. Not claimed, 35%. Now, he actually is in process of working with this company. No, he said he was going to go there Tuesday. So he said, please don't take my customer. And then he grabbed on Yelp. That's where the bad reviews are. I told you that Apple uses Yelp for reviews. So don't forget about looking at Yelp. Because if you do a search on the new phones, the iPhones, they get their reviews from Yelp. So that's important.
He included everything you told him to do.
Yeah. And that's his proposal. Now, I want to show you the other side of the spectrum on proposals. Let me get Tashi's. I don't know where I have Tashi's. By the way, guys, you see all these links? This is the stuff that we did just last week. This is what we went over. And where is I thought Tashi's is right here. No, that's not it. It's here somewhere. Oh, I know where it is.
If you guys only knew the half of what was on Leslie's computer.
Yeah, I just got one or two, don't I?
Yeah.
There we go. Let's go there. Let's go here.
Elizabeth says it's the German one.
It is German. All right, here we go. This is just some of the overwhelming stuff that, I mean, this was from Saturday. This was last night's Joseph's cultivating the clients. So Joseph was last night. Tashi was on Friday. Different Craigslist ads and different stuff. There we go. No, that's Joseph's. Where's Tashi's? Oh, I went to the wrong one.
The webinars, Wayne, tentatively we are, for the Coaching West, what did we say, 7 o'clock? We are,
This is the Fortune 500 proposal that if you were going to submit to the board of directors or the clients or whatever. Now, guys, it's not the words. Tashi wrote it in German. He asked me if we should translate it to English, and I said absolutely not, because it's not the words, it's the structure. But look at how good this proposal looks. He did the whole mind map, has it all together with all the various services. He has it all put together as to what he does, how he does it, what can be addressed. And he put the page sideways inside the presentation. And he has the whole course on how to do all this stuff. And he goes through it. Now, he submitted this to the lawyers. There's a board of 12 lawyers. And he did his presentation for the group Friday night. And it was absolutely phenomenal. Now, I don't have his permission to share this with you tonight, but I mean, this is the stuff that just goes on all week long. And it's just phenomenal. So if you secure a spot, you're in. Does this not look good? By the way, he is fairly sure that they are absolutely going to hire him for at least, at the very minimum, he said the website. He said he'll find out. They're talking about February because the board, the chief guy, and this is how he does his packages. He has minimal, standard, and then premium. Good, better, best. He doesn't give them a yes or a no. He says, do you want this one, or this one? Now, Tatiana said that she thinks two are better than one because if a woman goes into a shoe store and she's presented 3 sets of shoes, she won't buy any. But if she presented 2 sets, she'll buy one or the other. I hope she doesn't get mad at me. But when I said I like the 3 options because you're saying, well, which one's going to suit you best? If we get the minimal, that starts the exposure. But you know, good coverage, you probably want this one because it'll show if you do 3, odds are they always pick the middle one or the top one. Very, very rarely do they ever get the little one, the bottom one. But more importantly, the lesson is that you're not allowing them a yes or a no answer. You're giving an option, good, better, or best.
now that goes contrary to all of my training.
And then notes. Yeah, and on this, just so that you guys know, I mean, I can't share this exact one, but you got an idea. Now, Tashi said it took him a week and a half to research out how to put together a professional portfolio. And this is what he came up with, and he submitted it, and it just rocks. So I just wanted to show you guys the 2 different, I mean, talk about night and day. Now, I like Carl's because it's, I mean, when you open that thing up, it's like, pow, 4 bad reviews, bad cut, and then he's got all the screen captures. He's got everything right there. I mean, I love it. I like that one. So, needless to say, I like that one. I like it. I don't know. What do you guys say? 2 different markets, 2 different everything is the whole point of it. So, Wayne, yes, Sundays at 7. The official webinar so far by Group Collective will be Sundays at 7 o'clock, excluding tonight. During the next week, guys, if you guys buy into the subscription and you get in here, number 1, if you get in there and then you decide, well, Wes, you just, you know, it's not working for me, guys, I don't want your money. I want the 100 spots of people that are taking action. If it's not a good fit, or if it's not, I will tell you right now, I do not like SMS. Don't ask me about SMS campaigns or to help you put one together, because I had a very bad experience with my auto repair shop, number one. And number two, I personally do not care for being marketed to on my cell phone. That's my phone. I don't want coupons. I don't want. Now, on the same token, in the same breath, I will tell you that when Hooters sends me a 2-for-1 burger coupon, that's kind of cool. But I also tell them stop, because I don't want it on my phone. So it works great for restaurants. So, but I will share this information with you, and I have. Now, you go to my website. I've got a mobile website. And I will tell you, the number one thing on a mobile website is make sure you put your button at the top for click to call. But I don't capture their mobile information, because I don't want to be marketed to on my cell phone. So I don't go down that path. I would much rather go to a car dealership and fix their reviews and get $7,500 than I would go mess with a restaurant, put in this whole SMS campaign and monitor it and all that other stuff for $500. I don't want to mess with it. So, and that's, I mean, I'm just sharing with you what I'm going to say. So now these two different proposals for two completely different effects depending on who you're dealing with. So does that, I mean, and it goes, all this stuff, by the way, guys, this stuff just goes on and on and on. The Groupon video, I made a Groupon video of how to do what we did with Get Listed and how to track the leads with Groupon, how to do it for, the images. Kelly walked through all her she's got how to do she loves Google Places, and that's what she likes to do. Stephanie, yes, I am going to make the replay available. It probably won't be done for a while. And there's John Palma's SEO wireframe that he put together for us. I mean, all this stuff, guys. If you get in here, this is where I want you to look at. All I want you to do is look at this stuff, and right here on Monday, on the Monday Cash, I walk you through exactly what I'm walking you through tonight, but I want you to look at all the different stuff that's in here. Don't get overwhelmed with it. Just click on it and see. This is where we're starting from. When I said that for the past 3 weeks, we've been taking all this stuff, condensing it down to the stuff that works, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Here's all the webinars for all last week and the week before. Here's all last week. And then this is all the week before. They're all there. These are all the FedEx alternative envelopes. Let me show you. For anybody that has a hang up with the using the FedEx envelopes, here is the alternative.
Wesley, can you drop this off the site coaching sign up again into the thing? It got lost.
Yep, no problem.
And I forgot all about my Google Places cheat sheets. Thanks, Frank.
No problem.
I forgot all about it.
It is, and what I do with it. I don't know what I do with it. Oh, I don't know what I did with it. I
can pull it up.
But I don't know why I didn't.
I got it. I'll get it.
Guys, here's the deal on this one. You guys will like this one. 80 pages. Come on.
There you go, guys. The sign-up info is in the chat box now.
Oh, my chat box is being screwy because it didn't update. Oh, I see why. There you go. All right, and now I'm going to put this one up here too. Here we go, guys. Oh, that ain't the right one. Oh, what a pain in the butt. When it blue screened, I lost everything. I apologize, guys. Oh, thank you, James.
Well, it should be right there. I don't know why
Yeah,
it's
he
not.
gave it to me. I'm gonna put it big. I'm gonna put it on Word and put it big.
Oh, I thought, okay, I could have done that for you.
There we go. Should have used the link shortener. Oh well, I didn't. It just is what it is. Elite Coaching, subscribe now. OfflineBarrierBreaker.com/Elite Coaching, subscribe now. There we go. All right, now back to where I was. Hey guys, can I run to the little boys' room? Can I have like 3 minutes, please? Oh, John, Diane, I didn't give you the FedEx. I thought I gave you the FedEx. John said I could share the FedEx with you guys. Hold on a second. I thought I dropped the FedEx in there. Okay, I'll grab it.
Dan says no, hold it. Dan, thank you very much. Oh, let's see. Oh, Tim. Tim says, gotta go. Thank you, Tim, very much. I don't know much about the FedEx label. I haven't done it yet, so Wesley will have to answer those questions. I'm so sorry I don't have the answer to those. I have a online reputation PowerPoint that I made, if anybody wants to see that while we're killing time. Okay, let's see here.
I feel
Oh wow, he's back.
Oh man.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Kelly made this one. Hey, while you're doing that, I'm gonna put this package together. That way, it's just done.
Okay, sure.
All right, I'm gonna take all the links, guys. I'm gonna dig through this, so I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna dig through this, and I'm gonna put all these links to all the stuff that I want to give you guys. So bear with me for a minute. Kelly, what was I thinking? I just thought of one. Oh. Share with them your experience with Craigslist, and if it's okay with you, I'll put that Craigslist ad, that one in the deal. Or do you want to save that for later?
I can do either or. I don't know.
Were you going to talk about this one?
I was just going to show this PowerPoint here that at some point I hope it's to give to the group if they want it, and they can they can change it to however they want.
Okay. You'll have to drop it in Dropbox to get it to me.
Yeah, you'll have to get it all taken care of. But Craigslist, the backstory to Craigslist is whenever I first started doing this with Wesley, he wanted me to do a whole bunch of the in-between stuff that I really, really, really don't like. I really enjoy doing Google Places page, Hot Frog, Yelp, and claiming all of those. So I decided to run a Craigslist ad because I really needed money really bad, and I didn't want to get myself tied up in doing all the other stuff, and Wesley could hire somebody else. So I posted a Craigslist ad. Yes, I did only post it in Kansas City only, and I just posted a simple little quick, I will claim your listings on Google on the top 5 search engines, I think is what it said, for $150, and then I put the get listed link. If you want to know where your business is at, go to this site, and then down at the bottom I put my name, I put my phone number, and then I put for references, and then I put the 3 other places that I had done the claiming page for, and I think I posted it that night, and the next morning by 7:45, I had gotten a phone call. I had gotten like 15 different phone calls, and unfortunately it wasn't for anything that I wanted to do, but it worked, and I got people calling me, and I had posted it under resumes because, which is what Paul's asking, what section did you place your Craigslist ad in? I posted it in resumes because business owners look in resumes, and typically not a whole lot of people other than business owners post them in resumes. If they're looking to hire an employee, why can't that employee be me? At which point, just getting them on the phone, getting them to call me, then at that point I was able to upsell them, because when you claim your Google Places page, of course you have 10 photos that you have to do and 5 videos that they have, all of that sort of stuff. So that was my way of upselling, but again, it generated calls. I didn't get anybody biting for what I actually wanted to, and there's been a couple of people who have refined that search, but up at this point they're getting calls, but it's not bringing in what they want it to bring in. Mike says, would you charge them more or change the ad to anything differently? I have kind of moved, maybe, I haven't really given it much thought. I'm not a big Craigslist person, but we have quite a bit of people who are. That's not my real, Jeff, Jeff is making fun of my phone number that I have here. Yes, because I forgot the 0, Jeff. 150 is too little, but all I wanted to do, that was just to claim the listing. So like somebody had said earlier that they were looking on the Yellow Pages ad, and they said, to get a listing it's this much money. It wasn't the $3,000 that Wesley was doing. That's kind of what I was trying to replicate, is I just wanted to get them to call me, because once people were able to call me, then I was able to establish a rapport. 9 times out of 10, once I get somebody on the phone and I'm able to talk to them, I can generally sell them just about anything that I want to provide for them. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
No, because I don't like SEO. SEO is like pulling teeth for me, Jack. And at that point, I was still very, very green. And I'm still, I mean, there's lots to learn. But I was very, very green, and I just kind of threw it out there. And the one thing that really caught is it got people calling. And that's the big thing, is that people were calling me. And now that we have this Skype group and we have all of these people going from here, what kind of calls? I was getting calls about, can you do websites? Can you help me interchange links? And all kinds of, a lot of stuff to do with websites, a lot of websites and mobile, it was more advanced than what I was wanting to do or even knew at that time. And Mike, to answer your question, I did not get but maybe one high-end person, and I actually didn't get them called back in time. We played phone tag, and I just let it be. So see, Jack says I can do websites, and see, at this time we didn't have this Skype group completely together. So now, if I were to do a Craigslist ad and anybody else, of course we have this huge market and this huge network of people that we can outsource to. So that's kind of how Craigslist came about. So let's see here. Did everybody? Sorry, I'm just trying to. And oh, for those of you guys who never go to webinars on, Wesley and I turn our Skype off. For whatever reason, it really messes with GoToWebinar and our computers. I don't know what it is. So if you guys do send something to us via Skype during the webinars, we generally don't get them until afterwards.
All right, I found John's thing here, and now I can't find it.
So anyway, that was my Craigslist, and then this was my PowerPoint that I made online for you guys in the group for coaching group. I just thought it might be a good starter, kind of give you guys a little bit of, this would be good to give at a presentation if you're with somebody. It'll kind of help jog your memory in case you do forget something. So, alright Wesley, where else are we going now? This is my favorite slide of all. This is my favorite one.
I'm looking for the, I'm looking for my FedEx. I don't know where I put the Fed. Oh, how about right here? But I don't know what I did with his. There it is. Okay, I don't know what I did with his thing. All right, wireframe, got that. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. I don't know what I did with his letter. I can't find the letter now. I found the label, but I can't find the letter. I do not know what I did with it, so. Alright, I'll just do it this way. That way they can have it.
Evelyn, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Guys, I am going to give you a thing for where it's going to jog your memory. I need a paying client. It's going to jog your memory about all the different various people that you run into on a daily basis. And there we go. Copy. And it will. And I'm also going to talk about the 6 magic questions. So, and then this will fix you up. I need a paying client. Here we go. You guys will like this one.
For those of you who want the presentation, if you will just email me at info@offlinebarrierbreaker.com and just put online rep PowerPoint in the subject line, then I can have Wesley. I didn't upload this for Wesley. It's not made into a link or anything. So I will just upload the PowerPoint as it is. That way you guys can add your own name into it and your own phone number, etc., etc. John Palma, thank you very much.
FedEx envelope. There we go. Copy. Copy. There we go. All right. Now I got you guys fixed up. All right. Oh, I gave you guys already got that. I got you the after hours Valpak script that's real close to what I just did on the phone, except the copywriter went through it and fixed it. And I'm going to give you the FedEx label. And then I gave you, I need a paying client, which is going to help you jog your memory as far as where to get other stuff. Then there's a bunch, but you know, if I give you too much, you're going to get overwhelmed. So I want to start off right, because this is what's going to generate your, this is actually what will generate your money for going to, and let me give you this one here. This will generate leads for making some coinage. Copy, and then we're going to go the cash mind map, and then I need to give you the extra Christmas cash. Paste, and then we're going to go easy X cash. So let's go there. There we go. There we go. Wrapping it up. I've got it. I'm almost back with you guys. Copy. Xmas cash fast. I'll go here. I'll go here. I'll go paste. There we go. All right. Now save. And we'll go file save. Save.
Diane, the link will be over in the actual chat portion.
Yep. I'm doing it to Notepad right now. Links for you guys. Text, and then we'll go. It's gonna come on Notepad. There we go. Now put this one here. This one here. You guys can just download it. I want to make sure everybody gets it. Yep. There we go. Pow. Links. Web. There we go. Copy. Here you go. Links to all the stuff. All right, guys. I'm putting it in there now. I called it links to all the stuff. Paste. Send. There you go. Make sure you get that. Open it up. You should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links. And then we're going to go over some more stuff that is really going to help you guys. Do you have the magic 6 questions? You can leave it on the screen. I just want to talk about the magic 6 questions. Is everybody okay time-wise? Are we doing all right on time? Is there any special questions? Anything I need to address here real quick? Are you guys ready to go for, now I got my second win, you ready to go for round 2? Awesome. Thank you, Charlie. Awesome.
Steve says I'm in the UK. Who needs sleep?
All right. All right, guys. Mindset. First, I briefly touched on when you're talking to the business owners, you've got to remember there are 3 pain points. Time, they have no time. Profits, they have no profits, and they're under the impression that they always need more customers. Now, guys, let me think about it. I want you to think about this. If you have 100 customers and they're all giving you $1 a piece and you're only making a penny per customer, you're only making $1, yet you have to deal with 100 people. Or if you have one customer that gives you $110 and whatever it is that you're doing for the 110 costs you $10, you got one customer and you made $100. It's easier to deal with less customers at a higher profit margin than it is to deal with more customers. But for some reason, business owners always equate more customers to higher profits. It's not necessarily always that way. If you can target a higher class clientele, a higher per profit per customer type of customer, the profits automatically increase, time savings increase because it takes time to deal with 100 people. It takes a lot more time to deal with 100 people than it does one person. So if you get these things in your mind about how you can help the business owner and convincing them that getting a higher return on investment per customer and actually dropping the customer, firing the bad customers, the customers that don't fit. You guys heard me say it earlier. You know, if you sign up and it's not a good fit, I don't want your money and it's not a good fit. I would rather you go explore somewhere else and see what you need to see and explore and do. Because it costs too much time to try and worry about your $97 when there's 1,500 other people that I can help that want to hear and want to contribute and want to do. See what I'm talking about? You get in the right frame of mind. You don't want the lower end customers. Huh?
I said you're the same way with your employees.
Yep.
To open the door to the free enterprise world.
Oh yeah. Yeah, one of my favorite sayings, guys, if anybody's in business and they have employees, sometimes as a business owner, I used to say this to my employees that would come in and tell me how it is because I didn't understand what they would come in and they go, dude, I made you $200 on that car because I saw how much the bill was. And all we put on it was a hose that cost $8 at Napa. And, you know, so I get half. And I'm like, really? Okay. I understand that. So when did we go into a partnership? And they'll be like, well, you know, you're just making way too much money. I'm like, all right, so you want half? And they'd be like, yeah. I'm like, all right, you got it. I would turn around in my filing cabinet and I would grab the building lease, which is $5,000. I would grab the insurance payment, which is $500 and some dollars. I'd give them the phone bill, the electric bill, the water bill, and I'd say, as soon as you pay me your half, I will gladly split the $178 or whatever it is that's left over there. Oh, wait, we got to take your employee. Wait, you probably want to get paid for that job too, right? So does that, which half does that come out of, yours or mine? Well, I did the work, and I'm like, yep, okay, here you go. So you give me, I've already paid. In business, it works. You pay in advance to have the privilege of being able to use the building for the next 30 days. So I've already paid for all this stuff. So you owe me half of the building payment, half of the insurance, half of the phone bill, half the like. Anyways, so then when they get really, really pissed, I use these words, and I quote, sometimes as a business owner, it's my obligation to show you the door back into the free enterprise system. And they're usually going, what? We'll figure it out. You're a businessman. You went into partnership with me, and I'm just telling you, you know, I need to show you the door back into the free enterprise system. And, oh, do you fire me? No, I didn't say that. I'm showing you the door to opportunity, son. You have it so figured out. I don't want to waste your time. I'm holding you back, man. And I can't sleep at night holding somebody with that much, you know, everything you got going on.
That potential.
Yeah, you need
that
to get
opportunity.
out there. You got to go do this. So anyways, employees, I tell you what, that is why it's not that I don't love auto repair, because I do. And it's not that I don't love dealing with the customers and people, because I don't know if you can tell. Am I not passionate about this? I love this stuff. This is great, interacting with you guys because you guys want to learn. I love this. What I don't love is I don't love employees. Oh, and I can't figure. I give them the world, and they'd be like, "Well, you owe me half." I'm like, "Okay, well." Anyways, all right. Now, when you're talking, that's a whole nother subject. So back to the magic 6 questions, guys. Mindset. If you can relate to the owner in a way that he can convey to the owner in a way that he can understand. Now he knows he wants those. I mean, what business owner doesn't want more higher profited ticket customers? Well, if they're spending money on coupons and Groupons, they're attracting coupon clippers. Wrong kind of customer. That's like hanging a big sign up at the laundromat saying, "Would you like to buy a car?" Wrong crowd. They don't have enough money for a washer and dryer. Why in the heck do you want to sell them a car? It doesn't compute. It's the wrong customer. You want the customer that is dropping off the Benz or the Beamer or something like that. You know, "Hey, would you like to pick up a nice little Nissan? Here you go. You know, is your backup car?" What? Because that's a quality customer. You go, all right. So when you're talking to them and you convey this message, it's easier to sell to a customer that is a repeat customer than it is to get a new customer in the door. So they will go on to tell you, "Yeah, but I don't know how to go about doing all this." So that opens the door for the magic 6 questions. I included it in your package, and I want to go over the magic 6 questions. And kind of like Tasha's presentation, it's not the language, it's the structure. So listen up. Mike, was everybody else able to get the download for the notepad with everything? It wouldn't work, Wayne? Okay. Here, I'll tell you what. I will pause for 1 second because now that I know where it is and I'm logged in, let's just do this. Let's take this one here. Let me find my note. Here we go. Here we go. Links. Let's go. Media. Bear with me just a second.
My audio is cutting in and out, so excuse me.
Okay.
Martin says it didn't work on Internet Explorer, but okay in Chrome.
Here you go, guys. Try it on that. I uploaded it to the website. Okay. Now, magic 6 questions. When you get to that point, there you go. Good deal. When you get to that point, now on those downloads, I have all those up at Amazon, and so if you have other problems with the other ones, then let me know and we'll figure it out. It's simple stuff. Just email any issues, any problems, whatever. info@Offline Barrier Breaker. If you're getting in late, if you need payment arrangements, if you want in and say, "Wes, give me a spot, I will do whatever it takes. I want in the club." That's what I'm looking for more than I am the $97, guys. Honest engine. It's not the money. And everybody here that's in my club, they've heard me say this a gazillion times. I'm not after the money. I'm after the action, because I know if you'll take action within a week, you will have money. I will help you overcome whatever roadblocks I can to the absolute best of my ability. Hey, Joseph, how are you doing, sir? Yes, sir. Joe's asking if we have the link for his Saturday webinar. And yes, we do. Guys,
You want me to go track it down?
No, I got it right here. I'm on this page, and then I want to get back to my magic 6 questions. See, I wish man, I am so sorry, you guys. I feel so unprepared. When it blue screened, I was like, oh. You can ask Kelly. I was like, Kelly, give me a half hour, and I'll try and keep building this while you're doing that.
Yeah, we both
tried.
blue screened at the same time, actually. We both
I
went to
apologize,
restart our computers together.
Technology, man, technology. Joseph, key to Saturday is right here, sir. Oh, where did he go? There he is. I sent you, check your Skype too, by the way, sir. I sent you the link to be able to get all the other stuff. In fact, I sent you the link to this, I believe. But there you go. All right. Mindset stuff. Guys, listen to the laws. It was very nice having you. Yes, sir. Email me info at Offline Barrier Breaker, and I will get the copy to you. Mindset. Back to the business owners. When you're talking to the business owner and you show them that they have the SEO marketing team and that they have this and they have that, and then you're showing them they have no coverage. As you're talking to them and you're interviewing them, ask these questions. Tell me about your situation. What is it that you're trying to accomplish? And then zip it. Listen to what they're telling you. And they'll say, man, I tried the Yellow Pages. You know, they were charging me $2,500 a month. And I thought, you know, the half-page ad would bring me more customers. And just listen to them roll on about whatever it is. And then ask them, well,
back presenter before I close down, shuts everybody out.
Yeah. If it'll go back to presenter for me. There's that one. And there's that one. There we go. Okay. So when you're talking to them, they say, man, I'm spending all that. So then I went and I tried this Valpak thing. The guy came in and he says, you know, it's $300 a zip code, and then I need to do like 7 zip codes to see any kind of a return, but I can't afford that kind of money to be able to do this. So I went ahead and I tried 3, and that's $900 a month. And the only people bringing the thing back in, you know, I'm losing my butt on this thing. $25 voucher for $12.50 towards the purchase of any tire or any auto repair. You know, all they're doing is trying to pad it onto the bill, but as Myers Tire Service, whatever it is, he's, and that doesn't make sense. $25 voucher for $12.50 towards, tires and auto repair. Gotcha. You got to do $12.50. But I'm losing money on this one. They just add it to your bill. They just bury it somewhere. But there's got to be something somewhere where $10 for a $20 gift voucher at Keffel's. There you go. There's something that sounds like they can't just up the price and bury it. Any service item, if you get a coupon, unless they're a business of moral ethic, they just add it into whatever it is, by the way. Don't think that they don't, because they do. It's business. Credit card fees, you got to bury it in there somewhere. Paper call. Maz, we just got done. That was an all-week thing on paper call. You would be amazed at what Carrie put together. You want to send me an email, and I will give you Carrie's information all about that. Email info at Offline Barrier Breaker, and give me an idea what it is. I'm going to put, John, what are you sending me? Breaker. I put spaces in it. Let me get rid of it. .com. There we go. Info at offlinebarrierbreaker.com. I'll put this back up here. There you go. Copy. I'll put this for anybody who still wants to sign up. I'm going to drop it in the box again, so that way you guys have that one again. There you go. Let them tell you what's going on, whether it's the Valpak, the phone book, the billboard, whatever it is. Ask them what they're trying to accomplish. Now they're always trying to increase profits, save time, and increase customer count. This is okay. I'm going to do these in order without getting carried away. Tell me about your situation and what is it you're trying to accomplish. What have you tried so far? How has it worked for you? What do you think we can do to improve that? Now, at that point, listen to what they're telling you, because they're telling you what they want, and it may not, people buy what they want, not necessarily what they need. Two completely different things. If you want to be a superhero, sell them what they want. but slide in what they need without them realizing that you're sliding in what they need. You give them what they want, but slide in what they need. Ask them, what are you prepared to commit to? Now you're getting some type of a commitment. You want them, and they'll start to tell you, well, you know, I'm just not really sure what I need to do. I know I need to address the situation, but I'm not sure exactly how to do it. Well, what if we started with Google Places pages and we got these stars cleaned up here first, since that's the most important one? And as far as claiming all these other things, we can work on that later. Let's do what's most effective first. Are you open to that idea? Guys, it's not a yes or no. Ask them if they're open to it. Are you open to exploring potential opportunities with me to get more customers in your door without it actually costing you anything or even taking you any more time? All we have to do is claim the internet presence that is all yours, that these companies provide this for you for free. This is yours. Oh, now I know. Now I know. Guys, the this BNI speech that I was talking about, it actually came out pretty cool. Let's version 2. Here's one that if you could pull this off, I'll give this one to you guys too. I'll download it, or I'll upload it, and I'll do the thing. This is like a speech for BNI. Would anybody want to hear this? I think it's actually pretty slick. I'd actually like to hear your guys' feedback on this. Okay, Rom, here we go. Hello, and this is now, guys, this is a presentation. So this is a presentation at BNI. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. Oh, Quinn, I'm going to give away your name, but that's all right. Let me get rid of it real quick. There we go. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. How many of you want to hear about a no-cost marketing campaign that targets the exact kind of customers you crave so badly in your business? Now, I'm talking about targeted customers who are ready to buy exactly what you are offering. Sound too good to be true? Well, honestly, in this case, it's not. There is this little known company out there that's giving away free targeted marketing campaigns to established business owners just like you. Really, guys, I'm not kidding. It's completely free. In fact, it is working so well. More than one company is doing it now. When you think about it, it's hard to believe that more business owners are not taking full advantage of these free marketing campaigns. Would you like to know a little bit more about the program? You guys could answer. Yes, no, maybe. Sure. There we go. All right. My name's Wes Harrison. And the little known company I'm referring to is called Google. You ever heard of them? Now, the thing is, Google and the internet change on a daily basis. And you have to have somebody in your corner whose sole purpose is to stay on the cutting edge of the knife of all these changes and be right in the middle of this stuff. If you're a business owner these days, this is extremely critically important to your business survival. You guys want to know the biggest frustration of all? Most business owners won't ever take the time to properly fill out the single biggest marketing campaign that is critically important to the survival of their business, even though it's completely free. It drives me up the wall. And to top it off, Google has had so much success with their business program that now Bing and Yahoo have joined forces to try and make a dent in Google's free marketing campaign that they've offered you business owners. Which means that between all three of them, Google, Bing, and Yahoo, you're covering over 90%, 97% of all the three major search engines for absolutely no cost whatsoever. Bing, Yahoo, and Google give you business interaction with the internet for free. And they're huge. You don't even have to do pay-per-click advertising, any of that stuff. So tell me, guys, why in the world would you give Yellow Pages over $1,500 a month for an ad that's being used as a doorstop at best? I mean, really, when was the last time you even opened a phone book? In real life, there's not a single advertising firm out there that can provide you with the exposure that Google is offering you for free. This is fact, let alone the combination of Google, Bing, and Yahoo together. You want to know what's even worse? It's just out there waiting for you to use it so that the customers can find your type of business. And you won't even claim it. Guys, there is so much more to this than I could possibly fit in tonight. I mean, there's huge opportunities here. So I'll tell you what. Again, my name's Wes Harrison, and I work with a team of some pretty heavy hitters in the local business lead generation. So if you'd like me to help you find out more about the free resources, I'm more than happy to set up a time with you where we can talk. But I want to be I want to be perfectly clear. This is completely free, and all we're going to talk about when we book the time for this conversation is going to be strictly about how you can get these free resources properly set up to start attracting the higher profit, targeted paying customers ready to deposit piles of cash in your place of business. Is it okay with you? Nat, yes, sir. You would be amazed at the Nat, if you're in the club, it will melt your mind as to the success stories of what we've got going on. Now, let me show you. This speech actually started off like this. Hello, Quinn, I'm sorry, I'm going to blow your cover. Hello, my name's Quinn, and I'm in the business of offline consulting, and the goal of our company is to optimize your Google Places page and assist your business to understand the importance of your online exposure. Through the use of cutting-edge techniques and formulas along with the online listings and free consultations, our team can better have the ability to save you time, money, and bring more customers into your door. Now, there's nothing wrong with what he wrote, but I revised it, and then where is he? Oh, I forgot. Anthony. Anthony is a copywriter. So Anthony said, Wes, if you don't mind, if you won't get upset, do you mind if I kind of go through it again? And Anthony crafted this for Quinn to present at the BMI meeting. And he just did it through Skype. Is that not awesome? Detlef, how you doing, sir? Steve, this is actually, yeah, I already said I would. So yeah, let me do this. Let me make sure. I don't know why it wants me to save. Let me make sure. Let me see if I've got it here. Let me see if I've got it here. Bear with me just for a second. I don't have it in there. Let me fix this real fast. Okay, guys. Let's save this one. Two 2.1. Let me take this one here, version 2.1. Bloop. Okay, let me find BNI switch version 2.1. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, guys, see if you can get that. If we have any problems with it, it's a text file. If we have any problems with it, I'll upload it to whatchamacallit, offline. I'll just put it up there anyways, just in case, because since I already got it sitting right here. I wonder if I lost Kelly. She's awful quiet. Oh, it kicked her off. Paste. All right, there you go, guys. I put it in the other one, too, in case anybody had any problems getting it. Okay, good. That the bun management, Carl, I'm reading. Sorry, guys, I didn't lose you. I am. See you later. I didn't. That's not mine, and he's not here to where I can ask him if he can share it. If in the group, he gave me permission to share it within the group, but it's not mine to give away. And then Nat, I've answered yours. Yeah, just email me. I mean, just when you go and you look at on the car cash thing, use above and beyond. Tell you what, use above and beyond. Pick Nat. Are you still here? I got an experiment for you. Okay, go to YouTube. Well, yeah, go to YouTube, and in YouTube, search for Auto Repair Kansas City. You're going to see a bunch of my videos come up. Click on the channel, and which is Above and Beyond Auto. Click on the channel. Go to YouTube's channel, then go to Uploaded Videos, and go to Most Popular. And the second or third one over is going to say Video Proof of Claim. When on Video Proof of Claim, click that and go into the description, and there's a list. I mean, it's huge. There's a big list. Those are all the search terms back when that had all my videos on page 1 that you type it into Google various ways, it comes up on page 1. Use that as a starting point to impress your customers because, I mean, it's just off the charts. All my Christmas videos that's in the car cash thingy for the extra Christmas cash, you can use that list. There's a whole list in that one on that download that I put for you guys. Use that to say, I'm part of the team that does that. When you get somebody on the hook that is serious about this, you email me or Kelly or one of us, you bring it to our attention. We will walk you through how to collect the check, and then you can make a donation if you're short on funds. You can pay us after the fact. I want you to get a check first. All you have to do is take action. Diane, Diane, thank you so much. No, Ed, nobody can see this. Diane has, if anybody can see this, this is priceless. Training and support. Go, 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 go. Email for support. Go. And she's exactly right. Okay. Carol wants me to run through it again. Go to YouTube, search for Auto Repair Kansas City. And you'll see a bunch of my videos come up. It's that ugly guy in the sunglasses. By the way, guys, how I make my videos, if you notice, they're about like 5 to 7 minutes a piece. I try to keep them in about 3 minutes. But all I did was I took, when I'm making my videos, and this is a whole nother thing, but I just mounted a camera on my dash. I got a suction cup thing. It was called a Gecko, and the thing, awesome, too. Anyways, so when I was driving to Colorado to go do some indoor skydiving, which is a 9-hour drive, I took Auto Repair for Dummies, and I took their table of contents. Guys, ninja trick. And I stole this straight from Jason Fladlin, and it works wonderful. I'm turning on my webcam, so block your eyes, watch your eyes. Might get some shell shock here. You go, oh no! Watch this though. Now, check this out. You guys want to work on some products? You got product ideas? Check this out. Number 1, if there is a book that is any subject that excites you and it says for dummies on it, they have already done the research to tell you that there is a viable enough market to make it worthwhile to put the thing in print. Number 1. Number 2, I'm 30 years as a professional automotive mechanic. I don't need Auto Repair for Dummies. But what made this so handy was the table of contents. And I'll show you contents at a glance. They've already organized it all for me. So all I had to do on my 9-hour drive was I put this over on the passenger side. And I went, okay, let's see here about this book, okay, about automotive repair information. And I actually have a video, auto repair info, repair quest. And then it says, getting started. Things every driver should know. You know what? The #1 video, the things every driver should know is the #1 question I get is, how do I make my car last the longest? The answer to that question is change the oil. Change it on a regular and consistent basis. If the oil is dirty, I don't care about, well, I got super synthetic mobile premium plutonium, whatever it is, and it says on the bottle that I can get 48,000 miles in between oil changes because I paid $78 a quart for it. I am telling you as a mechanic, if the oil is dirty, it needs to be changed regardless of how many miles are on it. Oil is the lifeblood of that engine. You do not work without blood in your body. Your engine does not work without oil. Period. End of discussion. I don't care. Period. And now, to go a step further, that dirt that discolors the oil is carbon, which is also the hardest substance known to mankind. It's liquid sandpaper. The dirtier the oil gets, the more it's eating itself alive. I don't care about super slick whatever and all the other additives and all that crap. It's carbon. That's what it is. And it got in there from going past the rings, and it's dirt, and it's got acids and oxidations and all kinds of stuff. You need to change the oil. Now, everybody says, but I can't afford to change my oil every time it gets dirty. Then change it every 3,000 miles. I use fully synthetic oil. I change my oil every 3,000 miles. If I use Castrol, non-fully synthetic oil, I change my oil every 3,000 miles. Period. So if you guys watch that 40-second video, I answer the #1 most commonly asked question, and that's, how do I make my car last longest? Change oil. Then I went to the next one, and it says, the way to your car's heart through your toolbox. I skipped that one. And then let's see, chapter 2 is preventive maintenance. Oh, again, change the oil, change the fuel filter, change the, in fact, on the fuel filter, I even did a video about fuel filter. If you want to keep from spending tons of money on fuel pumps, change your fuel filter once a year. Come on, it's a micron filter it filters down. They're incredible filters. And all it takes is a little dirt and rust. It plugs the thing up, and you got a pump back there going, as hard as it can through a clogged filter. Your engine's up there running lean, burning itself alive. Spend the $50 or $60 or whatever. Change the fuel filter. Your car will love you for it, and you'll have more power, and it runs. You'll get better gas mileage, the whole 9 yards. Same thing on all your other fluids and maintenance, and nobody ever thinks about the poor transmission. So then I did a transmission thing. So I go through the whole table of contents, and all this did was jog my memory. Kind of like the PDF I just sent you guys about I need a paying client. It's just a memory jogger to jog your memory about all the different people you deal with, kind of like the advertisement, the phone book, the billboard, the newspaper ad. It's amazing. Sometimes we can get so close to stuff that we forget. So, auto repair about dummies. I did the chapters. It jogged my memory. You guys can make a product out of anything that is auto repair for dummies. There's enough market that people will buy it. And you can make, if you know whatever it is. John Palma is an SEO whiz, dominates Seattle. SEO for Dummies, we know that book exists. He could do SEO and make an SEO product. Just you don't do a dummy, you just use their outline. Now, if there's something that you're into, like one of our customers is, there's a doctor that's convinced that reverse diabetes, called something else, is a viable market. But the problem is nobody's looking for it, and he's upset because it should be a good market. Guys, let me tell you something. On a hot day, I don't care how excellent your hot tea is, I don't want it. I want a popsicle. If you're going to try and say, and your tea could be the best tea in the world, but if it's a hot day, I'm not buying your hot tea, period. I want a popsicle. So you know what you do? You sell me a tea popsicle. Make that tea cold, whatever it is. You got to fulfill the want. Anyways, a whole different category. How do we get down there? How do we get, Kelly's like, I want a popsicle. How do we get down there? I forgot how we even got down there. I got carried away, didn't I? Whoops. Whoops, oops. There you are. All right, you're organized. Kelly's back. She made it. Oh, video channel. That's right. All those videos. Thank you, Steve. All those videos. That's how I made them. I put my camera. I put this on the passenger seat, and I just went, blah, 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 and then I hit the remote, and then I looked at the next one, blah, 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 and then I hit the remote, and the next one, and then in the motel room at night, I just uploaded them all. They had I used my my PDA tether, and I uploaded them all because they wanted like $15 at the motel room to do. I'm cost effective, by the way. If I have internet here, I don't need your internet at $15 a night. Verizon's getting me bad enough. So anyways, and I uploaded like 30 or 40 of them that night, and then the next day I did the rest of them. And then if you look at my title tags, the way that I put my titles together, that first video that has like almost 6,000 views on it, when I very first made that, I called that Reason to Change Your Oil. And I got nothing. Zippo. Nada. And then I looked at my Google AdWords account, which got suspended. Long story. And yes, by the way, anything that I teach you, I've probably done it. So when I tell you not, that I would advise against doing that. I will share with you my experience as to why I'm telling you I wouldn't do that. Kind of like that review stuffing thing that I was showing you that you need to bring to the owner's attention before he gets suspended from Google. I had to go through an act of Congress to get Above and Beyond Auto Repair back on Google, by the way. Frank's buying you a computer, Kelly.
Yeah, he called you cheap, and I said that's why my salary is 50 cents a week.
A week? That was a month. You gave yourself a raise. Wheeler's going to start calling you 50 cents.
Only 50 cents. That's funny.
Okay, John.
John's been asking about contracts quite a bit.
Yes, John, I will share with you this. Yes, there are contracts in I think you're in anyways. I don't have any contracts for free out here. The only contracts I have are the contracts that have been donated through the graces of everybody else in the mix. And I will tell you why I don't. I thought so. You know, I couldn't find your email, and I don't know why. But anyways, I'll talk to you about that later. That's why I sent you that I'm sorry thing. Get a lawyer, baby. Actually, free legal. Oh, hey, whoa, hold on. Wait, brain fart. Watch this. You want legal contracts? As a matter of fact, we have legal contracts. Let me, oops. Let me get you legal contracts. You're going to love this one. There we go. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? Yes, I did. Hey, yeah, you guys all want this, by the way. You got your square up. You get your Vistaprint. Get your Vistaprint cards done. And then legal contracts, here you go. You'll love this one.
Diane, while he's doing that, yes, if you want to email those to us, then we can disperse them out. We'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Here we go.
While you're looking this up, this question's come up quite a few times about the if we're in the Christmas Cash coaching, are we included in the $97 a month elite coaching program?
All right, James, you need to email me. It depends on when you got in, and it depends on which one you got into. All of the, and I'll say it again. There were a few people that bought into the, I mean, they paid $197 on December 27th. I am letting them into the program. If you bought in either the 97 or the 197 back at the very beginning, everything is coming, officially everything ends this weekend. Now, Carrie and I talked about it, and we're not officially ending it today. Or this weekend, and we had talked about we're going to continue on. He's going to continue with the support on the paper call and all that stuff that we taught you guys last week, and I'm going to continue with all the stuff that I taught you guys. But it's not going to be this. The elite coaching is going to be a separate. It's a whole complete. It's secure. I'm not going to intermix the two. I'm not going to. I'm not when we're done. When we close off the other two, it's going to be closed off. I mean, it's going to be done. The elite coaching. Here's what's going to happen. If you get into the $97 a month coaching, you guys are my foundation. You're going to have access to everything I do. You guys are my ground floor that I am going to build from. I am going to bounce all my ideas off of you. I'm going to give you access to all the different stuff, and I'm never going to raise the price from $97 a month. I am exploring a whole bunch of things that are coming down the pipeline with Lou DeAllo and Evan Pagan. And I don't know if you guys are aware of it or not, but I'm in some real high-end coaching programs with Evan Pagan. I mean, the man did over $100 million this year. I want to listen to what he has to say about how to do this. And I am learning. And that's some of these things, some of these concepts that I'm sharing with you guys, this is where I'm getting them from. And I was so fortunate to be able to have some time with him one-on-one. I mean, the guy charges $5,000 an hour. And he's like, Wes, what you've got going on is phenomenal. And I want to talk to you about it. And so I've got the recording of it and everything. And he taught me so much in a half an hour. He taught me so much that was just phenomenal. And it was all, he's like, no, what you're doing here, you just need a little kickstart. And that's what I'm doing. And so I asked him, what can I do to repay you? And he said, do the same thing for other people. And I am. And so I hope you guys are appreciative of everything, because that's what I'm doing. So long story short, James, it's ending. It officially did end. But as with Offline Barrier Breaker back at the very beginning, on the $9 product, I did an 8-hour seminar, and then after that I did another 4-hour seminar, and then after that with the coaching, with the high-end coaching, it was a 6-week program. They're still in it, and I mean, I like to, guys, here's another marketing. This is not a tactic or a trick or anything. This is marketing advice that you can take to the bank each and every time. Under promise and over deliver. So what I am telling you is that for the $97 a month, you're going to commit, what I am going to commit to you is to completely melt your mind once a week for at least an hour, probably 2, if not longer, but I don't want to overpromise. I want to underpromise and overdeliver. And then I'm going to be available for questions and stuff like that. We're going to meet at least 4 times a month at the bare bones minimum. We're going to come up with plans of actions. We're going to discuss questions and options and everything else. You guys are going to be my inner circle. I'm going to be sharing ideas with you guys and bouncing it all back off and everything else. And that's what's going to happen. If somebody comes into the group and then they decide to leave the group for whatever reason, that's fine. And then they want to come back in, it's going to be at full price if there's an opening. Because within 3 months, I intend on being at the $497 or the $997 a month level, if not higher. Lou DeAllo and we're actually getting ready, and Carrie's getting ready to also, and so is Zane and Mike Hayes. We're getting ready to negotiate. On the 3rd, we have a mastermind meeting coming up where we're going to determine. We don't know exactly what we're going to charge or how we're going to charge it, but it's going to be somewhere between $500 a month, $497, and $1997 for coaching. And we're talking about 4 60-minute one-on-one coaching sessions for $2,000. That's what the going rate is. And so and I got invited into that program, and so I thought, wow, woo. So I am overcoming a major. Oh, I told you guys I was going to talk about how to value yourself. This is very important.
I was wondering if you were going to get to that. I still have Joe's advice last night still pumping through my veins. It was just so
well,
good.
you share, you do it.
Are we talking about the same thing, about the valuing yourself?
Yeah.
Or is Joe still here? Does Joe want to share it?
Is Joe here? He was earlier.
Yeah, he was here. Joe, are you still here? Well, I don't see him. So anyway, what Joe said last night when he was giving his presentation, I was still hyped up from getting my furniture store client, and I don't like pricing and just spitting it out, so I have a way to get out of my pricing. And last night he said, he was telling us a story about he had given a proposal to, I think it was a bank, wasn't it? he was giving his proposal to a bank, and he handed it to the gentleman, and the gentleman handed it back and said, I can't present this to the powers to be. And he said, well, why not? And he said, because your proposal is chump change. And when he said that, I was like, what? And so basically the moral of the story is that he had lowballed himself so much that to them, when they saw that, it was not, it was a value that he didn't have competition.
Hey,
and
hey.
It was, there he is.
Here he is. Yep, he just
He does
popped on.
such a better job at doing it.
Joe, would you share?
Joe, do you want to do it?
By the way, guys, Joseph is part of the group that you're in, and last night his presentation. I mean, it's just you guys. I'm telling you, $97 is just you guys. If you're not in, it's a mistake. But I'm supposed to say that because it's mine. But it's not. It's not me. Like I told you on Yvet before we started down that path. I just sprinkled some seeds. She made the tree grow, and God gave her the oxygen to do it with. And it was just, it's phenomenal the way that this whole thing is all coming together. It is not me. This is an act of a power far greater than I. But that's all I get on the soapbox on that one. If anybody's worried about that one, but I do believe in God, so I'll leave that one there. But Joseph, would you come on? And oh no, he's getting the phone. Yeah. I was like, oh no. Diane, it's $97 a month. You don't have to do the month. And if you get in, if anybody gets in and they pay the $97 and they realize it's not a good fit, they don't like me for whatever reason or whatever it is, I'll give you your money back. There's absolutely no problem with that whatsoever. If
the only thing
you are having
is just to take action.
Yeah, if you're having a financial problem right now, and you've bared with me for the past 4 hours, guys. I mean, come on. If you want in, email me or Kelly and say, hey, I want, I will do something. Give me a shot. Email us. Let us know, and we will work with you. And Chuck, thank you very much.
But we are still cutting off at the 100 mark line, so...
Yeah, well, yes.
We still have to keep it at 100, so I don't want to sound too hard, but we do want to keep it at 100. Joe, I'm unmuting you right now, sir. Can you hear us, and can we hear you?
Well, I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
We can now.
Hi, Joe. Do you want to tell them it just gives me chills. I love it.
Actually, I got 2 requests, Joe. Can you highlight a little bit about what you shared? just a teaser, just enough to push them over the edge to want some more, and then tell them about your pricing strategy tidbit.
Certainly.
Thank you, sir.
Not a problem. Let me just recap. It was actually Banco Popular was the company that I had written the proposal for, and I had gotten a contact into the bank through a networking meeting. I don't do a lot of those, but in this case it was successful. And I gave them what I thought was a fair price for my services. And before I went to the meeting, he went to look at the proposal, and he looked at it, he loved the proposal, but his response as far as the price was that they would consider this petty cash. Okay, I can't take this into them because everybody else is pitching them 10, 15 grand for the exact same work. They're going to assume I don't know what I'm doing. So, of course, I had to go back and adjust the proposal accordingly. But the bottom line is that depending on the size of the company that you're presenting to and what they're used to paying for different advertising determines what you should be pricing at, not what you think you should be pricing at. So if you're going to an auto shop, such as Wes's, or his former auto shop, you go in there and tell Wes that, hey, I'm going to charge you $10,000 to do this for you. I don't know if you would go for that, Wes. But if Wes was Goodyear corporate, well, if you gave them a $10,000 price, they would laugh because everybody else, they're used to paying $100,000 for services like this. So I have a radio station that
they actually own 3 stations in Orlando. And they've decided, overall, national, they own close to 200. They've decided that they want to update all of their websites. So they went out and hired 3 companies, national companies, and they've given each company an individual radio station to revamp the website. And it's a contest. The one that does the best job and produces the best results is going to get all of the radio stations around the country. Okay? And I spoke to corporate, and corporate basically, based on the ideas that I suggested to them, asked me if I would take on a radio station. And I said, fine, I'll do the radio station, but the deal is if mine outperforms what they're doing, what these other companies are doing, do I get the deal? And their attitude was, well, you don't have the support staff to do that. However, we would put you in charge of running it and pay you accordingly. So I'm doing that in Orlando, but that's another story. What we were talking about the other night, I really don't like picking up the phone like a lot of people do. I do it, but I don't like to cold call and so forth. So my approach to it is not to deal with actual conversations, but to talk to voicemails. I do it in an automated fashion, which I don't mind sharing with the group at a later time, but from a manual standpoint, I'll call companies up and simply tell them, hey, one of my clients asked me for a referral for a dentist, a car dealer, or whatever it happens to be, a CPA. And before I give him your telephone number, I just want to feel comfortable that what type of people I'm referring people to, would you mind giving me a call? You'd be amazed how many callbacks you get the following day. You know, I've already set up a campaign. I actually set it up yesterday. It ran automated while I was on the webinar, believe it or not. And I will be surprised if tomorrow I don't get some calls, and I'll definitely get calls on Tuesday from it. But I physically haven't spoken to anybody yet. Okay, it's all via voicemail. Okay, and we also discussed the technique of using the contact us forms in a similar fashion. Does that about answer your question, Wes, as far as giving them a teaser?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I made
just
this video to
Yes.
help you with your search engine problem. If you'll bear with
while you were talking, I was showing them, or I was going through the videos. Go to Google, type in auto repair Kansas City, and then go up to the video tab. And all those pages, the first 5 pages, I don't know if you guys saw that or not. That was all me. And it's all the videos. The first 104 videos at the top, Google, instead of giving me 38 pages, just put Above and Beyond Auto Repairs channel at the top. Did you see that? Watch this. I mean, I got videos up the wazoo, but watch this one here. And yes, Joseph, it answered. That was exactly it. And I want them to, when they leave here, I want them to be able to say that they are working with the team responsible. See what they did? Google just took the 104 of them and stuck them right there at the top. But this is all me. This is all me. This is all me. That's obviously not me. And it goes on for a while. So you guys use this.
The powerful thing.
Yeah, use it. And then now the first thing they're going to say, well, who goes to video? It's not that I'm just showing you all the different ones, but you guys can take alignment Kansas City, and it'll probably pull up a video. You can do, I mean, oxygen sensor Kansas City. Pull it up. I'll bet you there'll be a video there. Let's do this one here.
We got off track of Joe.
No, I'm here.
And just the most important thing with what Joe said that just makes me really it gets me all goosebumply is not to devalue yourself. Make sure you know what the market rate is and be right up there with like what Joe said. price what they're pricing at. Otherwise, they don't even want to look at you. If you price yourself too low, they are going to think you don't know what you're doing. And I could have very well have shot myself in the foot with, if I had heard Joe's advice one day beforehand. You know, I could be charging that furniture store the same that everybody's charging that furniture store for. So just keep that in mind and find the going rate. And if you don't feel comfortable with that, then maybe get a hold of us and let's see what we can do to get you to that point. And for all of those who are asking what Joe does, that'll be covered in the coaching. We don't have time to go that deep into it now.
I think Charlie's in it anyways, so he'll be a part of it.
Right.
I do have one thing to add to the pricing, however. You are always better off, in my opinion at least, to charge on the higher side, and because if they want the service, you can always negotiate down to a fair price. But if you charge a fair price, then you only have to negotiate to a price that you don't think it's worth it. So you might as well be happy. You're not going to lose it. If you've sold them on the service, you're not going to lose the deal over money. You can negotiate the money.
Exactly. It's always, guys, it's always easier to be able to come down. You can never go up.
Nope.
As soon as you try to go up, that don't work. The importance, by the way, just to finish off this one, the importance of the videos, this just gives you what to search for. And then as soon as I did oxygen, and I even misspelled it, oxygen sensor when I did it, when you go to the web, the videos, and that's what actually generates all the leads from people calling me. Now, Google changed this the way that they did it. My phone number used to appear right in here, and at the end of this, my phone number is down here at the end, and it used to show up. They changed the way that they do the title tags now. They shortened them, and so my phone number drops off. So I should go back in and put the phone number right in here because it's just sitting out here is where it is. If I put it over here, the search terms will still count, and then they'll still call. But since I sold the shop, it's not real high on my priority list. Number one. Number two, as far as pricing goes, it is very, very true. If the more expensive that you are, the higher perceived value that people will perceive you as. And it is so very true. In fact, I've been kicking this around for a long time before today got here about the $97 a month. Because for what I plan on delivering to you guys, I was thinking, you know, I should easy $397, $297, something. And I thought, you know, I'm going to explain it to them, and if they can't see exactly what I'm doing, then it's probably not a good fit anyways, because it's not the money. I've said it's not the money for so long, but you got to have a little bit of something. And with the economy being the way that it is, and with you guys getting bled dry on all the WSOs and all the other stuff, it came up the other day. This is what they said. I don't remember who said it to me, but they said, "Thank you so much, Wes, because I had all the pieces. Nobody ever assembled them all for me so that I could see how they all fit, and like the valve pack and making the phone call." Ronette, check this out. Ronette's like, "Well, how would you?" She's in our group. She's the Hawaii gal. She said, "How would you do it?" I said, "Would you like me?" And she spit out the state first of Hawaii. And we called insole shoe, and that was her lead. I called and directed it, gave her the lead, gave her the information, found out the manager's name and email. She followed up with it. Now she's working with an anesthesiologist who wants everything. He wants the Cadillac. So she writes me and says, "What do I do?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I never did an anesthesiologist before, but we'll figure it out." It's true. Ask her. And so, and now check this out. I asked her, I said, ask the anesthesiologist what he wants. Let's focus on giving him what he wants. And then we'll slide in what he needs. And she says, okay. So she talked to him, and what he really wants is he wants referrals from the other dentists. He's an anesthesiologist that works with dentists. And he wants referrals from other dentists for his services. And that's what he wants help with. He doesn't have a website. He doesn't have any presence. And he wants her to handle all the way down to his business cards and everything. He has zero. And she's she's like, I'm not afraid to do this. And she was real apprehensive about calling the shoe store for the Valpak. But as soon as she made that first call, now she's landed an anesthesiologist doctor that wants to have her in charge of his marketing. Now, I know, and I believe this 100% said, I'm shaking. My knees are shaking because I don't know it. She's, but I'm not afraid. It's a different kind of a shake. It's a different.
It's an adrenaline.
Yeah. That's why I
adrenaline.
skydive. By the way, guys, if for some reason I don't ever show up, my canopy probably didn't open or something.
You don't say that.
Otherwise, I'll be here. Hey, it's a fact. It can happen. I do skydive. I love it.
May I make an observation, Wes?
Yes, sir.
Understanding that the coaching is great and all that, that's not where the value is in this group or your actual coaching program. As from my perspective, the value is in the fact that when you go into a business and it's not a mom and pop shop, but a mid-level business, they're at some point going to ask you, well, who else have you done this for? And just the fact that you can make a call or provide a series of names or give them something to show that somebody in the group has done and work off of that credibility, because we're all over the country, so no one's stepping on anybody's toes anyhow. That is gold, at least from my perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Joe. And if you guys quit buying the WSOs, the coaching program pays for itself.
Hey, Mike, I left you a message today, by the way. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you. Be safe. Be safe. And I will talk to you soon, sir. I don't know if you got my message, but I did call you yesterday when I got done, sir. Awesome. Just ring me. And by the way, guys, anybody in the coaching program does have my cell number, and I do actually talk to people. That when Mike Hayes on the WSO OBB back when he said that I talked to him for 2.5 hours. Well, I don't know if you can imagine me talking for that long or not, but I really did. And if you have a question, that's what it's all about. Yvette, I think we spent about 2.5 hours. After we emailed back and forth and I saw that she was in some need, I'm like, let's just talk. The one thing that I do ask is, because there's so many different people, if we need to talk, make sure that it's important. That's all. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind talking to talk, but I mean, if you have a question, don't call me about a client that you might have that you haven't actually talked to. Call me when you're standing there in front of the guy's desk and he wants to know who to make the check out for. Call me and he goes, okay, oh, you know what I mean. That's being a little facetious.
Yep. And I'm always in Skype too. So if you try Skype, and if Wesley's not there, I'll generally come on and say, Wesley's not here, but I know the answer to that. Or Wesley's not here, but I know how to get a hold of him because this is important. And I have picked up the phone and called Wesley and said, you need to get on the computer, or you need to call this person. One of us is pretty much on at all times. I enjoy monitoring the Skype group. That's one of my favorite places to be because I'm usually online doing internet email stuff anyway. The Skype group is...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just answering Charlie's question. He says, how do we sign up for the Skype group?
It's in Charlie, when you signed into the thing, it's in your you signed up for the coaching. It's in welcome packet. You can have my Skype name, but if you're not in the group, I'm not going to put you in the group.
He says, got it.
Yeah, you got it. Okay. Diane, I have all the references. I don't know if you were watching the screen or not, but while Joe was sharing his package, by the way, guys, there's a whole nother side of this, if you don't mind my sharing. You know the auto repair for dummies deal right here that we were going over? Joe had this idea, and I suggested to him, I said, let's see if we can't break this down and possibly make a product out of it. So what you guys watch is, I mean, if you're on the inside, you're going to see products being created. You are part of the product creation. Let me just put it that way. Hi, Heidi. You are going to, I mean, you're going to be part of it. That's what Joe and everybody, I mean, Yvette says, oh, I don't think I have anything to create a product about. How many people here would pay $9 to know what her story was, to generate $15,400 worth of contracts in less than a week, and actually get cash in hand of 11,000. What was it? 10,900 or 11,900 in a week.
$11,000. Yep.
And then she's got the handshake for the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
John, good question. I do both. It depends on where I'm going. I dress the part. If I am going to walk into an office and I know I'm going anything over $1,000, I will certainly put on a tie. I have absolutely no problem with it.
I wear nice business casual clothes. I have tattoos everywhere. Now, if I walk into a lawyer's office, they won't even hire a secretary with a little bit of ink showing. It just kind of depends. Now, if I'm going to get $10,000, I will buy some tattoo cover-up and a nice dress.
And somebody, Joe, I think we got feedback coming through your phone.
Yeah, Joe, I'm going to mute you. Sorry.
Thank you very much for sharing, Joseph. Before Joseph goes away, did anybody have a site? Now, inside the group, there's a whole, Joe, you got a whole bunch of people asking questions about your system and everything, and you touched base on it enough, so you teased them just right. Joe is in the process of putting it all together. I'm sure if you still are addicted to WSOs, you'll be able to pick it up here shortly.
Or join our coaching program so that you can have access to that. Which there is a whole lot of that stuff going on too for you guys who don't already know. Anything when you're in our group, anything that comes comes up, you guys are generally the guinea pigs for. I held on to my get listed for months and did not want to let it go because I didn't know if it was good enough, and then all of a sudden, bam, it turned out to be a really great thing. And then Joe just showed up here. I didn't even know anything about it until the night of the webinar, and I'm Leslie's right-hand man. And it just, when things come up that fast, it just happens, and you have access to it. So it's more than just support and information. As these things come up, whether it be in the group, you know, like the PowerPoint that I did with my online thing, or what's his name's, is it Carl? Carl's PowerPoint that you showed, his PNG file that he put together, Wes?
Yeah.
That kind of, yeah. Whatever stuff comes up, you guys have first access to that stuff. Stuff that when we have open webinars, we do not allow, we don't put the links in, we don't do that kind of stuff because we don't want somebody taking off with that. This is our own little group, and you guys get in-house access to all of that. So it's not just the same coaching stuff over and over again. As new things come up that help you and make it better and automate the system faster, you guys all have access to that.
Actually, you guys actually wind up feeding the machine. That's exactly what happens. Just the FYI. Now, listen, there's some real good questions coming up. Diane wants to know, how do we get info for the references? Diane, we've got more when you'll see. Trust me on that one. There is more information spread out all over. And Trez brings up a very good question. Do you get clients who want you to prove who you are, what you've done, and how to handle all of this when we're so green at this? Trez, you're going to be absolutely floored when you actually meet your first customer. They're going to be more nervous than you. Because just watch what will happen when you get inside the Skype group and you get into the collaborative. Everybody says exactly the same thing. They're like, but I don't. And then as soon as I'm like, just do it, or I'll pick up the phone and I'll call the shoe store for you. I don't care if that's what it takes to push you over the edge and get you going. I'll do it. I don't care. And then I'll hand you the lead and say, run with it. And what the worst possible answer that you're going to get from anybody is a simple 2-letter word. N-O. And then check this out. I don't hear it. I go, okay, how about if we, and then I keep right on going. And then then I'll ask them again, so are you ready to commit to that one? And they'll be like, well, you know, I don't think so. Right now is not a good time. All right, how about if we do this? You give me a deposit and I'll get started on it. And then when you have the rest of the funds, I'll already have all this prepared so that way just boom, we'll launch it. Is that going to work for you? And then I'll be like, well, you know, Wes, what part of no are you not understanding? And I like both letters. It doesn't go in. It doesn't compute. You don't understand how important what I'm presenting to you is. This is your business at stake, and I'm here to save it. And I'm not letting you kick me out the door, period. Even if I have to do it for free, I don't care because it's going to be done. So you might as well just cut me a check, because either way, you're going to do this. And then either they call the cops or they cut me a check.
Joe is did you know Joe has he says, if you're nice, I'll give you my video trick. Can you believe that? He has a video trick and I don't know it.
Mike, I'm not sure on that one. Mike's saying that I have a model release form, something. I've never had a problem with any of it. If anybody's on any of the videos, I just ask them, do you want to be on the video while the camera's running? And so far, I've had no issues whatsoever. I don't remember why I had that in the car thing.
I think that was on there because we had a few of the members who were a little bit
gun shy or something.
Gun shy about it, and so we just put that up there as a resource. And I was just typing him actually. We don't use it, but if it makes you feel more comfortable, yes. And then John asked a good question. I think it says, since you say we don't need a website right away, what do you recommend we use as an email on the business cards? Doesn't Gmail or Yahoo email account look a little unprofessional?
No.
No, absolutely not. A lot of
Gmail. Now, no Yahoo, no Hotmail. Gmail.
Gmail is Google. It's associated with Google, and a lot of people know for me, whenever I'm emailing a client, if I don't get an at Yahoo or an at Gmail, if I get sales at crowleyfurniture.com, I will not email them because I know that's a throwaway email. That's what people send you to the business email because they don't check it. Make it a legitimate email. It's a personable email, and it's something that looks more professional because it's more sincere.
Okay, before Joe rips your head off on that one, there's two schools of thought on this. On the company website, if you go to what she's talking about is the throwaway company email, and that's exactly what she's talking about. You know how we all have the throwaway emails and all that? On a company, we've always got our throwaway emails. Now, if you go to a company's website, and this was the other one that I forgot to tell you guys about. See, I had so much, I forgot all about it. On the email, if you don't want to do the FedEx, now your opening rate is going to be a lot less, but if you don't want to do the FedEx, and you don't want to go in person, and you don't want to do the calling, then there's the email. And guys, the only effective way to get a business to look at your email is to go to the website, search out the contact form, and in the contact form, fill out your information, and in the content box, put, I was looking up your business last night online, and I found some problems that you need to be aware of. Or in the subject line, just put, your website has a problem, or your business, I discovered a problem with your business, something that there's alert, warning, that you need to be aware of this issue with your, and that's a good one, you need to be aware of the issue with your business reputation or something to that effect. Then you want to stuff in like a PNG that's real bright colors like Carl's. That way it just goes bam, right to their face. I mean, as soon as you open that up, there is no, boom. As long as they click on the image or whatever you just have to be creative. But that is how you get your presentation open at a company, is you got to put it in the contact form through the company as an inquiry. And then they will actually take a look at it. Now, I get, as a business at Above and Beyond Auto Repair, I get a gazillion emails. Hi, I was looking at your website online and I can help you with your internet presence. Call Gloria at that. I don't, you know what? I can tell by the subject line. Where it's coming from, internet marketing, something. I don't even open any of those. I open 0 of them. The ones that I do open are personal Gmail accounts because they usually want some kind of a quote for some kind of a repair. Tip. Personal email account usually wants some kind of a quote for some kind of a repair. Tip. Secret sauce right there.
Yep. I am going to have to get off of here. I've got 2 kiddos. It's 8:16. I've got to get them to bed, but if you're still going after I get them to bed, I will get back on.
Okay. Well, it's up to these guys. I mean, they're going on 4.5 hours. It's their brain. You guys would be scooping up gray matter. Oh, man. Jeanette's asking a good question. Did anybody ever get much success? Rick Allen got phenomenal success, but not for what he wanted.
Yeah. Yes. People had refined it, yes and no. They got phone calls, but not for the things they were advertising. So does it generate calls? Yes. Was it exactly for what they were wanting? No. Does that answer your question, Jeanette?
Watertown, Singapore. All right, guys. Sight unseen. Stephen, one of our fellow students, has typed into male escorts. Jeanette, to answer the question. Jeanette's asking, so what did he get? He got some responses for male escorts.
Yes.
She's laughing. That's what he said too.
Yeah, he said I need money, but not that bad. So, so yes, it just all depends.
Brian, unfortunately, sir, Brian put will do. And thank you guys. Also, you have to hurry up and render this because I missed the first 4 hours. Unfortunately, the other side of coaching that I didn't tell you guys about is I told you what the minimum was. Did you notice I never said maximum? You have no idea what you signed up for, sir. Brian's in coaching too.
Yes.
All right.
Dale says escorts need marketing too.
Man, I like Dale. Yeah, you know when you were talking about, did you see Dale's comment? I thought he was gonna tear you up on that one. He's talking when you were talking about tattoos. He's like, "We going to the nudie beach?"
Oh, yeah, no, I saw that one, but no, we're not. Yes, they need tips. That's right, Jeanette. Okay, guys, if you guys are still on, I will see you guys. I highly recommend, Wesley, that you go ahead and get this wrapped up, though. We have tons of emails and things that we need to get taken care of if these lovely members want it all on time. So, see you guys later, and if you're still on, then I will join you here in a bit. Otherwise, I'll be answering your emails here shortly.
Thank you, Kelly. Bye.
All right, guys. See you later.
Oh, wow. Guys, this is Steve. He's in our group. He in the thing he says, do a Google search for Watertown, Singapore. And let's see. He just did it 9 hours ago. He says, oh, you guys did so much. Now I lost him. Let me find him. Steve also won a Christmas card. He says, Wes, just to show the proof that I learned from you, search Google first page in a few hours. In a few hours. Whoops. Oh, no. Here we go. Wes, just to show proof that I learned from you, search Google first page in a few hours, Watertown, Singapore, new condominium with 1,500,000 results. Mobile number. Awesome. Oh, no doubt. It sure is. This is the mobile number. This is that mobile text thingy. Wow. In Singapore, the phone numbers look different, guys. I assume. Is that right? Is that why that phone number looks funny, or is that a mobile text or something? That's a mobile text. So you text mobile and you get more information for his videos right there. Now let's see what else we got here. Holy smokes. And Steve, do you have a microphone? Do you want to come on and tell us what this is about? Can you? Maz, it began about midnight last night. It is in. The 1st of January, it goes from the 1st to the 1st, sir. And this is all part of it. Everybody that's in it is in it. Now, I'm going to be closing the door on midnight on the 6th. Okay, Steve said I just talk. He doesn't want to talk. Okay. I'm not 100% sure what. It's a condominium complex and you put these up for exposure for them, or is this a trackable lead where anytime anybody contacts us, like what Carrie was, the click to call lead thing where you get, if I texted this, you'd get, whatever the lead that you negotiated for. Is that what this is? Because, guys, what you don't understand is last week we did a whole click-to-call deal where Kerry laid out the most phenomenal program ever. It's just phenomenal. He dominates 9 of the 10 spots on the page for HVAC in Texas, and he charges the HVAC guys $35 a lead. Oh, Steven says it's a brand new condo getting ready to be launched. So what he's doing is he's testing to get the leads, and it's all part of the click to call. So that's awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, it feels funny without my right hand here. Just sometimes knowing that she's there helps in the background, but that's okay. Hey, Bill, this will all be in the members area as I get it all built. Sir, thank you very much. Happy New Year to you. Be safe. Maz, if you join up, you're going to get part of Carrie. You're going to get all of Carrie's program from last week. That's going to be included in part of the elite stuff. The ongoing training on it, I don't know. He's got a whole nother thing that he's going to be doing with SMS and some other stuff. Frank is actually testing it right now through, I don't think I'm supposed to say, but they're doing some testing right now for virtual walkthroughs and stuff, and it's not for real estate. So they're testing all out. And Frank, do you want to come on and say hello to these nice people? Can you believe this? There is still over 100 people 4.5 hours later. So I'm hoping you guys, I hope I'm not hurting your heads too awful hard. I'm hoping that you've got some good takeaway ideas. I do want to recap, but Frank, okay, you guys, I'm going to bring on Frank. Frank here's an entire story. I'm going to let Frank tell it to you, and if he gets carried away, I'm going to mute him. So if he goes away real fast, Ken says, herd away, Wes. If Frank gets too carried away, I'll mute him out because he can get going. Frank, you guys are going to love Frank. Frank Schwartz, let me give you a little background before I turn on his microphone. Frank was the very first customer that I had in the internet marketing business that actually made some money with Offline Barrier Breaker, the $9 Offline Barrier Breaker back when. I'm going to let him tell you the rest of the story, but Frank knocked it out of the park to the tune of over $30,000, and it's still going. Frank, your microphone is open, sir. Welcome. Happy New Year, sir.
Happy New Year. How are you?
I am fine, sir, and your audio sounds terrific. Can everybody hear Frank?
Well, I hope they can hear all of me. Obviously, you're going to have to be on the mute button.
I told you he's going to get carried away. Guys, watch the little journey Frank's going to walk us through and the proof. It's Sun City RV, isn't it? Or actually, I'm getting ahead. I'm going to let you tell the story, Frank.
Well, where would you like me to start?
I think give him the short version, and then let's walk him through, leaving out what you guys are testing. Let's walk him through the what you were able to do as far as the Sun City RV and beating out. He took the video and beat out the news station.
Oh yeah. Let's jump right there. Probably about 3 months before I went up to suncityrv.com. They're a consignment RV dealer, and they were hiring salesmen. My whole idea was to, if anybody's looking for salesmen, obviously they are looking to increase sales. So I thought I'd be smart and go after that market. Needless to say, I was hired as a salesman. Their marketing was ridiculous. I'm sorry if the outside noise, it's 80 degrees right now in Arizona, so I'm outside. It's too hot to be inside. But I went after a client, and I said I was going to do this thing. They hired me as a salesman. 2 weeks later, 10 days later, they hired me as their marketing director because I just knew too much to be in sales. Not blowing my horn, that's what I was told. They had a commercial that they just spent, I believe they said somewhere around $50,000 to have the #1 DJ in Arizona create for them. If you go to the website, the most annoying commercial is going to pop up. I say annoying because it's an autoplay. I took that commercial and I put it on YouTube, and within those 10 days, I had 500 views looking at Google Analytics, or not analytics, the YouTube analytics, and they showed me what I had and who was doing it, and I said, you guys just bought Jeopardy, you bought Primetime, you bought Early Morning, and you have no way of knowing who is looking at your stuff. But I have a way of not only knowing who, when, and where. Now, yeah, Mike. I'm really tired of Mike.
What was the video? What's the video under your first one? What was the search? Sun City RV?
Oh, well, you can do Sun City RV. You can do used RVs. Now, thanks to Carrie and stuff, and you, of course, sir, and the great everything that everybody's done, you can do numerous. I'm competing with numerous people. Now, the videos might not be the #1, but if you go to the videos, Arizona RV is our channel because we're locked out by a previous employee. Arizona RV is our channel with, I think we have 300 videos now. I'm looking at your screen, which is on my screen, which is what I absolutely love about you guys.
That's right. More importantly, you took action. You were, if I remember the story right, you had no job, you had no money. You said, Wes, what do I do? I suggested that you go make the video testimonials, offer your services and stuff. You call me back and you say, Wes, you're not going to believe it. Not only did they hire me for being the internet guy to take over on their internet stuff, but they also, the average commission on an RV is over $5,000 per unit, and they're going to let me do the internet marketing on that, and they're giving me 30 grand a year to, and I forget what else it was, and then they put you head of the department for the second location starting the day after Thanksgiving, if I remember right, and now you're in charge of all their everything.
Well, there's a new concept that's rolling out, which is awesome. So I have Sun City RV. I have it's what we call A&D, which is Auto Dynamics, which is their entire car thing from sales to service to towing, which has 4 different companies underneath them. We're rolling out a new dealership, which I was so proud to take Diana, my fiance, to yesterday. The location gets 75,000 cars that drive by it. So we have 8 different units underneath the umbrella. And I told my boss today in an email, I said, man, if you only pay me $500 per unit, you're not paying me enough. For every one of those, for what I do, $500, I'm still not making anywhere near where I need to be. We need to renegotiate my salary. It's the new year, and I want 10. I thought it was a little cocky, and my fiance Diana said, you know, you might be going a little bit beyond. And I said, honey, I just had an auto body place say that $7,500 was a joke because they're going broke. They're willing to pay me $12,000 just because they need all our leads.
Wow. Wow, you didn't tell me that part. Or this just happened.
This just happened this week. It's
just
going on. The Valpak, just the information that Wes has released on Valpak. Imagine opening that envelope and not looking at, oh, you know, I got a coupon for a dentist. I looked at it as 5 different dentists were in my Valpak. I had 60 leads just this last mailing. To call them up and say, you don't understand what we have available to you. And I say we because Wes has built up this entire community. I don't know it all.
No. You guys built up this entire community. Just let's be real clear on that. I didn't do the Chinese restaurant in Germany. I didn't do the Tokyo dentist. I didn't. That's all you guys. You guys, this is very important for you to understand. As a group, collective, community, you guys pulled your resources. I suggested the idea that, hey, anybody that's apprehensive about having proof and being able to say, you know, well, what exactly can you do? I said, use above and beyond auto repair. And then Stan says, you know what, use my roller skating rink. And then JP said, well, use my videos. And then Sonny's like, use my videos. Frank's, use my videos. And the whole group came together, and everybody's like, let's put all our videos all on one page, which Stan did, which is in the resources. And you guys, and then you want to show somebody what you can do. And you know what's phenomenal is that just knowing what you're capable of and what the team is capable of, nobody has had to use the resources to prove what they can do because they have so much confidence going into it that they don't ask. It's amazing. Nobody says, Wes, let me see your 53 page 1 videos. I want to count them. Nobody. I got to beg people, oh, here, let me show you. Wait, hold on. I want to show you this one. Wait. No, you got to see. That's not even the good one. I still want to do the eye doctor. It's funny. It is funny. I'm telling you the honest truth. I'm not making it up. It's true.
Wes, if I can say one thing, you're talking about $97 a month. I am being paid $36,000 a year from one client. That gives me a net profit without knowing anything more in your training than you've already given me. And I'm sure I've been on your program. I mean, just this week, I think I've had 6 webinars.
Yeah. Wait, Frank, don't give them the wrong idea. We're not doing that many guys, and they're not all going to be 5 hours. But
no,
I will melt your brain though.
I'm doing the replays at work. I'm doing all these things. I know all the webinars, probably inside out and backwards. I'm netting $2,900 a month after all of the payment. Oh wait, that's right. It's only $97. I don't have WSOs. I don't have plugins to buy. I don't have anything else. I call somebody. I meet them. I tell them they like it or they don't.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much, sir, for sharing.
No, thank you, and get me off of here before I say something.
I am. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say thank you. So Frank did a phenomenal job. I'm Arizona. He's in Arizona, Jim. All right, now let me see what else I have got here. Oh yeah. I forgot about these. Guys, when you make your videos, if you go down the path of videos, YouTube has completely changed the way that we can add annotations into videos. If we make our videos generic enough, we can put the phone numbers, we can broadcast the phone numbers right on the video itself and change out the phone numbers to the different clients. So if we rank a video for a dentist, orthodontic surgery, I can't think of the one. I can't think of where it is right now. Anyways, dental surgery implants, Kansas City, and that's our video up there. We can put an annotation on the video itself, and Google's changed the user interface last week, makes it really, really nice to work with. And you can put a big old phone number right across there that will run the entire length of the video. And then if the orthodontist that hired you for that, if they change their mind and they don't want that lead generation anymore, you just change the annotation and you don't lose the video. Stuart, you are more than welcome, sir. Dale's on a road. Dale says, man, I haven't been this excited since the hogs ate my little brother. Elizabeth, it's actually on the video. You put it up at the top of the video, down at the bottom of the video, or wherever you want to put it. Go in there and play with annotations. They've changed it. It is great. John, I'm not 100% sure, but that's okay. We handled it. Wait, Wes, don't stop, but render quick. Gina, how you doing? All right, and then what else do we have? Oh, I was looking for the I forgot about. So what I need is I need this, and I need this. Whoops, not that one. Not that one. Where is my... Okay, guys, here's a couple ideas for you. Let's go back over the takeaways of what we need to do, because I'm sure you guys are probably at the end of your rope, but I want to go back over a couple of the most important things that I want you guys to do. As a matter of fact, I want to do this. Let me find it. Sunday night, Sunday night, Sunday night. There's that one. And then Sunday night, that's that one. I don't want that one. I want, where is it? Here, Monday, not that one. I don't want that one. I want Monday the 19th. Let me get you guys Monday the 19th.
Got a blank screen.
Oh, it's embedded. All right, let's go this way. I made this video to help you with your... I'm looking for a video in particular for you guys. And I don't know where it is. All right, I'm just going to give you this link. Well, no, I'm not. All right, I'll dig it up. I don't know where it is. No big deal. I wonder why it won't go over to, I wonder why YouTube, it won't let me. It's not giving me the link for it.
Got a blank screen. You guys should be able to see my...
Oh, there we go.
My blank internet browser right now until I get it typed in.
Copy.
You ready
There you
to
go.
Wes?
One more second. You guys, that video is not near as long as tonight was, and that actually is a recap of Kelly walks through Valpak. I do the live calls. We do some of the phone book stuff. We do the FedEx envelopes. It's like a recap of tonight, so that way you guys don't have to wait so long, and it's right there. Click on that and make sure that that video opens and let me know. Sometimes I don't like those BE links that YouTube gives us. Maz, everything that you want to know about how I got all those videos on there, I have videos. I don't know if you noticed or not, but I have videos for video training. I'll teach you how to take one video and make it 50 videos. I'll teach you everything. I'll show you how to do everything. Yes. Monday, 12/19. That video right there, that should start off. It'll take, let me make sure that it's the right one. I know it is. Yeah, there we go. That walks you all the way through what Kelly's doing. This is a real fast like recap. And when I say real fast, it's only 2 hours instead of 5. David, if you guys are in the training, you will get all of Kerry's training that he did last week with all the videos and everything. Yes, sir. Now, if you're not in the training and you weren't part of the training, then it wouldn't be fair for me to give it to you, and when the other people paid $197 to be in it. So if you join in the $97 a month, the resources are going to, I mean, you're going to have access to the resources. And Kerry has also offered for the people that paid to be in there and stuff, you guys all got on his list, correct? Because we made it a point to make sure. Now, it's not over and done yet. We still have Wednesday's webinar, and we've got, because we're still going, and we still have tomorrow night's webinar at 7. Don't forget that, guys. We still got a couple more. We guys, a couple more, and you guys are supposed to give me the. You're supposed to give me the questions, Eric. Eric, let me get it for you. Eric, this is last night, sir. There you go. Yeah, Don, thank you for reminding me about that. Don was sharing with me, and the options of the YouTube. I can click on the long link, or under options, you can get the long code, and it always works instead of the short code. So, anyways, all right, let's recap. Let's recap a little bit on some of this stuff. I'm not going to go down that one. That's coaching. If you guys want in, I'll drop it in the box one more time. Copy, copy, copy. And then you guys can, whoever hasn't signed up, doesn't have to, but there's that one. We'll send this down to the bottom. After hours call, that's in your guys' download. The urgent envelopes. These are, instead of using the FedEx envelopes, you guys can use these, but they're kind of pricey. Uh-oh. Charlie, no, you're in. You're okay. There's you got it. The whole thing. Jeanette, I don't know. All right. There you go. Charlie, that should answer your question, sir. And I'm not going to veer from it one bit whatsoever. Charlie was asking about 197 versus 97, who's getting what and all that. Anybody that's in the elite coaching is going to get access to me, everything I've done, everything I'm going to do, and you're going to be my sounding board. I guarantee we're going to meet one time a week, minimum, and I'm gonna melt your brains. I'm gonna present the ideas and the values. Other than that, everything else is going to be over and above and beyond where and who and what. I want to under promise and over deliver. So basically what I'm asking you to commit to is 25 bucks a week, and I'm going to melt your brain. Anything over and above that is bonus material. Does that make sense? Awesome. Awesome, Ken. You got it. I got you fixed. Any idea how long the offer will be open for? Diane, I am going to close it on the 6th. It's not fair to everybody who gets in. If it has not filled up, the $97 price point will be closed on the 6th at midnight officially. If it has filled up, it'll be closed when it's full. And I don't have any idea how many people are in there. I know that at the starting of the webinar, we already had like 12 people had already signed up before the webinar even started. Okay, Ken's asking a question about the keyword list and keyword research. Keyword research, what that is actually for is you want to find out what people are looking for. And keyword research, I go to and I look at competition, but I also look at like personal injury lawyer is 50 bucks a click. So what I do is I look for long tail ways that I can rank stuff real fast and get the more long tail you can make it, the more specific, the higher the customer intent, and the more real estate Google will give you. So personal injury attorney, Gladstone, Missouri 64118. That if I typed in personal injury attorney, Gladstone 64118, it'll pull right up. It'll be right there. Now, if somebody types in personal injury attorney, Gladstone, if there's not any other personal injury attorney videos that are even close to that, Google will give you that spot. And then for a geo modifier, by using the zip code, the geo modifier on it will make it Web 2.0 friendly. Makes a huge difference. So does that answer that? Joanne, yes, I will look. Joanne said she sent me an email, and I will definitely be on the lookout on it. Nope, Joseph is taking off. Charlie, I will show you that after you feed the machine long enough and you give it good quality content, Google will send you, or Yahoo, Yahoo is owned by Google, so Yahoo will send you an invitation to upload longer videos. Elizabeth, considering that FedEx envelopes are free, I use FedEx. Guys, excuse me for 1 second. I have to run to the restroom. Too much water. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. Oh my gosh, somebody wrote a book. Jenny West, Yahoo's owned by Microsoft, not Google. Yeah. Did I say Yahoo? I meant YouTube. I could have swore I said YouTube. YouTube's owned by Google. I must know. You know what? I must have said Yahoo because there's like 50 different comments. YouTube is owned by Google. I must have had one of those moments, one of those old age moments. Yeah, even Jeff said it. So I said Yahoo. Sorry about that, guys. I meant YouTube. Trust me, I really had to go use the little boy's room. That's what yeah. It wasn't brain fart, it was brain float, Jeff. I've consumed sitting here tonight. I kid you not. I love the Walmart Sam's purified water, the 20 ounces or yeah, 20 ounces. I kid you not. I bet you I've drank 10 of these sitting here talking to you guys. That's the only way I can keep my voice going. Hydration. Got to keep hydrated. So I apologize that I said Yahoo. I did mean YouTube is owned by Google. So, Charlie, what happens, to answer your question, after you upload enough on your YouTube accounts, they will send you an invitation after a while that will say, congratulations, your videos are now qualified for longer than 15-minute uploads, and would you like to be a part of the Google AdWords campaign? When I do it, I have several accounts that I can upload hours and hours and hours of video to. I mean, the 8-hour videos on Above and Beyond. But I have the search story. I've got a whole bunch of them. I get skydiving. I got all kinds of them. And I don't take Google up on the AdWords because I don't like the commercials in my videos, just to be honest with you. Todd, thank you, sir. Happy New Year, my friend. It was good to connect with you and talk to you. And by the way, I sent you an email. I need to talk to you. PM me in Skype when you get back, sir, please, because I've got a question that I need to ask you about. Thank you, sir. Bruce, it depends. It's if you want to be frank, tell him 12 grand. Okay, yeah, because I do want to recap on this for you guys, so that way we're not too far out. I want to leave you with an actionable plan. I promised you an actionable plan in the end. So, Bruce, pricing. Listen to this. You have to keep in mind the per customer. All right, Randy, welcome back. Bruce, you've got to keep in mind the per customer value per client. For example, the average roof on a house is $8,000. That's just a house. Now, that's not counting the cement shingles or any fancy upgrades or any of that stuff. I paid, and I got a deal almost at cost from Armin Luna, my friend, because I serviced all his roofing trucks and all his big box trucks and everything. Luna Guttering and Roofing. Anyways, he cut me a deal on my roof. I think it was $5,500, and he told me flat out, he's like, Wes, you know, if there was anybody else, it'd be 8-10 grand. But you've taken care of me all these years. I want to take care of you. And so he gave me all the materials it cost, and it was still $5 grand for his crew to come in. They had it done in a day and a half or so. So your average roofer per customer value, if you optimize and you go into this training and you learn all the stuff that we're teaching about, all the different things, and you can generate, say, 3 leads a month or 3 customers a month for a roofer at $8,000 on average, $8,000, that's $24,000 a month. Just 3 leads. They should have no problem paying you $2,000 easy. Because, you know, part of the $8,000 is the roofing materials and all that stuff. But I mean, you're generating $24,000 gross. That's it. 3 jobs. What if you don't get 3 jobs and all that? It's all a matter of where do you feel. And that's what I wanted to tell you guys also on this other part. When you're very first getting your feet wet, it's not so much the amount of money that you get, it's the experience and the portfolio and the confidence that you develop. Because once you've done about 3 of these things, you'll be amazed at how easy it is. So if you have a friend that's in business, say, hey, without under promise and over deliver. Say, hey, what if I was to help you with this? Would you mind? and help them. And you'll learn. Then you take, and when you get stuck or you use the resources, whatever it takes, whatever we got. When we get stuck, you just come into the group, and there's somebody somewhere all the time in the group. I mean, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll come down and it's going, and people are like, "Well, what are you doing?" And it's the people in Australia and New Zealand and the UK. They're on my night shift is their day shift, and their day shift is my night shift, and it's amazing because the interaction is just incredible. So get what you can. On the same token, Bruce. Now what I just told you about the 3 customers for the roofer for $2,000, right? Keep that in mind. Now we're going to do the same amount of work for a restaurant that has a per customer value of $20 a customer. How many leads do you have to generate for that restaurant for them to be able to afford to give you $2,000? So it's not a matter of how much. Now let's take it a step further. What if you had a neural brain surgeon that gets $250,000 per client to do his surgery? How many leads does it take for you to make $5,000, $10,000? He just adds it to the bill anyways, gets the insurance company to do it. So it's the per customer, and that takes us full circle to what you want to do is you want to look for prime opportunities with go where the money is, high customer value. And Bruce, on the same token, you want to think about when you see those billboards, know in your head that they're spending $2,500 a minimum. If it's in the LEDs, in that's huge money to have those big LEDs. And especially on those, if you guys are in California, I mean, every 40 feet on the freeway is another LED sign with another car dealership. And you look up that car dealership and they got junk reviews, where they're getting slammed. That's golden opportunity. They're spending oodles of money to try and get people to be a lead. And yet, when you go to the internet and you search, right on the YP, Jack was sharing with me earlier, why would anybody pay so much money for a phone book when right on the YP website it says most searches are done on the internet anymore? It's because they're trying to pimp out the websites to replace the phone book. Old school, etc., etc. But Bruce, when you look at that car dealer or any of that stuff, and you're seeing that billboard for that car dealership or whatever it is, look them up online and see what they've got. And no, they're spending that much for a billboard. Do you go to a company that has a big review that says this place is a scam, it's a ripoff, and they only got 2 stars, yet they got $2,500 sitting on a billboard that made you think, oh, I'm going to check into that. And then that's all you see about that company? You just present that to them and say, look, you've got a major problem. You're spending tons of money here, and this is what people are seeing. Now, if you fix this, you're going to get a lot more people in the door. Elizabeth, I don't know exactly how much they are. I know that they're anywhere from $500 for a little small wood sign next to the freeway to well over $25,000 and $30,000 a month for the big attorney ones that are in downtown metropolis, etc., etc. Hello, Jan. Jan, guys, I want to share this with you because this is exactly what it is right here. Ken, I will talk to you later, sir. You have a good night. Happy New Year. And I will be with you shortly. Bruce, not a problem. Bruce said, before I share Jan's, Bruce says, I absolutely agree. Thanks for the reminder. Oh, hey, and that's what this is all about. Thanks for the reminder. I had a momentary lapse of memory. Yeah, go where the money is. And I'm going to finish out the rest of the mind map too, but I want to share what Jan has. I'm in your coaching program, and I need a minimum of $5,000 a month so I don't have to leave my family and take a job in Florida. I'm ready to take action and quit watching the webinars. Want to help? Sound like a good game plan. That is exactly what I am here for. That is exactly what we're going to do. Yvet knocked it out in a week. God was looking after her because of her daughter and because she's a good person, I can only assume. And I'm telling you, if you take action and apply this, here is exactly, the other day, Andrew wrote in 4 phenomenal questions. One of them I threw right off the bat, but let me find his questions because they were just awesome. And I'm going to do, in fact, we're going to do the recap. So I will just answer those questions again. And we'll be done with it. Let's see what we got here. There we go. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh my God, it was here the whole time. Wow. Okay. Well, that's all right. Too late now. I'm looking for the questions that Andrew sent me because they were perfect. Here we go. All right. Are you guys ready to take a journey? Here we go. Brain melt. Brain melt. Frank is suggesting that I remind everybody the comfort zone is not the spot to sit. You got to get up, get out, and go and do. Happy New Year, Jan. All right, we're going to go over these 4 questions. You guys, and Tracy says, Jan, you got company. Actually, there's a lot of us. Okay, here we go. Andrew wrote in. He says, Wes, here's my main question. Oh, it was the Christmas night webinar that I did. He says, here's the questions that I have. And he's from down under in Australia. And I thought these were just brilliant questions. Are you guys ready? I'm going to just roll through this. And you guys just hold on. Hold on to the rope. Oh, awesome. By the way, Tracy, you shouldn't be multitasking. Either listen to me or turn me off. No, I'm teasing. Multitasking is a very bad thing, except I do it all the time too. But I am learning that it is not near as effective as you think it is. All right, here we go. Andrew wrote in. He says, Wes, here's my main questions for today's webinar. And by the way, he was out of all the, I asked everybody to send in questions. He was the only one that even wrote. What's this one? Oh, me, Wes. Oh, my Mads is like, let's get the ball going. Let's go. Come on, Wes. All right. How do we get cash in this week when most businesses are away? Now, keep in mind, he sent this on December 25th and for the Christmas night webinar. So, question number 1, how do we get cash in this week when most businesses are away? That is incorrect. I believe Benson did over $1,100. Several people brought in all kinds of clients this week. So I told him, I said, that's a misnomer. Between Christmas and New Year's is actually one of the busiest weeks that there are for businesses because it's all the returns. Everybody got Christmas money. So that's not even an option that I'm even going to consider. So that ends that question. The next one, this is the brilliant one. If you needed to get $7,000 in this week, what would you do? That applies to right now, guys. As soon as we wrap this up, we're going on 5 hours. As soon as we wrap this up, which we're gonna do real fast, you're gonna go, okay, got it. What would I do to bring in $7,000 this week? This is exactly what I would do. Listen closely. I would target all the Valpak ads. I would call and leave messages. As soon as we turn off this webinar, I would do at least 20 or 30 of them and say, listen, you got a problem. You're spending $1,000 a month on a coupon that is not generating anything. I would research them. I would target them first, and I'd not target them, but I would find the coupons that have value. Then I would look at the dentists and all the companies. I would stay away from the corporates because corporate always has to have a corporate decision, and that's going to take a month or two. Now, it's not that I won't call, but it's not going to generate my I'm talking I have to have $7,000 cash in hand Saturday. And it has to be Saturday. And the reason why is because I want to do this in 6 days so I can take 1 day off for whatever I want to go do. Make sense? You guys following me? So I'm going to call at least 20 places. As soon as I'm done here, I'm going to do the Valpak. I can go to Groupon. I can get some more clients. I can get some more anything. It doesn't have to be in this area. I can screenshot. I can leave the messages and see who calls me back. I would immediately run several Craigslist ads and just get some lines in the water for website SEO, website marketing services, anything that I think I would run as many Craigslist ads as I could in as many areas as I could just because it's 100% pure line in the water theory, period. That way, if it does generate something, great. If it doesn't, oh well, no big deal. I don't care. It's just a line in the water. Nah, I'm moving stuff around here too. Got to get organized. Organized. Yellow Pages. I would immediately open up my Yellow Pages, or I would go to YP and I would still continue to do my research. I would see if they have a real website or any of that stuff. Now, listen to me very closely. I don't like doing websites. I hate it. I don't want anything to do with the website. I don't want to optimize their website. I don't want, because there's always somebody's uncle's nephew that did this, and they would just be crushed if they found out that it was just crap and it's not optimized right and everything. You know what? Internet exposure doesn't have anything to do with the website. Now, yes, it does, but just if you have an SEO optimized website, then how come the Google Places, Yahoo Bing, and Yahoo and all that stuff isn't claimed? So on the same token, I can go in and I can claim all the internet exposure stuff, and I don't really have to worry about the website. Now, before I get prosecuted on this, Google has publicly stated that anymore to be high ranking on the maps, it is detrimental that the website be optimized to match the information that you put into the places page, and that everything is relevant. And it is becoming more and more critically important that everything commingles and is good and works. Guys, that is very, very true. But in a smaller area, in a smaller arena, the local cities and stuff, it's not as important as people will have you believe. You can still rank quite high, quite easily, even though their website is a flash website. For example, type in Northland Auto Sales. That is a flash website, northlandautosales.com. That's a flash website. But if you type in cars, used cars, Gladstone, they are A on the map. A month ago, 2 months ago, when I started on them, they didn't even exist on the map. The only difference I made to their website was the title tag, and I just put used cars, Kansas City, used cars, Gladstone, Kansas City, used cars, Gladstone, used cars, used trucks, Liberty, used, and whatever the title tag says, I don't remember. And then I also optimized their Google Places page. I made 300 and some odd videos for them, and I pointed them all back to the website, and Google said, wow, thank you very much. The only reason I got top spot is because none of the other car dealerships bothered to do anything. So I just beat them just because. Now, if it was competitive, downtown LA, I would have to be Johnny on the game. I would tell them, get rid of this flash website. You have to fix this. But to get my $7,000 in for the week, I wouldn't go down that path because that's too much work. That's not going to put cash in my hand. I'm looking for bad reputations, for high-yielding customers where I can show them the pain points. Go, Doc, don't you understand? Look at the review. Doc Wiles had a review and it was bad. It was the only review that he had. If his average client customer base is worth $6,000, and you go to look up Dr. Wiles, and his only review that he had was from a lady that was pissed off because she had her eyes dilated, and the secretary and the staff wouldn't let her drive her car for her own protection. She wrote this big dissertation on Google about how that's just total BS, that she should have been allowed to leave and do whatever she wanted to do, and on and on and on. Now, that needs to be fixed because that's keeping customers away from him, along with his Google Places page. So here's what I did, just because I forgot what it was. I think I wanted to show somebody something. I went to Randy. Oh, I know what it was. I told him I was going to go to Randy Reed Pontiac, or Randy Reed Nissan, first thing, 10 o'clock Monday morning, on that same video, the 1219 video, and that I had an appointment with Bill at Randy Reed. Yes, this is exactly what it was. And I said, if I don't collect the check, I am not going to come home until I have one. So I went to, this is how powerful this is, guys, that mindset. This is going to happen, period. I went to Randy Reed. Bill and I talked for a while. He connected with the Randy Reed GMC next door, asked me if they wanted to talk to them. They said no, whatever. I went down to Tiffany Springs Honda. I talked to the guy there. The gal was really nice, so I got no rapport with him about how bad his reputation is. I showed him my Christmas car videos. He didn't care about the Christmas car videos. He cared more about the reviews and said that he had to check with the higher-ups and on, and he'd get back to me and all that. I told him, I said, you know, don't dally because I'm headed right up the street to Toyota. I'm going to go help them. So I went up to Toyota, and Toyota was like, I don't know. And I talked to the guy. Oh, I know what it was. The manager was in the middle of a deal, and so I couldn't. And I got tired of waiting, so I left. I went to Gladstone Dodge. I walked out the door with a check for $500, and then I came home. So it was like I had to have money. Boom. And I negotiated the deal for $1,500. I told him I'd have it done by Friday, which is Christmas. So right off the bat, click. I X'd $1,500 off of my list of what I needed to do. Guys, what I didn't tell you was that part of some of the other projects that I have going on generated $4,700. So now I'm at, what, 47, 47, 15, 57, 63, and then I had another 22, 23, right at like 10.2, somewhere around there. That's not bad. I exceeded my goal. And I just kept, every day I take bite-sized pieces and I just keep go until I get to what I need to do, period. John's asking, what do I take with me when I get ready to go meet somebody? I take my iPad. I love my iPad. And I also take the Get Listed. Actually, I take my iPad. I did print out for Gladstone Dodge. I did have their printout on Get Listed for Randy Reed Nissan. I had their printout listed. I also had the keywords. I had it all printed out on a piece of paper. And then when I was sitting there, I had him typing into the computer. I did the same thing at Tiffany Springs Honda, and I did the same thing at Gladstone Dodge. I did the same thing at all three of them. When I got to the general manager of all of them, with the exception of Gladstone Dodge, I actually got to talk to the owner. But I had to go through the manager. I had them in their computer. I said, look, just look at what people are seeing when they look you up. Type this information in. And I'd say, do you use Dodge's Kansas City? And then boom, he said, yeah, we're right here. And I'm like, yeah, and look, you got 2.5 stars. Now click on that. And he says, oh, that doesn't look good. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. And you know, most people shop by stars. He said, oh, it doesn't make that big of a difference, does it? I said, let me ask you a question. When you go to the movies, do you not look at the stars first before you even read the title? Let me ask you another question. When you're looking for some kind of a new toy, like on Amazon or at Best Buy or something like that, do you not look at the stars first, then look at the price, and then look and see? Because if it's not 5 stars, you really don't want it. And this is the way stars work, guys. 50% more people will click on 5 stars than will 4 stars. Now, 50%, if the option of 5 stars is not there, 50% more people will click on 4 stars than they will 3 stars. Most people will not click on anything below a 3-star period because they just don't want it, unless they're looking to read. Now, everybody and their brother will say, oh, no, I do. No, I'm telling you, as the cattle herd of people and shoppers and all that, they will not click on anything less than a 3-star, and they will only click on a 3-star if they absolutely have to, buyers wise. And they're going to click on it to find out what the flaws are, and on and on and on. But a 5-star, click, no problem. They'll click on that all day long. Think about it. You do the same thing. I do too. We all do. All right, I'm going to breath here. I need to read this. You guys are typing a whole bunch. Randy, it's on your download page, sir. And if not, when I get into Skype, I will double check. Point of info. Eric's sharing with us, Google gives you 70 characters to show in the title tag. Just a FYI. And then, John, I said my iPad. And the reason I take my iPad is so that if they don't want to go to the computer, I already have it pulled up on my iPad so I can just show them what it looks like. But an iPad gets the reviews from Yelp, not Google. So I take the Get Listed. It's a big difference. But and the other thing I take so I can show them on my videos. David, a great question. David just asked, if we sign up, which I just did, when do we get access to all the materials and when will the first webinar happen? David, the first official webinar is Sunday at 7 o'clock. But between now and then, bear with me. You should have, through the confirmation email and all that stuff, you should have been taken to a page with a big, long list of stuff. And if not, Kelly is off doing emails and all that stuff right now. I will make sure that you get it. Most importantly, make sure that you add me to Skype. That way I can get you to the group. I don't know, Frank. Randy, here we go. Get her on the line. And my speech will be something like this. What's her name? I got to know what her name is. You guys will laugh at this one. C, all the above. John's asking, do you give your clients your cell number? Do you have a separate business line? Do you use a forwarding number? Or do you use like Google Voice? John, I have them all. I have Magic Jacks. I've got 3 or 4 Magic Jacks. I think one of them's 476 cash. The other one's 476 auto. Those are the 2 whatever ones. Then I got the newest one that doesn't even require a computer. I don't even know what that number is, but it was easy to remember. It was like 9840440 or something. I don't remember what it was. But I got that for my landline. Now the Magic Jacks I just set up with the answering machine for the Craigslist ads, so that when they call in, free 24-hour. Believe it or not, a free 24-hour recorded message still gets phone calls because people don't want to talk to people. I don't know. It's so weird. I can't imagine it. But as a general rule of thumb, it's the same. Karina. You go, dear Karina, you have to buy Randy an iPad 2 64 gig with 3G so that way he can go out and make lots of money to buy you tons of diamonds. That should do it for you, Randy. There you go. Just cut that little part out and edit it. You know, Randy, keep this in mind. They say a man's not complete until he's married, and then he's finished. That's why I'm not married, because I'm not finished. John, yep, call 7, and then there's phone.com, and then there was the dynamic and a whole bunch of stuff. I have a whole bunch of resources for you inside the deal when I get it all done. Oh, Jenny's sharing with me that Magic Jack is U.S. only service. I don't get that. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. Man, they've got you guys, Jenny, they've got you guys in the dark ages. By the way, Jenny, I didn't share this earlier. She is a marketing specialist. She put a post in Skype that will knock your guys' socks off. In fact, we were supposed to be talking about how to expand upon that, because the information that she shared was just phenomenal. And she's putting together a product as we speak. They're putting it all together, and so I was lucky enough to be able to take a preview of it, and it was pretty cool. Hey, Jenny, Paul's adding right here. He says, I have friends that have taken their Magic Jacks overseas, and it works just fine calling the U.S. numbers. Oh, Jenny, you're welcome. When you get it done and you're ready to share it to the group, I mean, we'll definitely do that. Absolutely. And then Gary is adding in, Jenny, check into this. If you need me to get you a Magic Jack and send it to you, just email me. I'll get you one. You can reimburse me. I'm not worried about it. Gary is saying his cousin is using Magic Jack in the Philippines to call his friend in Costa Rica. So I don't know why your Magic Jacks aren't working down there. Oh. Magic Jack? It's not a URL. It's Magic Jack. Just Google Magic Jack. And you can call him. I can get you a URL. And then Paul's adding he has a friend in India who calls him all the time. Yeah, I thought they were international. They are. In fact, I have international at like 2 cents a minute or something. It's cheap. Okay, and Jenny just added when she gets it ready for group sharing, she'll let us all know. Paul says it's Magic Jack. Oh, Jenny she doesn't know what Magic Jack is. Oh my. Okay, figure that, just look at magicjack.com. I want to finish going over all this. So now we got the phone. You guys asked about the phones. That's what I have. Now, what do I do? 9 times out of 10, I give them my cell number and I talk to them, because when I talk to them, I can close it. I want to talk to them in person, because that gives me that affords me the ability to strengthen the bond, deepen the rapport, find out their wants, so that, guys, do you guys understand when I'm talking about sell people what they want, but slip in what they need? Do you want me to expand upon that a little bit so that you'll understand exactly what I mean in a context that will make perfect sense? Because when I explain it, you might just go, oh, yeah, I get it now. Okay. John, one of the biggest, greenest, all right, Jim, you got it. You guys are going to get it. Full Monty. One of the biggest evergreen niches. Now, guys, I got to make sure anybody that's still on the fence about signing up on the coaching, if you haven't signed up, I'm going to tell you right now, If you do not want to be exposed to marketing of all types, this probably won't be a good fit. If you want to find out about marketing of all types, this is going to be a wonderful fit. I'm just warning you, I'm not straight offline, and I mean, I'm good at it because I'm a business owner, but I also love online marketing because that's really what I want to do. Actually, I am doing what I really want to do. I don't know if you can feel the passion, but I want to host seminars. I want to do webinars. I want to do speeches. I want to motivate people. I want to help them achieve their dreams. I want to be able to go, I planted the seed that created this. And that, oh yes, this is what I want to do. All right. Now, in the context, one of the biggest evergreen marketing niches that there is known to mankind is the dating niche. We all know the dating niche is huge, and especially for computer geeks that won't get out from behind their computer long enough to go actually talk to a girl. Now, there are guys like Evan Pagan making 40, 50, 60 million dollars a year selling dating advice to these guys. And it boils down to the same thing all the time. And what's funny is after you buy into his program, into Evan's, which is phenomenal, when you get up into the thousands of dollars range and you can afford coaching up in that spectrum, Evan Pagan is the tops, period. When you send the man $3,000 to buy into his program, there is no, oh, and by the way, you need another one of these for $1,500 every 15 minutes, and there's no $100,000 VIP circle that there's only 8 people limited to, and just Evan Pagan, the name, remember, the man, but now he does, and this is where I got my long webinars from, by the way. Shameless plug for Evan. I have no affiliate or anything. I value the man. Anybody doing $100 million a year from a virtual office has my complete focus and attention. And for years, I've been in his coaching program for years. Guys, I've always been trying to reinvent the wheel. As soon as I stopped reinventing the wheel and I started applying what the man was saying, miracles happened. So anyways, dating advice, pure evergreen. Now, I don't know if anybody here knows it or not, but the world's most effective pickup line is actually one word. Can anybody guess what the world's most effective pickup line is? Just out of curiosity. I want to see what one word. Got it. All you guys got it. See, you guys are ladies, man. Jenny's like, no. Charlie, no. That's exactly it. It's hello. Guys, it's the man inside, behind the word hello. Do you know how many guys won't say the word hello to a woman that they consider beautiful at the grocery store? They clam it, they lock up. But you can make a book and you can title it The World's Most Effective Pickup Lines. And they will buy it because they're looking for the magic sentence that when they say it, the golden gates opens, she comes, I mean, just like the princess coming up, wraps her arms around, you can envision her running through the wind with the skirt flowing in the breeze and give him a big old hug and a kiss. And that's what when he's buying the world's most effective pickup lines, that's what he's going, actually he's thinking about something else, but that's what he wants, is that kind of an interaction from some magic words. And he will pay through the nose for whatever it is. And then when he opens the book and he reads that it's, hey babe, what's up? It's like, oh, this is crap. And so he'll either throw it in his pile, or it's right next to the WSO pile, by the way, or he'll refund it. And then somebody else will come on, oh, no, I got the newest guide for the world's better pickup lines. Oh, man, and it's only $97, and I guarantee when you're done reading this, you're going to know them all. In fact, I got the best barroom jokes, I got the best everything, and he buys it. And then he realizes, pull the rabbit out of the hat, ha. Okay, I don't get it. And then he throws that in a pile. What he doesn't understand is that it has nothing to do with the words that he's saying. It has everything to do with the character inside. He won't spend a dime on a book that says to become more attractive, become more confident. That's not worth any, he doesn't want that. But now, the females that are on this call will agree with me 100%. The most attractive quality in a man is confidence. If he can lock onto your eye without hesitation, without blinking or anything, and communicate the hello, I think you're interesting in that split second. He didn't even have to move his lips. All he had to do was just look and give that look with confidence, and she will either look away, look down. 9 times out of 10, what do they do? As soon as a woman locks eyes on a man who's not secure with his confidence, as soon as he sees her head turning, his eyes will avert. Poof, right on down. How do I know this? I will tell you exactly how I know this, because I used to be that guy. And then I started studying and I learned, and then I'll tell you what completely changed me years ago. I started exercising and I started taking care of myself, and man, my back was so bad I couldn't even walk. And they were telling me surgery and everything, and I was a shy introvert. Could you imagine? And I started exercising and I started working on me, and I started working on me. I wanted to live life. Then I wanted to go to Tony Robbins' Firewalk so bad, but it was $2,500, and I don't have $2,500. Not only that, you might only burn your feet. Skydiving, whoa, there you go, $150, and it included the first jump. I was like, and I can die from that. That'll get me over my shyness. And guess what? It worked. Now I got 150. Over 150 jumps. I'm a certified FAA senior rigger. I'm the guy that's certified to be able to certify that the backup reserve is safe for you to jump. I pack the pilot chutes, so it's my job to save the pilot's life. If the pilot messes up to where he has to get out of the airplane, I'm the guy that makes sure that he's, for whatever happens, is his. Anyway, it got me over. It broke me over. And then, now, this happened because I bought the world's most effective pickup line book, and Eben Pagan slid in what I needed. He started off with, guys, you can read every line that there is that you could possibly imagine, but until you have the confidence to say whatever it is that you're going to say, it's not going to work. So I'm going to give you all the materials that you're looking for, but I'm also going to tell you that they're not going to work until you do these. And then he had some self-confident exercises that he had us do. And it was all online, interactive. And I was like, wow, this stuff's pretty neat. And it worked. And I was like, wow, and he'd say, okay, next time you're in the grocery store, rather than walking around with your head down, every person in the grocery store, doesn't matter who it is, make it a point to walk over and just say hello. And it broke me out of that shell. Guys, and this is years ago, but I'm telling you guys, if I wasn't working on the car, I was this was me working on your car. But socially, I was a hermit. Nope. And it's the confidence. And I'm telling you, I have the experience to help you guys get to the business owners and how to do all this stuff, because I used to do exactly the same thing. So I got to give you the oomph to get over the hump. Because once you make that first contact, as soon as you can hold her gaze just for that split second longer than you used to, you're like, whoa. And usually, I kid you not, she will smile because she knows exactly the fear that you're going through. The women are so intuitive. They know what's going on before I do. I don't even realize that they're so far ahead of the curve. It's crazy. But guys, I'm telling you, it's just phenomenal. It's honest to God. So all the way back down to you sell a person what they want. I wanted the world's most effective pickup line. Eben Pagan sold me the world. It was called Double Your Dating. He sold me the most effective pickup line, but he slid in what I needed. And what I needed was the confidence. No, the moral is sell them what they want. You want to, okay, Jenny has a good, so the moral of the story is sell with confidence. Absolutely, but that's not the moral of this story. The moral of this story is people will buy what they want. They won't buy what they need. They buy what they want. So the moral of this story is I bought the book by Eben Pagan called Double Your Dating because I wanted the most effective pickup lines and all that stuff too, and I wanted to double my dating because I was tired of being a hermit, and never doing anything. So he titled the book Double Your Dating. Inside the book Double Your Dating, it starts off with, wouldn't it be wonderful if there was a magic pickup line Wouldn't it be wonderful if there was a magic pickup line that would just make everything work just magically? But unfortunately, there's not. But I have the solution for you. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to work on some exercises. He never said building self-confidence, becoming a better person, standing up straighter, holding your head up erect, contact, looking people in the eyes, holding their gaze, shaking hands with a firm handshake, being more extrovert, etc., etc. None of those words are in that book, but the exercises and the way that he framed it made those exercises happen. Those were the result. So he sold me what I wanted, but he slid in what I needed. Huge difference. That's just like the doctor when I told Ronette, I said, Ronette, interview the doctor, the anesthesiologist. Find out what he wants. Does he want business cards and all this and the internet website and all that? What does he really want? Let's find out what he wants. And then we'll slide in what he needs. Of course he needs business cards and all that, but we need to, where the money is we got to find out what he wants. That's part of the Magic 6 questions. What do you think we can do to improve that? What are you prepared to commit to? When would you like to get started? You got to find out what he wants. She found out that he wants referrals from the other dentists. So what I did is I suggested to her that she listen to Jay Abraham's 93 extraordinary referral systems. Guys, if you have never heard this program, it is phenomenal. It makes your brain melt thinking outside the box of different ways to get referrals. It is just absolutely incredible, some of the things that his clients come on stage and tell you about, all the way down to a dentist that was working 80 hours a week, $500,000 in debt, accounts receivables up the wazoo. He closed the door, locked, and it's from Australia. It's some dentist in Australia. Closed the door, remodeled the place, hung a sign on the door and said, I'm sorry, but unless you've been referred by somebody to work it, we can't work on you. And he works 20 hours a week, $500,000 a head, etc., etc. It's called Jay Abraham 93 extraordinary referral systems. Now, guys, don't have a heart attack. It's over $100. You don't necessarily have to buy it. If you Google it, you could probably find it somewhere on the internet. In fact, I'm absolutely sure you can find it on the internet if you look at, especially if you look at filestube.com. There you go. I put FilesTube in there. Check there and see if you can find it. It's 93. It's just the number 93. Extraordinary, all mashed together. 93 extraordinary referral systems. Yes, and you know what, Kath? Jay Abraham, just so that you guys know who Jay Abraham is, he is responsible for more deaths than anybody else ever known to mankind. And I'm teasing when I say this. He's the one who came up with the, the Marlboro country, the cowboy on the horseback for Marlboros. He's the one that came up with that advertising campaign. No, it's a file sharing, John. It's not a porn thing, but there's junk on there. You want to do 93 extra, it's a file sharing, but I know it's in there. And I wouldn't do that. What? What did you guys go to? Hold on a minute. I wouldn't do it unless I mistyped or something. FilesTube's a file sharing site, guys. Well, I apologize. Apparently something changed. I don't know. Oops. Oh, yeah, take the space out. That would be it. Okay. 93, J. Abraham rocks, by the way. So he was responsible. Okay, thanks guys. I wouldn't, man, you guys gave me a heart attack. I will share with you this, since we're at this point, I bought it. And I own it, and I've bought several of J. Abraham's several $1,000 products, because here is my take on this, you guys. I'm good at the computer, and I can pretty much find just about anything that I want to. And what I do is I will test drive something, and if it's junk, I delete. If it's good, I pay the person who created it for whatever it is that they've got. Gina, keep digging. There, it's around. You know, you guys can Google it and you'll find it at all. I just knew it was at FilesTube. It comes and goes all the time. Gina, just keep looking. There's more in there. Anyways, my theory is if I look for something and I test drive it and it's a good product, the person that created it deserves to be paid for it. Why do you think I'm so giving to you guys? And I'm telling you, if you're in a financial bunch and you want to be in the crowd, I have no problem with it, because I am 100% completely confident that you will, within a month, if you don't make $97, you're out. Sorry. If you don't make $97 by the end of the week, we got a problem. Somebody's not doing something. John, it's called 93 Extraordinary Referral Systems. All right, Sidra, hold on a second here. Is it audios in PDF? Oh, Stuart got it too. Here you go, guys. Let's save you some time so I can get back to talking. Sidra found that one. Try that one. Stuart says, try Get J. Abraham's 93. I'll put that one in there too. That way I'm not being biased. Uh-oh. Paste. All right, there you go. Now, does it make sense what I just said? Oh, all right, Eric, gotcha. Hey, by the way, guys, Eric is saying double check all your files and make sure that they're clean with virustotal.com. Anytime you're downloading stuff like that, always check all your files. Make sure your virus virus scanner and all that stuff's good. Anytime you go out into the internet, always wear protection. Make sure you got protection on. You have to, or it will be infected. All right. Lesson learned on this one, not to do that again. Sorry, guys. All right. Now, where was I? I forgot where I was. Somebody bring me back up to where was I? Where was I? I forgot where I was. Oh, referrals. Ronette, I told her, I said, find out what the anesthesiologist wants. And he wanted referrals. So I suggested to her that she listen to J. Abraham's 93 Extraordinary Referral Systems, take notes of the ones that interest her, and then make the suggestions to the doc about the different things that you can implement while you're building the business cards and the website and everything else. And that is delivering what he wants and at the same time sliding in what he needs, if that makes sense. Thank you, Gina. They and as soon as she got it from that analogy, does that make sense? Did everybody understand what I was talking about? Find out what your customer wants and then slide in what they need. Because as long as I don't have to beat that dead horse anymore, we're going to move on. Let me get rid of that one. Where's our mind map? Here it is. Okay, so back to going where we are. find the prime opportunities. You want to talk to them. You want to go where the money is. You want to do the high value per customer clients, and you want to do your homework. Then you want to take a look at their reputations. You want to look at their reviews. You want to encourage them to get more reviews, get positive reviews, review cards, create a customer satisfaction survey. Just Google customer satisfaction survey, printable customer service satisfaction survey. There's tons of them. Costas gave out one last week that it was in a little package. Actually, it wasn't in the package, but he gave out some postcards and stuff like that. I had seen them floating around for a while. There's tons of them out there all over the place. And just tell whoever it is that you're going to, say, hey, here you go. Now, the reason I picked car dealers, $7,000 this week, is because I can walk into the car dealer and I know I'm walking out with a minimum $1,500 minimum. And I don't have to go to that many to find out who, what, when, where, why. Now, Frank suggested, because the average profit on a car is $1,500, Frank's like, Wes, do you realize that the average profit on RV is $5,000? So I looked up Olathe RV, and guess what? They got some bad reviews. Guess where I'm going to be going this week? I'm going to head down to Olathe RV, and I'm going to say, and check this out. Frank shared this too, and I totally believe it because quite a few people agreed with him that live in Canada. Frank said that this is the time of year that people buy RVs, number one. Number two, they also go to the West Coast, Arizona and California, because the states are drier. Nothing on the roads to rot them. And he's like, this is the prime RV time of year, and most of the people buying RVs at this time of year are from Canada. I didn't know that. And so here's the take on this one. If there was a way to take the videos of the RV and let people in Canada see what these RVs are all about before they make the trek all the way down here to look at the RVs, wouldn't that be handy for the Canadians and whoever's going to buy RVs? So I think I'm going to suggest, after I show them what I can do with Christmas cars and all my other videos for lazy eye surgery and everything else, I can take pictures of the RVs and I can make all these things, but I know how to get them on the internet. They don't. Or if they have their little video tutorial, I know how to get them on the internet. I know how to get the exposure. They don't. And if the leads on RV is $5,000 a piece, it's not going to take me very many RV leads to make a couple. And if this is the time of year that it's happening at, if I do one and I bring them one lead and they give me $2,000 for it, just as a bird dog fee, that's huge. Speaking of bird dog fees, that's what I set up with all the car dealer cash thing. If you guys remember me talking about that, doing all the videos for Gladstone Dodge and all the bird dog fees and all that. Now, here's how that worked out. They were all gung-ho, paid me and all this other stuff. And then I got all the videos ranked and everything. And now the story is not one person has come in and mentioned anything about the internet whatsoever. And I'm like, really? It's the general sales manager again shooting it down. And I know better because I can, within a week of putting it, they went from not being on the maps to being top spot with 6 customer testimonials that looked good. And not one person said anything about that, really. But I also haven't talked to Larry. So I don't know. I just, you know what? I moved on to other bigger, better things and just let it go. But I told you guys I'd give you the update. So look at their reputation. Look at their internet exposure on Get Listed. So we go where the money is, we do our homework, we look to Get Listed, we look at the reviews. If we actually talk to them, we tell them how important it is to get some more reviews. We start with, if we get in touch with them, we start with their Google Places. Number one is the number one spot. We get the 5 stars over there. We put up the review station. We get the owner to respond in a good way to all the bad reviews. Then we report the bad reviews, the phony reviews. We flag those as inappropriate. Eric, that's exactly right. I'll share the comment here in a second. Eric made a little comment, and he's exactly right. Phone tracking. That's where having the phone tracking on the phone numbers, instead of it, like on all my Above and Beyond auto repair videos, instead of that being my phone number, how about if it was, instead of it being the shop's phone number, if that was my phone number, and then I sold the shop, and somebody else wanted those leads, I could just, at the push of a button, forward that number from there to there, and then they could pay me for leads, because I know when I put all those videos online, my business doubled. It literally doubled. And so for Northland to tell me, no, not one person's ever mentioned anything about the internet, I'm like, really? Okay, well, that's strange. It's the only spot in the globe that nobody knows about the internet, apparently, is Gladstone, Missouri, about 2 blocks from where my business doubled. Kind of crazy. I know the numbers, and I'm not making it up. Anyways, still recapping here. And then don't forget to research out all the other review sites, especially Yelp. Then we're still going on. I have to have $7,000 this week. So now I've targeted my Valpaks. I've run my Craigslist ads. I've got some car dealerships in mind. I've got the RV dealership in mind. I've got my doctor on the hook that I need to go finish out doing my whole SEO report because he has an SEO marketing team for both locations. And you know what? I was cutting him a deal. I told him, I said, Doc, what, just give me $2,500 a spot because it's Christmas, or $2,500 a location. It's Christmas and everything. And normally I start off at like, $7,500, but you did my eyes and everything else. And I brought you customers, so. And we get along, and he says, well, I thought you were going to do mine just for a case study. And I said, and I did. And I told you that at the beginning of the conversation. I said, if, and I have. So if you want to, we can keep going. Brian, it's in your downloads. If you got that download earlier, get all the downloads out of the chat box, Brian. All your mind maps are in there. Valerie, it's very nice to have you here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Valerie. And I will, Kelly will get with you and respond back to that. Okay, Eric's comment was, yep, I think that's where the phone tracking would come in very handy for those type of people. And actually it comes in very handy-er with what I just told you, Eric, because if that's my real estate on Google and then somebody decides that they don't want my leads anymore, I just forward the phone to the next car dealer down the street and say, no problem. How about if and that's actually how I got him to pay me in the first place. When I had the 38 pages of videos when I very first did it all, and we had 38 pages of videos on Google and they were just everywhere, I told him that, I said, listen, here's the deal. If your sales manager is going to keep dragging his feet and not change the title tag on the website, I'm tired of wasting my time. Tiffany Springs Honda caught wind of what I was doing, and they're interested in this kind of exposure, and they're prepared to cut me a check for $7,500 right now. So unless you guys want to cut me a check for $5,000 and fix the title tag, then that's exactly where I'm going. But I just wanted you to know, I wanted to give you first right of refusal, and that's exactly what I did. And they cut me a check for $5,000 and fixed the title tag before I left. And it was amazing. The 3 weeks I'd been after him to fix the title tag on the website, they were like, well, we can't get a hold of the guy. We can't. The sales manager had the code to get into the system the entire time. And as he's going, well, okay, yeah, I had it. He's, I just didn't want you to go in there and like sabotage it. And I'm like, dude, you know how many sales you're costing yourself by dragging your freaking feet? And then I told Larry, I said, as long as he's going to keep doing this, this isn't a good fit. But they'd already paid me to do what I did, so I did it. All right, Dan's asking a question. I'm not 100% sure what we're asking, Dan. Wes, so would that mean I make with me in it for the change the oil videos and such? You just make generic videos, title tag them the right way, and put your phone number in where the video, in your video tag, so that way you can... Exactly. And Dan says, well, with my phone number to send another client. Yep. Dan, what I found is people just call on the phone number, and then Carrie backed it up with Carrie's whole system. Carrie backed it. He said they don't even look at the video. They call straight off the phone number because it's right there at the title tag. Now, when I did mine all the way back when, Google gave the whole length, and you could see my phone number. Now Google went and shortened all the titles, and it chopped off my phone number. So I need to put all my phone numbers back over. But I sold the shop, so it's not real high on my priority list. Now, on that one, yes, but that's not a live video with useful info. Now, if you wanted to provide useful info like how do you make your car last the longest, if you're in a market that you know the information about, absolutely make your video. Hey, this is Dan, and I'm here to answer this question about X, and then answer it, and then title it, and then put that, get it ranked everywhere, and put your number on there, and forward it off to say, hey, how would you like all the leads for this? Here you go, and then you can track them all through. You can do it however you want to do it. It's obtaining the real estate in Google is where the value is. Yeah, Eric, that's exactly what I told Larry. I said, you know, if this is what your sales manager is doing, you know how many no wonder you're screaming that you're losing money. That's because the guy is not interested in selling cars at all. What was real funny is as I was presenting this idea to the actual owner, I'd been telling him for over a year, guys, you need to claim your places page, you need to claim your Google Yahoo page, you need to get your internet exposure taken care of. Yeah, we will. And I said, listen. So I went in, I finally, one day I was just walking past, I hung a U-turn actually, I was driving up North Oak, hung a U-turn, and because the idea about Bird Dog came to my, $100 a video, I don't know, 97 people getting $100, all right, yeah, it's $100,000 a year. Hey, there's a whole car lot full of cars that need to be sold, and I'm like, I'll rank some videos for them, I'll sell some cars. Well, when I went in there, everybody was gone except Larry, the owner, and he said, he's like, Wes, that's a phenomenal idea, you know, how much is it going to cost me? And I'm like, I don't know, let's just see if it even works. He's like, you're in, man. I will cut you in on a percentage of the total sales that it increases. I'm like, that's cool. I don't care. And then a little bit more than that. As I dug into it, I got home and I found out he had nothing and they had bad reviews. So I went back and I said, well, we're going to have to redo this. I said, first, I got to clean up this mess because when people look at Northland Auto Sales, this is what they're seeing. And this is not good because it was like, this place is a scam or something like that. I said, I got to fix all this first, and this is going to cost you at least $750. So I got $750 to start, and then after I got all the videos and all that stuff, then I did the Honda Tiffany Springs story, and I got the other $5,000. But as I was presenting all this to the sales manager, Steve came in and he says, well, I've been talking about doing that for a year. And Larry said, yeah, and here's the difference. He's doing it. You've been talking about it. Comes down to action again, guys. It really, really does. Jim asked a very good question, Jim, and I did cover this earlier. Hey, Wes, what about a large dealership that's getting 2 stars and needs help, but the reviews may be deserved and real? Is this a client you would still approach? Are you fixing the company or are you fixing the reputation? Jim, if it's deserved, I won't deal with it. And it's real easy to tell because if it goes back for like 5 years and everybody's saying this is a ripoff, 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 the guy hosed me, it's a ripoff, then obviously something is major wrong. If it's one of those things that you could tell that one of the reputation management companies is just slamming them to make their client look better, you can tell by the dates. After you do this for just a short period of time, it becomes real obvious. Trust me on this. You'll be able to tell. And then when you go in and you talk to them, depending on how they treat you is how they treat their customers. So it's a self-answering situation right off the bat. It was Dan. Here it is. Dan says, yep, I talked to the internet guy in an Audi dealership who wasn't concerned about all the bad reviews. He said, we're selling 70 cars a month and we're the only Audi dealer in Austin. I think I should talk to the GM. Oh, absolutely. You got to get to the guy. You know who you want to talk to? You want to talk to the guy who's cutting the checks for the bills because that is who it hurts the most. And then let him know that the internet guy isn't concerned about all the bad reviews. And then ask the GM, say, well, when you go to the movies, how do you pick the movies you look at? Don't you pick the stars first? And then what would even be better is if you pull it up on the places page or on the maps. If anybody else on that page has 5 stars and they have 2, That's a dead given right there. You just go, now which one would you go to? Yeah, but we've got them locked in because of Audis. Well, don't you think you'd sell more Audis if it was actually a 5-star and kind of matched the circles on the emblem, et cetera, et cetera? Just use your creative imagination. Brian, you cannot have a tracking phone number on the Google Places page. You can have it on the website. On the Google Places page, if you use an 800 number or a tracking number, Google will remove you as soon as they catch on to what's going on. I'll quantify that one. Sorry. You may get away with it for a while. Brian, I learned something very, very valuable in skydiving, and that was my instructor. I was getting ready to go to a boogie, which is a big group where we all go, hundreds of skydivers all go, and we all get in airplanes and we all jump out together. Well, I had just got my license. I was still an A student. I think I was 29 jumps in, certified, ready to go, and a boogie, the big Couch Freaks boogies. That's like the Sturgis for motorcycles. Couch Freaks is like Sturgis for motorcycles. Anyways, huge, huge, huge boogie. Tom pulls me off to the side and he says, Wesley, he says, listen, he says, I want to tell you something very important. I like you. You're a good person. I can tell, and I like you. So I'm going to give you some very important advice. And I said, yes, sir. He said, listen, when you're up there, just because you see somebody else doing something stupid doesn't mean that you have to do it too. Keep your brains about you. Think about what I've taught you and make smart decisions, and you'll be just fine. And I said, thank you, sir. And I won't forget it, because on that weekend, Sunday morning, the winds were about 30, 32, somewhere right in there. Our cutoff limit, what I was trained, cutoff limit's 27. Winds about 30, 32, and everybody's jumping to the point that I decided to go ahead and repack my parachute. And I started to, because some of the other people were all packing their shit, I thought, all right, you know, my crowd, we're all doing this. So I started packing my parachute, and I saw more and more skydivers going. And then Steve Donnelly was, I don't know, he asked me what I was doing. I said, I'm just getting ready for later. And he's like, okay. And then Cody went running off. And I was like, what the? Yeah, I heard people talk about something. Well, a guy turned sideways in the wind, because your canopy is fabric. The wind folded his canopy underneath itself at about 75 feet off the ground. Thud. He died. And I thought, whoa. And then when Cody came back, he's like, he ain't going to make it, man. He didn't sound good. Well, then I learned that Cody was a paramedic. And I said, well, what happened? And Steve actually, as I was looking down at my parachute, Steve was standing there watching, and he said, well, he turned, and when he turned sideways, it put all the load on one side of his canopy, and the other side got slack, and the wind just caught it just right and folded it right underneath. Because once that fabric catches the wind, all it is a piece of fabric, and it blew it right underneath itself, which collapsed the canopy, and he fell 75 feet to the ground. I was like, wow. And I was actually thinking about getting ready to go jump. And he said, oh, no, you weren't. I said, but I thought about it. And he says, yeah, but we weren't going to let you go. He said, remember, anytime you're at a boogie like this and you look around, you see what all the old farts are doing. If they're all standing around, then that's what you need to be doing too. And that's how you become one of the old farts. And I was like, gotcha. He says, yeah, that's why Dorinda was sitting right there and I was standing right here, is because you weren't going anywhere. And I was like, gotcha. And then that statement about Tom, and I knew the wind speeds were 27, but everybody else was doing it too. And then that statement clicked in to this day, because that guy died. I'll never forget it. Just because I see somebody else doing something stupid doesn't mean that I have to do it too. So that's my spiel on 800 numbers, keyword stuffing in the description box, trying to manipulate Google in any way, shape, or form. Oh, by the way, did I mention earlier that I also managed to get my account suspended because I did all that stupid stuff because I thought I could, because it said it on the internet, and not good. All right, enough of that one. John, we will go into that later. That's too advanced at this point. Natalie's asking a good question. I found a company that has 2-star rating on Google, but their other review sites average about 4 stars. Does this mean that somebody might be review stuffing them? Natalie, as a general rule of thumb, absolutely not. That is the customer that you want to go help. And you take the reviews, the good reviews from the other sites, and you want to help mitigate, pull them into Google because somebody left good reviews. The machine only cares about Google. And now because of Apple, Yelp. Google and Yelp are the two big, bad, important boys. So review stuffers attack Google and they attack Yelp. And Yelp is not as user-friendly to bury reviews as Google is. But City Search, Insider Pages, Merchant Circle, and all that, they don't now you can, if you really want to damage somebody, like if you're a real disgruntled employee and you want to maliciously attack and destroy a business, then you broadcast them all the way out everywhere. Not that I'm going to tell you to go down that path, but if for some reason somebody bounces a check or abuses your services, I mean, you guys are learning both sides of this, and you have to be morally, ethically correct. Otherwise, there's some real bad people out there that you're going to run into, that you're going to be up against, and there's stuff that happens, and so you just got to be one step ahead, 2%. That's all you got to be, is 2% smarter. But if Google only has 2 reviews and everybody else has 4, that is you just go, look, you really need some help. This is what the majority of people are seeing, is these 2 stars on Google. And you have good reviews over here, so I know you're not a bad company. Let me help you fix this. And then cut them a heck of a deal. Fred, I don't know how much you've missed. But until they tell me to stop, we're going on 6 hours. I will wrap it up here pretty soon. But let's see here. What are the rules on Yelp? How many reviews per day? I've heard that you've never left a review on Yelp, that they won't publish it. Any insight on that? Dan, VPN, hide my ass. You will get to the point where you will start making accounts. If you get into reputation management, if this is the area that you like, I wouldn't worry about Yelp at this point. There's enough gold out there just with just the Google Places page and helping claim all these businesses and stuff. Guys, let me put this in a perspective. If you go and you find these guys and you know that they're getting slammed, if I walk in there, I'm doing $5,000, $1,500, whatever, $7,500. You never know. It's going to be a lot, right? If you find these and you say, listen, I just really want to help you out, $500. You only need 3 $500 jobs a day. And you're making what? 15, 15, 15, 15. There's 6, that's 4 days, 75, $9,000 in 6 days. That's good money. And now, how long will it take you to complete the services? Not near as long as you think, because you have a secret ninja weapon at your disposal. Kelly is phenomenal at this stuff, and she will walk you right through how to do it. Bam, 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 bam. Now, it'll take a little while for it to all propagate to the internet, but on Google, the stars are instant. I mean, within an hour. Gina says, Gina says, great, thanks, Gina, you just got me fired. I put this in Skype, and he hasn't even begun to lose his voice yet. I think we're in trouble. Oh, that's funny. Now Kelly's in capital letters. Make me organizer. Hold on a second here. We covered some ground, though. There you are. Hold on a second. All right, there you go. Click, you're now organizer. Dan, this is a good question to ask Kelly. When she gets here, I'll ask her.
Well, hello, everybody that is still on the webinar. Wesley J. Harrison.
Yeah.
I had a Skype request, or a Skype comment sent to me that said somebody was about to PayPal me gas money to come over to your house and turn you off.
That's funny. Hey, Gina did it.
You guys are still going.
They're asking great questions. Hey, Kelly,
Yeah.
Dan has a fabulous question that I don't know how to answer exactly right. Dan asks, Wes, what are the rules on Yelp and how many reviews per day? I've heard that if you have never left a review on Yelp, they will not publish it. Do you have any insights on that? I personally don't, because I've never
On
had any
Yelp,
problems with Yelp.
I've never had any problems with Yelp, and just to let you know, you are not the first person who's asked about Yelp, and I am currently working very hard on becoming a Yelp expert. If that, I don't know the answer to it, but I am emailing Yelp. I'm trying to find out as much information as I can and become as involved with Yelp as possible so I can start kind of being the insider for Yelp that Wes is for Google. Because Yelp is just now starting to get big, you guys. They're really starting to make a difference, and so nobody really knows a whole lot.
Guys, one very, and Local Ease just came on past 3 days, so we don't have the information dialed in on that one yet. Guys, this is critically huge, important that you lock this into your head. Every day, Google is making changes. And that's why we have to go in, we have to do the initial repairs, and then we have to do maintenance on it. Because every day they're changing. Every single day, Google is implementing changes. Everybody, the internet is changing at light speed. And we need to be compensated to sit on 6-hour webinars on New Year's Day to listen to some guy melt our brains. That's got to be worth thousands of dollars. So reward yourselves for enduring the 6 hours of getting your brain melted. But also know this. You are now armed with more information than I don't even know where to begin. And you only have the tip of the iceberg. I don't want to completely overwhelm you. I wanted to give you the stuff that you could go out there. Now you're armed with the yellow page. I mean, tell me, is there anybody that has any questions about how to go about making money tomorrow? And then let's wrap this up, because that'll take a little bit. Katina, Tashi, his English is broken. I don't know what you want to try and do. If I would be willing, guys, let me see, round of opinion. Katina has, Wes, I really want to commit. However, English is not my first language, and I'm scared to death to approach the customers. Do you think I should still invest in the program? Guys, what if I was to say, that was funny.
No.
And then, Katina, what I was going to say was, I've given you enough of everything that you need. Why don't you just give it a try tomorrow? Try the FedEx, try all the different little things that I have going on, and see if you're comfortable with any of that. Because the hardest part of any of this, guys, is actually taking the initiative to take the first action. And it's not about English, because if you can write, you can actually, I forgot, who is it that has the deaf, they're working as a team, the person that can't, I can't think of who it is now. There's one of our students has got, he's deaf. And so he and his brother, they're both working together, and one complements the other perfect, but they don't talk to anybody, and they're knocking it out of the park. So I would suggest try the mail-in stuff. Or if you want to, you can try it, and if it's not a good fit, I absolutely don't want your money, et cetera, et cetera. You've heard me say it a bunch of times. I hope that helps. And Scott's pointing out that not all business owners are American. Wow, look at all these comments. Oh my gosh. Gina says, get a salesman that speaks English. Jenny says that there are some that are the sellers, and then there are those that are implementers. So there's plenty of room to team up. Don says, take action, take screenshots, take pictures. They're worth 1,000 words. Jeff says, absolutely, there's always a way. Jenny says, you can make videos, etc. Charlie says, where can I see Carl's prospecting blueprint with all the screenshots so I can send some out tomorrow? Charlie, it's on the download page. It'll be under Carl's package, Karls. You'll see it on the download page, Charlie. Julie says your English will get better fast. Jeanette says, if you can show the results that you can get across, you can do it, and then just practice English. Natalie says, I know how she feels. English is my first language, and I'm still scared to death to approach a client. You know what? I understand completely, Natalie. I do. But once you, and Kelly talked about Crowley Furniture for weeks. She's like, do you think I should really go? I'm like, yes. And I can usually I talked her into jumping out of an airplane, and it took me weeks to get her to contact Crowley Furniture. I talked her into jumping out of an airplane. But she wouldn't talk to Crowley Furniture. It took me a month to get her to talk to anybody, and then it was because Dr. Tomlinson. No, who was the first? I don't remember even who the first. You wouldn't talk to anybody. You're like, I don't know, no. It took me forever to convince her that she could do Google Places page. I'm like, it's easy, look. And there she's a whiz at it.
I did. I would make him Skype me, and I'd be like, can you just show me? Yeah, I did Jump Gym. And I made a video about it and everything. I cried. It was it was the greatest thing. But yeah, he sure did get me to jump out of an airplane.
That's awesome.
Yeah, oh my God, it was the most scariest thing.
And nothing scary about it. Trying to catch you.
I will go talk to a business owner before I jump out of an airplane.
Well, there you go. You're either coming skydiving with me or you're going to get rich. One or the other.
I will get rich. I will get rich. I will leave the skydiving to you, and I will make money on the ground.
I'll jump. I jump. Oh, Kelly, hey, Jenny's asking a legit question.
What?
Jenny says, Kelly, which was easier, the plane or Crowley's?
Crowley Furniture. Hands down, Crowley Furniture was easier. And you know why? Because I emailed the person. I didn't even talk to them. I emailed them, and they called me within 15-20 minutes of my email being sent. I'll have to take a picture of the time on my phone when she called and the time the email was sent so that I can show you guys.
Wow. Rick just pointed out a land of opportunity. You're not kidding. Rick just pointed out a very, very valid point. Some people truly appreciate when somebody is making an effort. Oh, I can't. If they are not perfectly, even if they're not perfect with English. And that, you know what? Foreigners come to America. That statement, Zig Ziglar puts it so perfect. Foreigners come to America and they go, wow. Guys, if you've never been out of America, you have no idea just how phenomenal it is right here at home. I got to go to Korea and spend several months with my dad many, many, many years ago. I was 18 or 19. And he took me from Seoul, Korea, which it wasn't built up or anything, but it was definitely the tourist attraction. And it was before the Olympics and all that stuff. I'm 47, so what, 20-some-odd years ago. He took me, he says, now, son, he said, I want to show you the real Korea. And he took me down some of the back alleys, and we walked past this little box, and this guy had a pack of Marlboro Reds. He had 2 packs of them sitting there. And I'm like, Dad, what's up with the dude in the box? And he says, that's his home, son. I'm like, Dad, get out of here, Dad. Nobody lives in a damn box. And he says, that's his home, son. I said, what's the deal with the cigarettes? And he says, that's the black market. You want some smokes? He'll sell them to you. He's got to make a living. He probably got injured in the war, and that's how he makes his living, son. He said, now, when we walk back, he says, drop something and look over and look inside, and you'll see a bowl. That's his bathroom. And then you'll see another bowl. That's his kitchen. And that is his home, son. And I was like, nuh-uh. And he said, yeah. He said, just don't make it real obvious. But I'll bet you, and he's probably doesn't have legs, but so anyways, we were walking back, and I looked down, and my dad was right on the money. There was a bowl of kimchi in there, and there was his bathroom bowl, and he had his little pot, and he just nodded, you know, you want reds? And I was like, no, thank you. And he was he had stumps on his legs, and my dad said he probably got stepped on a landmine or something, but that's how he survives. He lived in a box, and you know, we went down some of the other places in Korea, and when I came back to America from being over there for several months, I have a whole new appreciation for the United States of America like I never ever had before. Wayne, you got here just as I'm getting ready to wrap it all up, sir. Or you just joined the program. You've probably been here for a while. You probably just joined. Jim is suggesting, for anybody that wants a real good read Hiring the Superstar Manifesto by Robert Nielsen. And then Julie is saying she grew up in Colombia and knows exactly what I'm talking about. And Jenny, I want to go to New Zealand like you would not believe. It's so beautiful. I want to skydive out of New Zealand. I also want to skydive out of Dubai. Although it's not safe in Dubai for Americans. No. From what I understand.
Heidi asked, besides Heidi, is there anybody who doesn't know who I am? Heidi says, who is Kelly? What is her story?
Tell her. Hey, Heidi, that's a very good question. You know what? That is a very good question. Give her the short rundown about what? It's 4 or 5 months ago now. You didn't know it. Well, you didn't even know what SEO was.
Yeah, in April, I'm a stay-at-home mom. I worked for Wesley. We've been working together for 7 years total. About in April, I'm a stay-at-home mom. My oldest boy is autistic, and he has been requiring a lot of special attention lately. I've been at home. Wesley came to me and said, I want you to watch this video. And I'm kind of surprised he hasn't shared it with all of you. And in the email, he said things are not what they seem. And that night, he convinced me to start learning SEO and internet marketing.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, you do. And so I thought, oh my God, this is another one of his. Eben Pagan is a brilliant man, but I cannot stand listening to him.
Oh, I didn't tell him that his average.
Forever.
I didn't tell him that his average webinars are 12 to 13 hours a day, and they usually are 2 days back to back. And when he says he starts at 7 o'clock and ends at 9, he doesn't mean he starts at 7:45 and cuts off at about 7:30ish. He starts at 7 o'clock and he ends at 9:30, and then expects you to be there again in the next morning. Eben Pagan, EbenPagan.
So,
guys, I want you to take 2.5 minutes, and I want you to take 2.5 minutes, and I want you to watch this video.
Yes. So this is the video that Wesley started.
How many people? I got to ask you. How many people here know how to tie their shoes?
Heidi, I met Wesley at his auto repair shop. He actually trained me at his. I know just about as much about automotive as he does because he trained me. All
right, Eric is the only one that doesn't get to participate in this one.
No, and
now,
Brian says Velcro. So.
Here's the deal. I will bet you that when you watch this video, not all things seem as you think they are. I am going to I will promise you that you're going to learn something. You're going to learn how to actually tie your shoes. Believe it or not, watch this video. Take 2.5 minutes. I'm going to watch it with you. Watch this video. It's funny. You're going to, yeah, me too. You're going to learn how to tie your shoes. And if I'm not kidding, you will just be like, oh my God, I've been tying my shoes the wrong way all this time. You'll be amazed. I'm going to turn my sound down so it doesn't interfere with yours.
active, intelligent, intellectual, savvy, worldly, and innovative people in the world. And I think that's true. However, I also have reason to believe that many, if not most of you, are actually tying your shoes incorrectly. Now I know that seems ludicrous. I know that seems ludicrous. And believe me, I lived the same sad life until about 3 years ago. And what happened to me was I bought what was for me a very expensive pair of shoes, but those shoes came with round nylon laces, and I couldn't get them tied. So I went back to the store, said to the owner, I love the shoes, but I hate the laces. He took a look and said, oh, you're tying them wrong. Now, up until that moment, I would have thought that by age 50, one of the life skills that I had really nailed was tying my shoes. But not so. Let me demonstrate. This is the way that most of us were taught to tie our shoes. Now, as it turns out, thank you. Wait, there's more. As it turns out, there's a strong form in the...
Turn it up, Wesley.
And we were taught to tie the weak form. Well, here's how to tell. If you pull the strands at the base of the knot, you can see that the bow will orient itself down the long axis of the shoe. That's the weak form of the knot. But not to worry. If we start over and simply go the other direction around the bow, we get this, the strong form of the knot. And if you pull the cords under the knot, you will see that the bow orients itself along the transverse axis of the shoe. This is a stronger knot. It will come untied less often. It will let you down less, and not only that, it looks better. We're going to do this one more time. Start as usual. Go the other way around the loop. This is a little hard for children, but I think you can handle it. Pull the knot. There it is, the strong form of the shoe knot. Now, in keeping with today's theme, I'd like to point out, and something you already know, that sometimes a small advantage someplace in life can yield tremendous results someplace else. Live long and prosper.
And that is the video that he showed me to convince me to start, just to listen to what he had to say. And at that point, Google hadn't even took away the reviews with the stars yet. Do you remember that, Wesley?
Huh?
Yeah, Google hadn't even changed the whole stars and reviews yet. I remember when Wesley called me saying, oh my God, Google changed, look at this. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So anyway.
Hey, Dan, I dropped the link into the chat box so that you could watch it on your computer. I turned my sound down so it wouldn't interfere with yours. But the link to that is in the chat box. And guys, let me share with you a little story about that TED video. My shoes would come untied during my skydives, and until I started tying them that way. So now when I go skydiving, I tie them that way, but all the rest of the time I tie them the other way. And it works. I'm telling you, it works. So, and that's what gave me the idea. Kelly, Miss Know-It-All, knows everything, and on. And I'm like, no. I bet you. And so I bet her. I was like, listen. What if I don't know anything about the internet. I said, it's easy. I can teach you this. She's like, but no, it's complicated. I said, no, I can teach you. I said, as a matter of fact, I'll bet you don't even know how to tie your shoe. Well, yeah, I didn't go even with the shoes. It was not all things seem like they are, something like that. But I got her to bite. As soon as I got her to bite, I got her to watch that video, and she was like, wow, you're right. And then within, I think it was like about 3 weeks later, you had decided that you absolutely hate video and that you liked Google Places page. And then I think I showed you Get Listed or something. And then now she's in cahoots with the Get Listed guy. And they actually invited her, if we were interested in doing this, helping local businesses get their businesses ranked through Get Listed and Get Listed. But she could tell you all the rest of the stuff on another webinar. But she's got it all set up to where they'll fly out if she wants to organize the thing to teach the businesses about how to take full advantage of all the stuff that I'm teaching you guys. And they'll sponsor us to do it for the businesses. And I thought, wow, she put all that together. So when she says she's contacting Yelp, she doesn't mean that she fired off an email and is hoping for it, she's going to get to the president of Yelp and make the man regret ever meeting her unless he answers her questions.
I can be pretty persistent when it comes to stuff like that because I'm not trying to sell him anything and make him money. I'm trying to find out information to make money. So, yes, this is all, that's just kind of how it came about. Wesley planted a seed, and I've never, ever, in my whole 7 years working with Wesley, have ever had to pay or want or ask for anything. He's always taken care of me in that aspect, and I wanted to pay this man money to hear what else he had to say.
Hey,
Yes, Julie.
Dale and Jeff both said that this site right here, TED, you guys need to know about TED.com. There is some fabulous, spectacular information, and it's called TED.com. They have got some phenomenal information on there. You can research. It is a great site. If you guys have never gone to TED, be careful. It's as addicting as WSOs, except it doesn't suck $9 with a $27 OTO that doesn't do you any good. Trust me.
Julie said here, and a parent of any special needs child learns to advocate, and kudos to you, Kelly. Just so you guys all know that Wesley, from the very beginning, has supported my idea of advocating for my son. I have a very awesome project in the background that's working for nationwide recognition and awareness of autism. And Wesley has been with me from day one with my son and has watched my struggles. And that's part of the reason he also asked me to come on board and do this with him.
Quinn says she's the kid who wants the $5. I guess I've said that story enough.
Natalie says, I don't know if it makes a difference, but I'm a lefty, and I think I've been tying my shoes correctly the whole time.
But hey, at least you got it.
So,
sometimes it is a little different. Does anybody have any questions about when we get off the phone? Would you guys do me a favor? We've been on here. Look at that, it's phenomenal. 6.5 hours, and there's still over 80 people here. Now, guys, here's what I want you to do. Will you please take a look at least 3 Valpats and leave 3 messages of something that you can find? Just take that. I'm going to get you to say 3, so that way at least, hopefully, you'll do 1. Just look them up, and it doesn't matter. I don't care if it's real or not. All I'm after is for you to look it up, go to Get Listed, see what they've got, pick up the phone and leave a message and say, hey, even if they have them all claimed, they probably don't have local ease. Say, hey, I just wanted to bring to your attention that you don't have your internet optimized as good as you could. And if you'd like any other information or anything, email me. You don't have to give them your phone number like I did, but email me. Get in contact. I'll answer the questions for you and say, and I hope you have a very happy New Year, prosperous New Year. Or you can even say, hey, I've made some new goals for the year. I'm going to help 10 businesses get better internet presence, whether it kills them or not. I'm just going to make it happen. And say, I looked online, I looked at your business, and I saw that you had this issue. I wanted to call you, and I wanted to let you know that you've got an issue right here. And go check it for yourself. Go to getlisted.org and get it handled. And don't be paying those people $1,000 a month for losing coupons.
And keep in tabs how many times you guys use Get Listed, because I'm also using that towards my, Yelp and Get Listed resources, as I want to be able to take them a number and say, look what I'm doing with your system. I'm presenting their system in a way they never thought their system would be used for, and it's great for them.
Ben, in the chat box, there is a YouTube video. It's the very last link that I just added to the chat box. Click on that, sir. I'll bet you don't know how to tie your shoes. Want to bet before you go get it? And that's what I mean when I'm telling you. I told Kelly that not all things are as they seem. I'll bet you don't even know how to tie your own shoes. And so far, Eric knew at the beginning, and so far out of everybody, Natalie is the only one that says, But she even had to check.
Okay, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha. Brian.
Fred, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Fred, get listed. They do have plans for Australia, the UK, and Canada, but it's not on the top of their priority list because they want to get the US completely bug-free before they start going, completely nationwide.
Jeff. All right. Son, you're going to have to watch the webinar. I don't know how long you've been on, but we have pretty much covered Get Listed to death.
Yes, and I've packaged up. I've got a whole lot of things. Apparently, there's going to be another webinar that goes even deeper into Get Listed that a lot of people have been asking questions, the same questions over and over. So once we get the coaching program started, then I'm definitely going to go do a webinar that goes even deeper into Get Listed to show you exactly how to use it.
Oh, Charlie, let me fix that while you're here, if you're still here.
Okay, I've got to go, guys. It's 10:30.
Yep, I'm gonna wrap this up too.
Please wrap this up, render it, and hopefully we will have the webinar within the next 24 hours. So don't Skype me at 8 o'clock asking me where it is, because it's gonna take a while. So we will see you guys later. Have a good night, and we will talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, Kelly. I'm looking for the link, sir. Give me a second. Jim says he ran both phones dead. All right, here we go. All right, Charlie, you still here? I'm still getting you the link, buddy. I thought I had it over there, but I don't. You're welcome, Tracy. Thank you, and I will see you on the other side. Maz, yes, that is correct. I'm going to be closing the enrollment into it, yes. I will either do webinars all week until it's full, or when it's full, I will be closing it down. So I'm only doing 100 spots. I'm just being honest. All right, let me find Charlie. Here he is. Charlie, are you still here, or did you leave? I got your link, buddy. He must not. Dale, I use the FedEx. Fred, should we promote what? I'm lost. Sai, you're more than welcome, sir. Good night, Katina. Fred, you're welcome to tell anybody that you want, as long as they're a person that you feel would be a good fit. I don't really want, there's people that are in a webinar for 6.5 hours are people that are going to succeed, period. Anybody that will sit and listen, especially as unprepared as I was, I'm surprised you guys hung out this long. I meant, yeah, if you want to invite somebody, let me know. But if there's somebody that you know, say, hey, quit eating these things and come over here and get some real nutrition, Send them over here, and I will. I mean, I will take care of them as best. I most certainly will, John. I was hoping Charlie was still here, but he's not. Good night, Heidi. You are more than welcome. Excellent. Excellent. Heidi made a commitment. She says she's doing the Val Pack. She's doing Get Listed, so she's taking a. Thank you very much, Stuart. She's taking action, guys. Info at Offline Barrier Breaker. If you guys have questions, Kelly and I are going to field them. I don't know about necessarily tonight. I got to render and everything. I will go into Skype. I will go into the emails. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock is another webinar. All you guys that are in are welcome to come. We're going to be doing the thing with Carrie and all that. I'll make another announcement. I am thinking about doing this again tomorrow afternoon. I'm not 100% sure, but we will see. All right, .com. If anybody has any questions, email me, Offline Barrier Breaker right there. Jim, I'm going to head over to Skype here while everything's rendering. Awesome, Jack. Jack's been he's got presentations all put together. Jim, excellent. Oh, yes, Maz, absolutely. It's the whole spectrum. I'm going to be doing internet marketing. Maz is asking if coaching is more than just reputation management. Maz, this is about changing your life. That's the best way I can sum it up, sir. I want you to have 2012, in my opinion, I'm going to change as many people's lives in 2012 as I can. And, I mean, that's what today was all about. Thank you very much, Natalie. Excellent, Rick. Rick's got a car guy. Sidra's doing 5 FedExes tomorrow. 5 FedExes tomorrow. Brian, shoot. Maz, you're more than welcome, sir. Man, you're welcome, Sidra. You're welcome, Rick. Brian, you're up. Brian says he got one more question. Hello, Marcy. You're absolutely welcome. Steve, you're welcome. All right, here we go. Brian's asking a very good question. With reputation management and the dealership, do you only do one Toyota dealer per city or county? For example, yes, sir. It depends on the radius of the customers for the dealership and different stores. As a general rule of thumb, people are very lazy, and so most businesses have a radius of approximately 5 miles. People generally won't go more than 5 miles to go to anything, with the exception of car dealerships. Car dealerships, they will travel up to 50 miles, sometimes even further depending on what it is. So car dealerships, if you land a Toyota, in fact, Brian, I'll tell you exactly what I went to Tiffany Springs Toyota, and I presented the information, and they declined. Actually, I never got to talk to that guy, but in my opinion, they declined because I didn't get a check, and I had to have a check. That was my goal for the day, which I got at Gladstone Dodge. But I had already planned on, if Tiffany Springs, if I don't talk to them, Kansas City is weird. It's got Kansas City, Missouri, and then there's Kansas City, Kansas. So if I rank Toyota for Kansas City, then am I ranking it for Kansas City, Kansas, or am I ranking it for Kansas City, Missouri? So that's kind of a touchy thing. Well, what I did in my mind is I said, you know what? Kansas City, Missouri is Kansas City, Missouri. Kansas City, Kansas is Kansas City, Kansas. So I'll do Toyota up here at Tiffany Springs, and I'll go over to the other side of Kansas, and I'll do the Toyota out there. And I'm not conflicting. But I wouldn't do another Toyota dealership right next to that Toyota dealership. It's a one client per city. Eric's pointing out that is very good information to relay to the business owner who may be wasting money on the Valpak recommended number of zip codes. Is that, yeah, Valpak wants you to spread them 40, 50 miles, if you will. Katina, if you, yes, and that's all part of the Skype group. That's all part of the whole collective, is that as a team, that's why I'm keeping the spots real limited. As a team, we all work together. She's asking, if I was to register, would you help us step by step? I wouldn't know where to start. Katina, I gave you the information that you needed to know tonight to begin. You don't need to know anything else. And if you won't take the time to even look at Valpak and do a little bit of get listed for just even the United States and maybe make a phone call or at least put a FedEx envelope together, then there's no point in joining. I've given you way, way, way too much more than you even need to be able to start. This, over the past 3 weeks, this is what has generated more money than anything else I've ever done in my life for more people. Hands down, over the past 3 weeks, we're talking, we've generated, over the past 3 months, we've generated over $250,000 collectively, easily. And this, I refined tonight down to the pieces that everybody's having success with, and I presented it to you guys for free. And I'm offering a cheap. I mean, it's the only reason I'm even asking for the $97. It's actually twofold. I want you to have a little bit of something in the game because that motivates you, and then B is if I can get. Check this out, guys. You asked, is this just, Maz asked, is this just all about just offline? Absolutely not. If I get 100 people to give me $97 a month, do you have any idea how much money a year that is? Let me put it this way. To have $100,000 a year income, you only have to have 86 people give you $97, and that's $104,000 a year. So if I get 100 people to give me $97, that's $120,000. Now, guys, I want to ask you a question. Would anybody be interested in how I was able to go from being a shop owner, broke mechanic that was putting in 80 to 120 hours a week into $120,000+ a year, work at home, have fun, and be passionate about what I do, helping people's story? I told you guys you're part of product creation in the process. You guys are creating the product. All I'm doing is assembling the pieces because you are the story. By the way, those of you in the coaching program, you're all part of this. This is you guys, and you're all going to have a part of this. And that's why I'm telling you, you guys are my sounding boards. You're my idea boards. I want to help you create your products. I want to give you the social proof. Because you guys are working with me, guess what story you get to tell? You're part of the team that is responsible for somebody going from zero to $120,000+ a year job. Oh, by the way, guys, the brilliant idea of the 97 people, the 100 spots at $97 and all that, you didn't hear me mention one word about that until last night. Can anybody back me on this? I need a backer for it so that we have truthful facts. I didn't, and even last night, I didn't want to mention it, that it was going to be official. Fred was the very first person to sign up. There you go. Now, guys, I have no idea how many people signed up tonight, but let's see how many days it is before 100 people have signed up at $97. And that's how fast we created $120,000 a year income. Now, does it take... Did I have to present massive value to you guys? Did I have to work to be able to do this? Yes, but once I assembled the pieces, in a matter of days, it went click, there it is. Good night, Gina. It all started with the $9 WSO. Quinn is absolutely right, 3 months ago. So... Good night, David. I will see you soon, sir. So by association, you guys are part of this creation also. All right, Paul, I'm going to answer another one. Good night, everybody that's going to bed. Go to bed. You can get out of here. I'm not going to continue on too much longer. I am going to answer Paul's question, though. Oh, Paul, you asked me this earlier. Wes, when approaching the car dealers, how do you speak to the real decision makers as opposed to just some sales manager that doesn't really have the authority to do much? Paul, when you point out that they're losing sales, just go in and actually the gal at the front, when every car dealership I have gone into so far, I have immediately gotten to somebody in charge. I presented the information. They've all unanimously said, hold on 1 minute. Let me go get the person that you really need to talk to. In every case. And like I went, 4 places and I got the $1,500 job. Rick just looked up a mobile phone store that doesn't even have the GP listing. And Dan just added, he did exactly the same experience, Paul. Hey, Paul, Gina says, just tell him that his fairy godmother, or Gina says, I'm just going to say, tell him his fairy godmother is here. That's funny. Oh, Tracy, that is so awesome. Tracy says, Wes, you gave the value ages ago, and you could have asked much earlier, and of course, for way more. No, but no. That wasn't the deal. I still have some people in Offline Barrier Breaker that I made 100% commitment to, and I am not going to quit until I have 100%. One way or another, somehow, some way, everybody is going to succeed, period. Because if I didn't mean it, I shouldn't have said it. And I am not in the habit of saying stuff that I don't mean. So I couldn't. I have to completely, and that's part of it, guys. It's the mindset. Under promise and over deliver every time. You can't, guys, let me give you an example and I learned this in auto repair. Car comes in for a repair. Paul says, how long is it going to take to be able to fix? I know in my mind, I got to pull the motor out. I'm going to replace whatever it is. I'm going to reassemble it. I'm going to put it back in. I know I'm fast. I know I'm good too. And so I know I could do this in about 2 days, 2.5 days. Now the book is saying it should take a week, but I'm telling you, I know I'm good and I really can. I usually worked at, I have all the tools. I always worked at about double, if not triple book rate. I mean, on everything. And my comeback rate, I didn't have comebacks. My theory is if I had a bolt left over when I was done, I didn't do something right. And so I had a 0 leftover bolt policy, 0 bracket left over. Everything had to go back to where it came from, and I wanted it right. And I went ahead, and I don't know if you guys can imagine me giving extra value, but I fixed stuff that I wasn't even getting paid to fix because I was there and it was easy to do, and it just was easier than having it come back. So I was like, bam, on it. And I could just whip it out. Now, if I told Paul that this is only going to take me 2.5 days, and I should have it ready in about 2.5 days, he's going to expect it in about 2.5 days. So I would say, Paul, I tell you what, I said, you know, this is calling for, I got to pull the motor out. I'm going to have to rebuild this, and I got to reassemble it, and I'm going to have to put the motor back in. And it's calling for a week. I tell you what, you know, today's Tuesday. I will try my absolute best to have it done, barring any complications, by Friday. Friday night, before I go home, I'm going to try and have it done. And if I don't, I will come in on the weekend because I know it's your work car. I know you have to have it. I know you're dependent on transportation. You're borrowing your mother-in-law's car, and I understand how that works. So I will try my best. Okay? And of course, he's going to say, Wes, you just do your best. That's all I can ask. And I'm like, all right, no problem. So Thursday afternoon, Paul's phone's ringing. And it's me going, Paul, I got some good news, man. Everything went smooth. I was able to get it extracted. I got it repaired. I re-put it back in. And by the way, while I was there, I noticed this. I went ahead and took care of it anyways. It's not on your ticket. I don't care. I wanted to just do this for you. So it's ready for you to come pick up as soon as you can get here. Do you need a ride? Now, let me ask you a question. The same scenario. Paul drops off his car Tuesday, and I tell him I can have it done Thursday. Thursday comes along, Thursday night, Paul calls and says, Wes, is my car ready? I really need it. You know, I only borrowed the rental car. You told me Thursday. I only got the rental car until Thursday. They came at noon and took it, or I have to pay for another day. And I'm like, well, Paul, no, not exactly. Things didn't go the way that they were supposed to. I'll try and have it done tomorrow for you. And I'm sorry, you know, it just didn't work out the way that it was supposed to, and I apologize. So then now he's upset because I told him Thursday, and so he made his rental car arrangements or his mother-in-law's borrow arrangements and all that stuff. I'm in trouble before he even gets the car because I've inconvenienced him because I told him it was going to be done Thursday. So, under promise, over deliver. He's not upset at Thursday when I call him and say, Paul, it's done early. Here you go. Come get it. Whereas if I'm calling him on Friday because I told him, and guys, in car repairs, not everything goes smooth, so I always buy myself extra time so that way I can always under promise and over deliver. Just like I do with my stars, just like with any work that I do of anything. I say, look, this is what I'm going to do, and this is it right here. And then I always make sure I give more. And guys, if you start implementing that practice on all your service businesses, I'll tell you what really, 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 really will motivate you. And this is probably my most successful secret of all. And it's mine and mine alone. I have a 100% customer satisfaction guarantee that I developed back in my carpet cleaning business. And my carpet cleaning 100% satisfaction guarantee, it was my janitorial business actually. I guarantee you 100% complete satisfaction of the job that I do at the price that I'm charging, or there's absolutely no charge whatsoever, period. I would go in and I would bid accounts at 3 times what everybody else would bid accounts at. And they would look at me and go, dude, you are crazy. I can get a crew in here to do that for 1/3 of what you're telling us. I would open the door, or actually close the door, and I would show them behind the door the pile of dirt. And I would say, yeah, and it looks like that you're getting exactly what you're paying for. And I would show them the other dirty spots in the corners that nobody ever gets to because they're not being paid enough to do a thorough job. They want a thorough job. This is what it's going to cost. And then I'll say, look, I'm telling you this, when I'm done, I tell you what. When I'm done with this job, if you're not 100% completely satisfied with the work that I've done at the price that I'm charging you, there's no charge whatsoever. How's that? And you know what that motivated me to do? That motivated me to do the absolute best job that I could possibly do. And you know, in 7 years of that exact guarantee in my janitorial service, I only never got paid one time, Aladdin waterbeds. And as it turned out, I wouldn't take the check because he wanted to renegotiate the deal. And I'm like, nope, it's 100% guarantee. It's either full amount or nothing. And he wanted to give me 3/4 and no, you did a good job. I just want to give you I want to give you this. I'm like, no, it's either all or it's nothing. And so I wouldn't take it. As I was loading up my equipment, his drunk son in his brand new BMW plowed into the side of my truck. So not only did he's like, oh, don't call the cops on my son, please. I'm like, all right, I won't. You're going to fix and paint my truck, though, and you're going to pay me for my job. He's all, oh, yeah, here. Yeah, oh, yeah. And he did paint. And so God works in mysterious ways. So kind of interesting. But the 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you use that mindset, it gives you the empowerment to demand any price that you want. Because you will definitely 100% do everything possible to make them to over-deliver. Otherwise, you don't get anything. And man, and guys, my janitorial service, when I'm telling you this story, I was 14 years old and I used to ride my 10-speed bike. I got heavy into bicycling. I used to bicycle at least 100 to 125 miles a day. I mean, I would go up and down the Santa Ana riverbeds, which was 25 miles to the beach and back. I would boom, I'd do that. I'd all over the place. And high speed biking. And even when I had my car, I was like Breakaway, the movie Breakaway with the Italian guy, except I just rode like that. And I absolutely loved it. Still to this day. People always tease me. I got pie legs because my legs are huge, but it's from bicycling. But I would ride all over. So I started this when I was like 14, and I did it all the way up until I was 23, 24, somewhere in there. And then I got a job. Imagine that. I made more money when I was a kid than most people make as an adult. It was crazy. Anyways, that's my rant on how to make sure that you always underpromise and overdeliver and value yourself for the prices that you want to charge. Jeanette, thank you so much. Oh, I didn't even recognize that you were here. Guy, you've been here the whole time, too. Just click. We got Wes gives us all his energy level is always high. He always gives us tons of ideas and methods that work. Always more lines in the pond, plus the support of the groups, always active. Good luck and good night. Well, good night, JP. Thank you so very much. Jack, Jeff wrote me a book. Hold on a second here. What did Jack write? Wes, I'm the ride coordinator for our local. Hey, awesome. Small world. Jack, how are you doing? Jack, I built a recumbent bike one time. I saw the Vector. This will date me. I was in my darkroom at midnight one time working. I was developing photos, black and white photos. And I was a kid. I was in the darkroom and I saw this bicycle on TV. It was a 3-wheel bicycle called the Vector, and it broke 65 miles an hour. And I looked at it, and I was like, wow, man, it's got this canopy, and it's got 3 wheels, and the guy's laying down, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, you know, that's an awful lot of extra metal. I'll bet you I can make it in 2 wheels, which will be lighter, and that means that I can go faster. And my dad and I went and I bought some aircraft chromoly steel 035 wall, and I laid out a huge triangle, and I made a lay-down recumbent bike. And it was 10 foot 10 inches from tire to tire tip, and it was 4 foot high. I don't know, it didn't even come up to a car door window. I could cruise down the street with a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I would pass the cars on the way to work. Cop pulled me over. He didn't pull me over for speeding. He told me that if I didn't get some flags on there so that cars could see me, that he was gonna give me a ticket on it. So I put one of those. I put a flag at the front. I put a flag at the rear, so that cars could see me. But I would actually on a flat level 35-mile-an-hour street, as long as the lights didn't catch me, I would be passing cars going down the street. Now, my average cruising speed, if you're the riding coordinator, so you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. My average cruising speed in my prime was right at 26 miles an hour, 27 miles an hour on a regular bike. On my recumbent, I could clip along 37 easy, man. I just, and then, oh man, downhill. The speed limit is 65. I would fly past cars, just because I had like the way I did my gear ratios. I had 1,800 gears. I have no idea. I only used like 4 or 5 of them. I just insane, and that was the coolest bike. I want to make another one. All right, let's see what Jeff has, and then let's get this wrapped up. Dan, uphill, all I would do is I would downshift so that the gears were real low and just head on up. My bike, the recumbent, was, when I got done building mine, it was actually lighter than my 10-speed. Not in comparison to what they have today, though. Jack just said recumbent bikes have been banned from racing just for that reason. See, now that's stupid. That's like saying you got to slow your Indy car down. Well, what's the point? Aside from people dying, but okay. Jeff wrote a book here, and I want to share it with everybody, and then we're going to wrap it up. Wes, I want to share this. Take action mantra. I will act now. I will act now. I will act now. Henceforth, I will repeat these words each hour, each day, every day, until the words become as much a habit as my breathing, and the action which follows becomes as instinctive as the blinking of my eyelids. With these words, I can condition my mind to perform every action necessary for my success. I will act now. I will repeat these words again and again and again. I will walk where failures fear to walk. I will work when failures seek rest. I will work when failures seek rest. I will act now, for now is all I have. Tomorrow is the day reserved for the labor of the lazy. I am not lazy. Tomorrow is the day when the failure will succeed. Tomorrow is the day when failure will succeed. I am not a failure. I will act now. Success will not wait. If I delay, success will become wed to another and lost to me forever. This is the time. This is the place. I am the person. O.G. Mandadino Augustine, O.G. Mandadino 2, December 12th, 1923 to September 3rd, 1996. That's pretty cool, Jeff. Maybe you ought to put that on the Skype thing, because that is actually true. And guys, I will tell you this: action trumps knowledge, hands down. If you just take the action, you'll be amazed at what happens. It will start compounding itself, and it just starts flowing. And then it's the most important thing is taking the first step. And then after that, you look back a couple days later and it's like, wow. And then you look back a couple days later and you're like, wow, check this out. I'm making progress. And then it just steamrolls, and it just keeps piling and piling and piling, and it goes and it goes and it goes. And it's phenomenal at how easy it is. And you know, everybody wants to know how much to charge for this and how much to charge for that, and how do I do this and how do I do that and how do I do these and what am I going to charge for this? And I tell everybody, you know, I am willing to do everything for free the first time I do anything, because to me the educational value that I'm going to gain outweighs any monetary value that I could possibly receive. For example, when Rachel first asked me to do Offline Barrier Breaker, she said, how do you want to split the proceeds? And I said, Rachel, as far as I'm concerned, it's not about the money, it's about the experience. If you will show me, if you will take me and help guide me down the path and teach me what you know about this internet marketing stuff and help me crack the code to where I can get into it, to me, that is reward enough. Because once you've taught me what you know, I'll be able to replicate it. It's the teach a man to fish theory. If you'll teach me how to fish, that's reward enough, and you can keep all the money. And she said, that's why I picked you, Wes, is because you have that. And besides, we're still going to split it anyways. So when Offline Barrier Breaker was launched, and the sales manager said, she had hired a sales manager, and he said, well, you know what we really should do is give away 100% on the front end and 100% on the back end. And I asked him, I'm like, you know, if you're giving away 100% on the front end and 100% on the back end, and I know she hired you, how is she going to pay you with no profits? And he says, well, it all works out. You know, and I'm like, well, doesn't make sense. You know, me being a businessman, 100% of zero is still zero. So that means if you make anything, unless it's zero, it's costing somebody somewhere something. And that's basic math. And so anyways, it got skirted around. But I 100% was committed to, I said, you know, I am willing to do it for free. And that was what I did. And Eric's saying it doesn't make any sense to him. And there's people that don't understand that. And that's okay, Eric. And I will help you. Charge whatever you feel is fair. And that's the easiest other part. If you think it's going to take 4 hours to do, and your time is worth $100 an hour, charge them $400. Jenny. Yeah, kind of. I completed the rest. Actually, it wound up costing the whole, guys. So Jenny's asking about the whole thing. This is the way that it worked out. The whole WSO, when it was all said and done, wound up costing about $2,000 or $3,000, somewhere around there, out of everything. And then when we did the coaching, it helped offset the expenses. It wasn't very much, but when it was all said and done, over the course of the 3 months, we did about $5,000 a piece on the whole thing. Now, everything that's happened since then is 100% me, with the exception of when Keith Doherty was helping to teach me, and he did the book thing, which I'm going to show you guys too. That was with Keith, and I didn't have anything to do with Rachel. And then Mike Hayes' Facebook thing, because Mike helped me so much in the background, and his Facebook product goes so hand in hand with what you guys need. When you get into this, they also need, there's so much more to this. But for right now, it's the bite-sized pieces. We have to get their exposure right before we start telling about, if they haven't even claimed the Google Places page, they don't need a mobile website. They need their Places page done. Priorities. You sell them what they want, you slip in what they need. Tell them, you know, hey, to have an effective mobile website, this is what you really got to have your Google Places page done. I tell you what, hire me to fix build your mobile hire me to build your mobile website, which is going to be $700, and I'll do your Google Places page for free. Whatever makes them happy. You sell them what they want, and you slide in what they really need. And then as you're showing them the Google Places page, mention about Bing and Yahoo and all the other directories and all that stuff. So when it was all said and done, that is the story on Offline Barrier Breaker. Now, the coaching and all that, that's Kelly and I. And for the monthly, that's me and Kelly. I'm hiring Kelly to help me with the fielding the emails and all the questions. You always want to help work with. Oh, gotcha, Eric. I'll explain it here in a second, so it will make sense. You have to have help, and help costs money, and especially good help. And Kelly's phenomenal. I mean, if you can't tell. So I would much rather hire her at U.S. rates and give her some decent money. 50 cents is a lot, and sometimes she doesn't work very hard though for that 50 cents. I'm teasing, of course. I would much rather, because she knows exactly how I'm thinking. So to me, it's worth it. I mean, it's a no-brainer. And I have 100% complete trust in her. Now, Eric, what doesn't make sense, 100% on the front end and 100% on the back end giveaway enticed all the other marketers once they saw the immense value that I was trying to provide. And guys, you know, everybody on the OTO, if that guy hadn't have complained about those images, I had images up the wazoo for that thing, but that photographer guy complained that, and he was yelling that I stole the images, and I didn't steal them. I have authorization rights to them, but the guy couldn't give me the piece of paper, the legal document that would stand up in court. He wouldn't give it to me. He says, Wes, I am giving you authorization to use this the way that you want to use these. But the other guy kept pitching a fit to the Warrior Forum that Paul, the head chief at Warrior Forum, said, Wes, just pull him out. He said, and Paul even said, you got enough value in this thing that don't worry about it. Just pull it out. I would rather have you pull it out than cancel your WSO, because you're doing a great job. And so I had to pull those out. And that made it so it was very unbalanced, in my opinion. That was also part of the reason that I wanted to do the 8-hour webinar. I also wanted to set the bar that when I say I'm going to do a webinar, I'm going to do a webinar. I'm going to give you some valid, useful content. I'm going to teach you some lessons. I want to make sure that when you walk away from one of my webinars, you're going, holy smokes. But you know what? I can pack more useful information into 8 hours than you're going to get in the next 3 months. So that's the Warrior. Eric, now 100% on the back end, 100% on the front end. By doing all that, the other marketers, once they realized that there was good profit to be made, you know, it generated over $38,000 in 3 days, and that was all paid out in commissions to all the marketers that sold it all. But guess what I got out of it? I got an email list with your name on it. And that is an advantage in and of itself. So that gave me the opportunity. I only had one opportunity when I contacted you to provide you massive value so that you don't go, oh, this guy's another one of those repeat guys. Not one time have I spammed anybody's mailbox with anything, any offer of a WSO that you've seen 15 times throughout the day of how critical this is to your success. I have not done it. I have purposely refused to do that because I believe in this. Now, it's killing me on my list strategy, but I think in the longer run, it's going to work out better because you guys are going to help spread the word. You just don't know it yet, but you guys are going to be like, dude, he's the real deal. And if you want some help, you guys are my foundation from which I'm going to build. I've been telling you that from the very beginning. And I also, I mean, I had that one shot to give you the opportunity. So Eric, does it make sense? I can tend to get carried away just a little bit. Sorry about that. Well, Stuart, I'm glad you're here now, sir, because what do you think? Since this is the first one that you've been to, what do you think? If you're in part of the coaching program, by the way, you get it all. I've got it all recorded. I got everything. Even the no replays, I did record, but they're unlisted, and you guys get those. And I purposely didn't do the replays. And I'll tell you why, because we were refining and we were tweaking and we were using, and I didn't want anybody to watch the recording and go, damn, that's brilliant, and make a WSO and slam your mailbox with my idea. Well, Well, thank you, Don. Don says you've been very reasonable, except for Thanksgiving. I got a little bit carried away on Thanksgiving because we were cramming 4 million things into that 1 week. And I did it. In fact, I got several complaints that, Wes, what are you doing to my email? You've been blowing it up. And I'm like, but you know, I wanted to do all those webinars, and I wanted to host Thanksgiving Day webinar, and then I had the book thing coming up Friday, and then I had the whatchamacallit coming up on Saturday. So it was like, ooh, I'm really pushing it here because I did blow your guys' email box up. And I got a few people that complained, but oh well. You know, as I explained to Rachel when people got upset about me making that video for the Bird Dog Cash Bonanza thing, where I just wanted to share the information about driving down the street, saw 100 used cars that need to be sold. People are like, dude, I can't believe that you're already trying to sell me stuff. And there's like 20 or 30 people 23, I think, that wrote in emails that were like, bleh! And I told Rachel, I was like, so cut them loose. Let's thin the herd. We don't want them here anyways. Okay. John's hitting around. I got to go. This is funny. I think my wife's sick of me listening to you. I was on the webinar last night, signed up for the coaching today, and then listened to the December 19th webinar. And it was about halfway through the Christmas webinar when the webinar started, and have been here the whole time. So you haven't seen your wife in a while. Sorry. But let me ask you something. In the total, let's see, that's going to be about 12 hours worth of webinars. Did you learn anything, John? Steve is asking if there is anybody else from Singapore. Jack says, it's okay. I've started unsubscribing from other lists. Jim says, I've just voted you the new Energizer Bunny. Oh, Brian, you'll find out about it. Bird Dog Cash Bonanza. It was an idea that actually you got the benefit of. You know that car cash thing that is in your download deal? That's what that actually turned into. Ooh, I don't know if that's good, Scott. As long as you're learning. Jim says he was doing calls up to 3:45 a.m. Looks like a marathon. Yeah, Jenny, I know. Jenny's saying when I load the webinars up, it's good to cut the preambles and all that stuff. I know. But here's the problem. I have to wait for the renders to go, and it takes hours, and I know you guys are waiting on them, so I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to put them up. What I really need is I need a video person that I can do these. Where I can load them up and then have somebody go through. I need a video person. If somebody wants to be a video person, I'll hire them because I need somebody to help me. Enounce. Eric, you know what works better than Enounce is VLC player. Right click it and speed it up. Jack, you are absolutely correct, and I need to, since you mentioned that, I didn't want, you know, I need to address that right now. Jack points out a very, very good point. I am not the only one teaching the group. I'm also inspiring you guys to take action. But by taking action, you guys are teaching each other. And actually, it all goes up to the guy upstairs. He has like just brought all you guys together, and he gets all the credit. I just plant seeds. That's all the credit I get is I plant some seeds, and I'll tell you where the seeds come from. Zig Ziglar, Tony Robbins, my stepdad, my skydiving experiences and stuff. I like to try and expose myself to positive brainwaves. And so I'm just sharing with you that. Stuart, if you're serious about that, let's see if we can't figure out a game plan. I've got Dropbox, I've got the FTCs, we got everything that we need to be, and I've got fiber optic, so I can shoot you over videos if you want to edit and do all that. I mean, we'll come up with something. Stuart's offering to help me out on the video end. Rick, I appreciate that, sir. Rick said that he could do it. I didn't realize that there was this many video people. Oh, Stuart says San Diego is now off limits. John's saying that he's going to have $5,000 by this weekend. Hopefully. Set a goal. Guys, that is important, by the way. If you know what figure, if you know what the outcome is in the beginning, in other words, know what guys, I like to use the analogy, if you're going to go to the store for a gallon of milk, you know what your goal is. You're going to go to the store and get a gallon of milk. Then your brain maps out how you're going to get to the store, how you're going to do this, what you're going to do, where you're going to go, how you're going to get it, how you're going to get back into the car, get it back started, and then you get back home. So if you know you need $5,000 by Friday, your brain will automatically start going, okay, this is what I'm going to need to do. I need to make this many calls, and I have to do this, and I'll have to leave this many messages, and I'll have to fill that. And your brain will, even when you're sleeping, your brain's going, okay. And then if something falls short, your brain's already coming up, okay, plan B. Today, I was $300 short on that yesterday, so what can I do to offset that? And at the end of the week at Friday, let's say you only pull in $2,400. That's not the $5,000 you set out for. But let me ask you something. If by Friday you pull in an additional $2,400, yeah, you didn't make your goal, but how hard are you really going to kick yourself? Try and begin with the end in mind. Have a goal. Break it down into bite-sized pieces. And Stuart says he was Tony Robbins' UPS driver. Brian, he's just a member on the webinar just like us. I think he's in our coaching group. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't started the new coaching group in Skype yet because all this just happened tonight. Fred was actually the first one last night, and then it's taking off like a rocket, and then Ken joined, and then Brian, I got you your link, did I not? I should have. I think I did, for sure. Brian says, better tell them fighting some words, some fighting words. Okay, Randy brings up a very good idea. Now, let me ask you guys, since you guys are the ones here. I am going to make a Skype group exclusively for the coaching people that are in the coaching, but I think we should be in the other room and keep it going. That's just my 2 cents, because there's a good, or why even make I want it, you guys have your own email, you guys are going to have your own membership thing. I know you have the other download page. I just ran out of time. I didn't have time to get it all done. But you guys are going to, I think there's such a good error in that other room. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to allow them into our mastermind groups unless, I mean, if you guys spill the beans, that's up to you. But I am going to try and keep our stuff. That's going to be ours. It's going to bleed over for a little while, and eventually it will come down to a group collaborative, because in the other room, as I get them to make money, you guys are going to be like, dude, you need to be in the coaching group. $97 is nothing. You need to get your spot. You need to do this. Trust me on this one. And anybody that is already in here anyways, if they haven't made money yet, it's only because they haven't taken action. So we need to weed them out. We need to kick them in the butt. We got to do whatever we got to do. But I would actually love to have everybody that's in that room now in the program, period. And again, it's not about the money. It's about taking the action. And once they start taking action, the rest of it's easy. You're going to throw me $100 anyways just because. So I'm not worried about it. Well, thank you, Dan. So for right now, for this week, guys, for the people that join the coaching, this week is going to be the test. I'm going to let you, I have a few things that I'm going to be kind of strict about, but other than that, I'm up to you guys. Yeah, and Janie says the same thing. She's like, the Skype group is phenomenal. I think we should just stay right there for right now, and I think our stuff is going to be our stuff on our webinar days where we have accountability and we do the actions and just do what we got to do. And I think we should just let the Skype group just kind of be there and get those people on board into our thing too, as we can get them to make money. And all we got to do is kick them in the butt, say, hey, or kick them out. Kick them in the butt, kick them out. You guys will notice real fast, there's people that take action, And then there's those that linger, and we don't want the bad apples to hold us back. And so I want to make sure that we have our own secret club. Does that make sense? Awesome, Jack. Jack says he's throwing himself all into this. He's going to do it. Yeah, Eric, unfortunately, that was the, and you know, the chat roll is even worse. I'm going to share. What I don't like about Skype is that there's so much stuff to go through. It takes forever to go through it all. Eric, I'm going to help you with that. Right click, mark it red, and then just pick up from wherever it's sitting. I don't scroll back up, and I don't go back and read all that, because if I did, I would never make it this far. On my emails, I go click. I will give you guys, I will show you. We can do the email filtering and all that, but I'm telling you, it's a lot easier just to go delete, 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 delete. And I just watch. I watch for anything that I think is important. And what I've come to discover is even when I've deleted the important stuff, I got there's customer support, and I can email it back and say, what's the deal with this? And they'll send it right back over. So I don't even pay attention to them anymore. It took me forever to learn this, by the way. It wasn't easy. Randy, yes, and actually I have the structure on it. I'm not proficient. I am learning this stuff. Randy's asking, am I getting the actual membership site set up with all the resources? Randy, yes, with secured through wish list, with modules, with real everything the way it's supposed to be. I am through the learning curve. I have set up one. You guys, this is I've got tons of stuff. You guys, man, I'm telling you, check this out. You guys are gluttons. So you just get me to open one Pandora's box after another. Here you go. My ultimate goal is to take Mentally Relaxed, Financially Fit, which is my book and my program guide. I have newsletters. I have all kinds of stuff. That's my motivational stuff. It's how to succeed. Mentally Relaxed, Financially Fit. It's the ultimate program for success in life. That's my ultimate goal, whether it's online, offline, in between, everything. And it works. It works awesome. That book completely changed my life. And I know it's an absolutely phenomenal book. It's the best book I ever read. And I can assure you that it is 100% the best book you will ever read. Now, I'm a little biased because I wrote it. But it helped the most important that it needed to help at the point in time when it helped me. And that, if it benefits anybody else, I am so far ahead of the curve. It already took care of the most important person in my life. It kept me from dying because I was literally drinking myself to death 24/7, flat out. Now, I don't personally have a drinking problem. Society has a problem with my drinking. But one day I woke up sick and tired of being sick and tired, and I said, you know what? I'm done. And that was it. That was 12 years ago. August of 2012 will be 12 years. August 28th, 12 years. Not one AA meeting, nothing, and I've never had an urge. I had not even a sip. I got tired of being sick and tired. And you know what? I discovered something. Life is fun. Isn't that crazy? Jenny, I'll talk to you about it, and we'll go from there. Jeff, there is no Google results for Mentally Relaxed, Financially Fit. It's because it's sitting on my mantle, and it's been sitting on my mantle for 10 years. No, over 10 years, 12 years. I wrote it. You want to? No, not right now. Not until I get it done. Good night, Charlie. Oh, Charlie, you're here. Hold on. Wait, don't go. There. That's your deal. Make sure that you're on the link, sir, please. Jim, we got something in common. Charlie, good night. You're welcome. There's your link. Make sure that you get on the list and everything else. Okay, cool. I don't know why it didn't work, and for some reason tomorrow, if we don't connect through Skype on me and make sure that you got me on Skype, let's make sure, because I want everybody up to speed. I'm not messing this one up. Jack says, it's not at all crazy. Life is what we make of it, and health is at the top of my list too. Oh yeah, man, I tell you what, since 42, this is what happened to me. I was 42, and I'm laying in my bed, and I had to go to the bathroom, and it hurt so bad to roll over to be able to crawl off the side of the bed so that I could drag myself literally with my arms to go in and drag myself up the commode so that I could use the bathroom. I decided something is wrong. 42, and I can't get out of bed. I'm overweight. I'm tired. If I get up and walk up and down my stairs, I am tired. I'm pooped. And I'm like, this is not right. When I can walk, let me add that one, because my back, I had let my muscles atrophy so bad from so many painkillers and not exercising and not doing, because it hurt. It hurt bad. And I was like, dude, you are 42 years old, and you're like a 90-year-old invalid here. And you've got, now, God, I know, because I was such a monstrous child, that God's going to keep me here for at least till I'm 95 or 100. I mean, I have tried everything. No, I'm a skydiver, and and he won't let me go. He's like, no, nope, you're sticking there. Apparently, I have something. And I know what it was. I stole a pack of M&Ms from Johnny's Market when I was a kid, and I'm paying dues on that, man. I'm serious. I've tried. I've been in car accidents. I've raced motorcycles. I've done everything, and it's one of those things. No, you're stuck. So I'm thinking, I'm laying there, and I'm thinking, you got another 40 years. Realistically, another 40 years. And is this how you want to live life? And all I could think of was my grandpa. And how my grandpa was always going, I wish I would have taken the time to do this, and I wish I would have taken the time to do that. And that's whenever we went to Grandma and Grandpa's, all Grandpa did was sit in that chair and complain about all the things he wished he would have done when he could have done them. And I thought, you know what? I am not going to be my grandpa. And I made a decision right then. Boom, nope, done. And that's where I wanted to go for Tony Robbins' Firewalk, and then found out that skydiving was actually more affordable. And then I started skydiving, and oh, let me tell you, you talk about voices in your head. Let me tell you, if you guys want to hang around for a second, here you go. Takes 20 minutes to get to altitude from when you get geared up and everything else. So you're sitting on the plane for 20 minutes with your brain. This is the conversation I have every day, or every time to this day, in my head on the way up to altitude. So you got 150 plus jumps, and you just have to do it just one more time, don't you? What if this is the one? What if this is the one where everything goes terribly bad? And my brain's, oh, shut up, and all the way up to altitude, I'm going, yeah, well, you just had to. Then the door opened, I'm like, let me out of here, man. And I'm out, and then I'm free falling and having fun. And I'll show you some of my skydiving videos. They're awesome. I'll on my channel later. Anyways, and then my canopy, I deploy a canopy, do all my safety procedures, then I land, and all I can think about is how fast I want to get repacked so I can get back on the airplane. And then my brain starts with, so now you got 152. You had to do it just one more time again, didn't you? It's the same thing all the way over, because it's like, okay, what if this is it? What if this is the one? Oh, but let me share with you the other side of the coin. It opened my eyes to the fact that life really is, bye Jenny, it opened my eyes to the fact that life really is short. All you have is today. That's all you know. All we have is right now. We don't know if tomorrow's coming or not. So therefore, it's very important that I make sure that I made amends, and I did make amends with everybody that I could make amends with. I try to make every day the absolute best day that I can make it, because it's all I've got. And there's no reason to feel sorry for anything that I did, because I did the best that I could do for everybody. I try to do the absolute best I can do to make everybody that I come into contact with day better, because then I feel good. And I make sure that I tell everybody when I'm done talking to my dad, my mom, my girlfriend, anybody, when I make sure I tell them that I love them. That way, if something does, because I don't know if I'm going to make it, after we get done here, I'm going to run up to Taco Bell. There's no guarantee that that's any worse than skydiving. And skydiving's actually safer when you look at the statistics than driving. You never know. So it opened my eyes that, hey, you know, now is the time. So to have more energy, I choose what I eat. I exercise. I involve myself. I hydrate. I do 8-hour webinars to lose my voice. But I mean, that's just the way it works. Good night, John. It was good to have you here. Happy New Year, sir. Now you got yes, now I have everybody here too. And you know what? My email, one of the emails that I sent out today started off with, I love you guys, man. You have no idea how rewarding this actually is. So. Stuart says we're freaking twins by those stories. They're bringing food in the room. Oh, that's funny. Good night, Jenny. You know what? Okay, enough stories, guys. Good night. Happy New Year's. Let's wrap this up. I got to get the chat log. I got to get all the other stuff. We'll get it done. With the 7.5-hour webinar, it's going to take all night to render, so don't look for this being up. Tomorrow, I don't know exactly what time I may do a webinar. Tomorrow, our 7 o'clock is on for sure. So, and I may just combine tomorrow night's into tonight's, but I'll email you guys out and we'll go from there. But our Christmas thing is tomorrow at 7. That's definite. That's our stuff. There we go. Eric, Happy New Year to you too, sir. Thank you. And this is going to be a very good year. Absolutely. Natalie says, oh, over so soon. It's only been 7 hours and 33 minutes, Natalie. Good night, Stuart. Good night, Scott. Carrie, send me the graphics. Jack, I'm not sure which graphics for the report that we're talking about. He sent me a PDF file, and I have that, and I put it on the download page, but I'm not sure what graphics you're talking about, sir. I could, Rick. You want to hang out? We still got we had over 60 people till I said where I was going to wrap it up. Yep, Mike's still going. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. So I don't know how to say your name. Son? Thank you very much for thank you, Robert. Thank you so very much. Quinn, uh-oh, wait a minute. It's going too fast. It's really rocking now. Oh, it won't back up. I don't know what Quinn said. I can't find it. Tom, if you're still here, Tom, email me info@offlinebarrierbreakers and just ask for the links, and I will send them to you, sir. Good night, Brian. See you tomorrow, sir. Good night, Jim. Love you too, man. Rick says, another 4. No. 8 hours. Oh, yeah, you're right. Another 8 hour. Well, we'll hang out. Let's do it. Anybody up for, it's only another 45 minutes. Jeff's asking if you meant Carl's letter, not Carrie's. The PDFs for Carl's report. The graphics, Jack. Oh, the warning box and yeah. Okay. Now it's making sense. I'm sorry. Quinn. I like this one. Quinn's going, it's barely even 7.5 hours, man. We ain't even getting warmed up yet. Yes, I have the PDFs, Jack. And I zip them up, and you guys actually have them. It's in Carl's package on that download page. If you don't have it, it is on there. Look for where it says Carl's package. on that page right there, sir. Son, I got it right. Well, son, happy New Year and be safe. Rick says, now check it out. Rick talks me into doing another 45 minutes, and then he says, well, my wife just waved goodnight. I think it's a hint. So he's abandoning me after talking me into it. Hey, George, how are you? Thank you very much. Good night, George. Robert says, I came in 7 hours late. Please restart. Happy New Year, Elizabeth. You guys are... Is there a better alternative than GoToWebinar? No, there's not. Unfortunately, not yet. Jeff says, yeah, let's break the record. You want to? I'll do it. If you got a microphone, Jeff, well, you know what? Man, you rock. I got no problem. If you want to stay, I will. It's up to you. Thank you very much, Jim. We're going to do it. Jim's like, we're going to do it. Oh, wait a second. And now based off this, it looks like Jim's with us too now. Hey, Jack, James is sharing. The warning stamp is from Shutterstock, Grunge Warning Stamp. Just a FYI. I have the PDF, or not PDF, I have the PSD, and he sent me everything, just so that you guys know. Hey, Rick, you're supposed to hypnotize her, Jeff says. All right, that's it. There we go. We're here. We got Natalie, Jim, Jeff, and they all want to break the record. So it is officially 7:38. We have to go 8 hours, 16 minutes, so we got to go to 8:20. So we got about 45 minutes to go. Not a problem. Jeff, is your microphone working? Rick's laughing. Oh, Dan says he's gonna just turn the volume down and start Val packing it. Dan, excellent choice. If you run across something phenomenal, pop up, share it with the group. Randy's gonna stick around. Jeff, let me know when your microphone works, and then we can cover some more territory. I got more. I got some more. I got all kinds of stuff. Guys, let's talk about time blocking. Productivity. Anybody interested in some really good productivity tips? Brian's still here. Tracy's here. Awesome. Elizabeth. Oh, she's staying. Yep. There we go. Guys, I kid you not. I'm going to turn on my camera. I am going to show you the single most productive increasing tool that I have bought to date. And you're going to laugh, but I tell you what, I'm dead serious. And then I'm even going to show you how it works. Oh, there we go. Okay. There you go. A kitchen timer. And I get the one that goes tick, 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 because it sits right there. And I'll set it for 15 minutes for my email. That's max time on my email is 15 minutes. You know what used to happen before I got this little thing? I would get on the computer after I exercised. I'd get on the computer, and I would look, and I would go into emails, and I would 9 o'clock, 8:30, depending on what it's 7, depending on what. Sometimes I exercise at 5 and it's 7 or something. I get on the computer, okay, and then I go in to check emails, and so I'm checking emails, and then I look down at the clock, and it's 1:30. And with this little thing sitting here going tick, 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 I'm going, wait a second. And so when that one grabs my attention and I click on it and it opens, I got this tick, 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 tick sitting here going, you only got a few seconds, buddy, because watch what happens when I show you my email. Now, last time I did this, I got spammed, so I don't know that I should, but I'm going to anyway. So let me do it over here. And we will do it like this. I'm going to show you. I haven't checked it all day because I only check emails once a day. Well, I only check this email. I check your guys' email more often. Twice a day. And don't forget, I have Kelly too. She checks it all the time too. Oh, and for those, yeah, there's over 100 already back in here. I just cleaned it out a little while ago.
You've got mail.
There we go. You guys see it. Look at all this. Bam, there's 80 of them. I had it all cleaned out. But anyways, I got 15 minutes to go through 80 emails. Here we go. Oh, you know what? It's going to take me longer because I got to do these. Yeah, well, I can't do it. I'm going to have to. This is going to take too long because I'm going to have to actually read all these. It's the notification from PayPal. So I go through. Now this one I'm going to take time on. I got to go through, and I go through each one, and I pay attention to them. But I'm telling you, I click through it now. That's what happens at the end of my 15 minutes. And if I'm not done, I do delete on everything that's left. Now, for those of you guys that don't like the tick, 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 I got the electronic version of the same thing. Sometimes I'm not in the mood to listen to the noise, but I set this one. I just set it right here where I can look down and I can watch my time. So it's called time blocking. And what I do with time blocking is I take and I will set a time for whatever it is. I know if I have to get whatever it is that I have to get done, I'll say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Now, a lot of times I'll take and I want, it's easy for me to sit down and do 4 or 5 hours, and that's not the healthiest thing to do. So except for when I'm doing a webinar, what I try to do is I try to go for approximately 2 hours or so, and then I'll get up and I'll go do jumping jacks or something, or I'll go outside and I'll go play with the dog, and I do something. I try not to go get involved in anything that will take my brain too far off course, because it's too hard to get it back on. But you have to take that mental step away so that you can recharge yourself instead of sitting the whole time. So let me see what we got here. And Randy, I got Action Enforcer and all that stuff too, and on and on and on. I got mine from Trey Smith. He gave out a free deal instead of the paid version. It's all over. But I like the kitchen timer one because of the tick, 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 tick. That is the most effective one. Plus, I found that when I was using my version of the Action Enforcer, that I was spending an extra 20 minutes programming that, because of all the different clocks that I could put on. Okay, I'm going to put this one here, this one here, this one. It's just like my daily planner. I wound up spending more time on my daily planner than I did. And now, you know what I use? I use a 3x5 index card to make a to-do list. Because when I make out that sheet with 400 things on it, I don't get them done. And then I spend all day transferring it to the next list, and I don't get it done. And I spend all day transferring it to the next list, and I don't get it done. And so I thought, and somebody somewhere said, if it doesn't fit on a 3x5 card, you're trying to plan too much into your day, and you're being counterproductive. And I was like, I'm going to give that a shot. You know what? It works. And then I just do my top priorities. The other thing that I will do is that and I ask myself, like what Jeff does, that mantra that he's got, I will ask myself, what should I be doing right now that is the most productive? And now, when I want to go skydiving, I have, check this out. You wouldn't tell you. Okay, now guys, I had my camera on there for a second. I'll turn it back on. And just so that you don't think that I'm whatever this word is, but I'll just give you the example here. There it is. Let's move this one here. You guys, this is gonna be funny. All right, here we go. Got computer monitor 1. Computer monitor 2, the big screen in the back, which is my projection. This is my projection for that. And that computer back there with the projection, that's what you guys are seeing. So when you guys are typing in, we can't see your screen. I'm looking, and that's on the separate, and there's the laptop for the other backup. And then there's the other computer where it's recording on Camtasia back there. So I got the one dual monitor, then I got the laptop, because you guys were freaking me out about the screen, so I fired up the laptop. Then I got 3 computers upstairs, and then there's the laptop upstairs in my room, and then I've got my iPad. So I don't know. Then when I go out to the drop zone, I've got the computer set up out there, and I have the computer in my motorhome. Needless to say, I don't want to be too far away from a computer, And what I've actually learned to do, and the reason I have so many computers at the house now is because I sold the shop. 4 of the computers upstairs in the kitchen table came from the shop. Because I had the point of sale machine, I had the back office main machine, I had my backup main office main machine. I always keep redundant backups, man. I learned the hard way. I had a backup of the backup of the backup. That way when Kelly calls me and says, machine's down, I'm like, I'll be right there. In 5 minutes, I got them without missing an invoice. Boom, boom. I got them right there. Thank you, Jeff. And yeah, my boom for the mic. I wanted the arm so it would pull out and push in instead of the boom, but it was what it is. So, oh well, I just had to settle for what I had to settle for. And then the Blue Yeti, they of course have a new Blue Yeti that is it's not USB. Oh, it's USB. It's the new improved one. But this one works, and I got it. Anyways, when I go to the drop zone, I will go out to the drop zone. I can work out there if the winds. Now check this out, guys. This is why I set the computer up out there like this, and this is where the point of the story is. If I want to be in productive mode anywhere, no matter what I'm doing, now it's an hour drive out to the drop zone. So I take my voice recorder, which is usually sitting pretty close to me somewhere. I think it's in my jacket. There's my jacket. It's in my jacket because I went for a drive last night. But if I'm out at the drop zone, I spent too many days out there where the winds were too high and I couldn't jump. So I'm like, and I have my laptop and stuff, but I needed, when I started doing videos out there for the skydiving and stuff, because they were backed at a long story. So I set up a high performance machine out there, got it all ready to go. So now when the winds are too high out there, I can work from the cloud out there, whether inside the store, I can render videos, make them money, make myself money, do whatever I want to do. I can work on my laptop wherever I'm at. I got my iPad now, which is, oh my God, that's a wonderful toy. Had I known what the iPad was capable of and what a Mac computer was all about, I would have went with a Mac. I had no clue as to how advanced those machines are. And then the more into video that I'm getting, everybody keeps going Mac, Mac, Mac. But the problem is I didn't have $2,700 to come off a MacBook Pro. Now, everybody told me, if you're going to get a MacBook Pro 17-inch, you're going to hate it in airports. And you know what? You guys are right. I don't know if I told you or not, but I got that Dell 17-inch. It came in rated because I got the Dell. So the 17, and you know what? You guys are right on the money. The thing is freaking too big. I think I'm just going to give Kelly that one for now until I can get her something better. Fred says it's not too late. Get a Mac. Get a Mac Air. That's funny. Anyways, so I can be in productive mode. Back to productivity. I can be in productive mode at a moment's notice. On the drive out to the drop zone, sometimes I think of these things, and I'll grab some of my other books and I'll outline ideas, or I'm listening to Evan Pagan, and I'll take the ideas and the concepts that he presents, and I'll put it into my voice recorder, and I have Dragon, so Dragon transcribes it for me, and then I do outlines, and I'll do different stuff. Other times, I just want to go play, and when I go play, I go play. It's like, okay, off. I'm going to go play. Now, over the past 3 months, since I've had so much to do and I've wanted to develop so much for you guys, I haven't done much playtime, but guys, that was a decision that I made. I committed to be able to, this is what I wanted to do. This is my passion. It's not, nobody's forcing me to spend the 7 hours or 8 hours on the computer to be here with you guys and share this stuff. And you think this is coming natural, because this is what I want to share with you guys. And the passion. Now, am I going to burn out on it? Is it going to get old or any of that? I don't know. But I know this. It beats employees by far. And I had to get all the pieces together, and I have to get all the structure done. And I enjoy learning all this stuff. So I study. I'll study at night when I'm not on the webinars, and I'm not creating stuff. I'm working on optimized press. I'm learning it. I'm learning wish list. I'm learning Aweber. I am learning at light speed in comparison to what I was doing. Now tonight, you guys opted into the thing, and normally you guys would be taken to the membership site and you'd have your login information and you'd have everything else and nice graphic headers and all this stuff. And what do you get with me? You get a page with a bunch of links, unorganized and everything else. But guys, here's a secret. There's a valuable secret in here. The most important thing that I did was I put something together, I hodgepodged it together, and I took action on it. And I'm telling you the same thing. You guys are going to go out, it may not be perfect, your first presentation, and your first video, certainly not. That video with the oil change took me like 468 takes. I'm not kidding. It took me 3 weeks to make a 40-second video. I'm not kidding. It took me like another 2 weeks to figure out how to render it and upload it to YouTube. I'm not kidding. Now I can do them in my sleep. Then I dove down the Adobe After Effects for 4 months, and didn't come out of that one for a while. I was like, ooh, and that's neat stuff. I mean, I learned a ton, but I'm telling you, when I want to go play, I can go play. When I want to go productive time, I go productive. And I just use these timers and I block it out, and I'll come down and I'll look at the email, and it'll be like 150 emails. And I'll be like, all right, 15 minutes. Can we do it? You betcha. And guys, keep in mind, that was just one email account. I have the Gmail. I have info at Offline Barrier Breaker. I've got coaching at Offline Barrier Breaker. I have like 40 emails in there. So I can easily, I go through all accounts and I get everything in about, if Kelly is sick or something like she was, I can go through and I can cruise all the emails in about an hour. I bet you I can go through 300 or 400 emails in about an hour, and I usually don't miss anything too critical. Now, on the ones that I have to do a long reply on, I save those. I'll save those for later, and it puts a little A next to it if I answer it, so that way I'll know which ones I answered, which ones I didn't, and I just file and organize and just go click, 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 and just go through, and that's that. But I'm racing that clock, because if I don't have that clock on email, like I said, in one account, I can click on email, and then I'll look down at the clock, and I started at 8 o'clock, and it's 1:30. And you know what's even worse is I'll wrap that up, and I'll go to do something else, and I'll look down at the clock, and it's 7. And it's like, oh, my God, I didn't even get anything done. I got 0 accomplished, and now I'm tired because I sat at the computer from 8 to 8. 12 hours, I accomplished 0 productivity. I didn't create anything. I didn't learn anything. And then I try to recall what exactly was I doing for the past 8 hours that I accomplished nothing. And I can't figure it out. So, you know, I take note. I started taking note of that. And I will tell you when I started taking note of that was back in August. Rachel kept calling me. She's like, is it ready yet? Is it ready? She's talking about Offline Barrier Breaker. Is it ready? And I'm like, Rachel, I've got so much to do. And she's like, Wes, wait, what's the deal? It's taking me like 2 months to make a product. It should take you a week. And I'm like, I have so much. I don't know. I've never done this before. I don't understand. And she's like, okay, here's the deal. You have to have this done no later than September 21st. That gives you 3 weeks. Period. End of discussion. I said, all right, committed, solid, done. Because we had stretched it out 3 times before the September 21st deadline. And then that's where I started taking action. In fact, it was about the last week. That's when Eben Pagan, when I had it rough drafted out, Eben Pagan got wind through Lou Diallo's coaching, and when I presented to them, then oh man, that's where it really. Then Lou and Carol and everybody just started like, Wes, this is phenomenal. I'm like, wait a minute. It started clicking in my head. If I take action and I build stuff and I accomplish stuff and I share it with the group, they want more. And you guys, I mean, not necessarily, some of you guys, in the Action Coaching Club, you guys were eating this up, going, Wes, we want more, we want more. And I'm like, okay, check this out. If you liked that, I mean, you guys really like that? And they're like, yeah, man, that's awesome. I'm like, well, if you like that, check this out. And so then I'd put the next one together, and then Lou invited me to be a presenter on the actual show, and so did Eben. And oh my God, that's where I knew that this was what I wanted to do. So block time, Choose what you want to do. Now listen to this. You can schedule all the time that you want to be productive, but you also need to schedule the time that you get to play. Because if you don't schedule time to go play, then you won't take time to go play. And that all work, no play, you know, makes Johnny a dull boy, etc., etc. Brian Eben, it's Ebenpagan. It's Eben Pagan, and Eben Pagan is David D'Angelo. David D'Angelo is his pen name, and he will tell you right on stage that it was one of the worst mistakes that he ever made. But back when he started, he thought that people would like be put off by the name Eben Pagan. He says, who has a name Eben Pagan? And so he came up with the pen name David D'Angelo, and he said, and that was a complete mistake. And Jack hit it right on the head. He says, man, it sounds like you're trying to be a perfectionist. You know what? That's exactly right. Let me share with you this. For the past 8-9 years, guys, I started on the internet back in 2001, 2002. And up until October of this year with Rachel, I made my first dollar online. Now, I'm not counting above and beyond auto repair. I'm talking about a product online. I've been trying to do this since 2002, I think 2002, 2001. And it started, I tried my newsletters. Wait till you guys see my newsletters. You guys are going to get them because you're going to help me develop Mentally Relaxed, Financially Fit. I have an entire series of bomb newsletters that I wrote. Everybody's like, dude, these are so inspirational. I'm gonna sprinkle them to you guys. We got a whole year's worth already queued up, ready to go. You guys are gonna love these things. I had more when I stopped sending them out. I had more people come into the shop and go, Wes, where's the emails, man? Or not emails? Where's your newsletters? And I said, well, you know, I stopped sending them out. And they're like, dude, you don't understand. I take those to the bathroom. And I read them and I study them and I implement them, and you don't, I got to have them. And then other people would come in and say, I post that on my refrigerator and I look at it every day and it inspires me. And then I would get letters going, you know, because of your newsletters, I re-enrolled back into school. And actually, one of my newsletters, she just graduated. She actually went back to school and stayed in school all these years and achieved her doctorate because my newsletter inspired her to go back into school and improve herself. Now, it was just a seed. Guys, I will never take more credit than just a seed. All I did was I planted a seed. I planted a thought, and it grew. The person themselves, all I can do for you guys is I can plant a seed and give you guys just a little bit of a boost, and it's up to you to water it, grow it, nurture it, and let it blossom, and you'll be amazed. And it's so much easier in a nursery where everybody has a whole bunch of seeds. Everybody helps everybody, and it just grows like a forest, man. Everybody, all of a sudden, and you'll be amazed. You'll see what I mean when we get inside. So productivity-wise, good is good enough. That is rule number one. Block your time. Don't get lost in email. You are not going to get an email that is so critically important that it cuts into your production time. Production time is production time. Production time isn't research. Production time isn't playtime. Production time is make something that you're producing of value that will contribute to your financial situation. Does that make sense? Even though it may not right now, you want, if you know that you're going to do whatever it is, you want it and spend an hour and a half, 2 hours, somewhere in there, focused on just that one task. Now, I am having, and I am making strides on this. I have a real hard time with not multitasking. I have that computer, that computer, that computer. I got all this stuff going on, right? But Lou showed me an exercise a couple weeks ago where it just blew my mind. It took me 1 minute and 27 seconds to write, my internet business is going to start making money, ! And then the numbers 1 through 33. And it's he had us do M and then the number 1 and then the Y and then the number 2 and then the space and the number 3 and the I and then the number 4 and the N and the number 5 and the INT, the T and the number 7. I mean, and that's how long it takes to go back. And I was like, okay. And you see me, I'm showing you, almost real time. T, 7, E, 8, INTEER, R9, enter N, 10. Anyways, you get the point. Try that exercise. And then one specific task. Write out, my internet business is going to make money, exclamation point, 1 through 33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can do it without even thinking. Now, I know how to spell, and I know how to write, and I know how to count. But if I try to write and count at the same time, it takes me twice as long. Isn't that amazing? And now let's add in when you're trying to learn something, you're reading the emails, you got the kids in the background, you've got all these other distractions going on, and you're listening to the webinar over there, and you're Val packing over here, and you're FedExing the envelope over there. Your brain is, and statistically they have proven that you're not near as effective multitasking as you are if you just dedicate. It's called serial processing. If you take one task and follow it through to completion and then start your next task and follow it through to completion, you will complete twice as much as you do on any given day than if you parallel task. Parallel tasks is where I'm working on the email over here, I'm working on that over here, I'm writing my sentence of my internet business and I'm counting at the same time, I'm answering the phone, I'm recording the webinar, I'm defragging that, and I've got all these other things, and you don't get near as much done. So the past month or so, I'm learning how to do serial tasking. One project, one task. Boom, boom, boom. Any comments, any thoughts? How's that for a rant on productivity? Jeff is asking, would I consider sharing any of the lessons that I've learned with Evan sometime? Jeff, let me answer it this way. For the last 8 hours, 2 minutes, and 57 seconds, I've been sharing lessons that I've learned from Evan with you. And you know, the man, I've given the man around $8,000, and it's been worth every penny. In fact, when I get to the point that I can afford it, I want to go to his next level, if he has one. I don't even know if he has one, but I definitely want to go to his next level. I'll tell you what I'm so excited about, that I got invited into the coaching program that they have going on. Guys, I didn't want to blow smoke up anybody's butt, but you know, I said it's going to go from $497 to $1997. It actually is going to go to $49.97. But I don't know, I'm not comfortable with $49. I cannot fathom somebody paying me $5,000 a month to tell you this stuff. I mean, that's a stretch. Now, you know, $397, I was comfortable with that, but I also know that your guys' money's tight, and so I thought, nope, I want a little bit of skin in the game. I want 100 A+ students. That way I can say, look, here's what we did. Here's 100 people that will back me up. They watched me build $100,000 a year income in a week. Not only did I build mine, they built theirs too. I mean, you guys, you'll see where this is going to go. I mean, it's just going to grow. It's phenomenal. So, but $49.97 is where it caps out, and they invited me. Can you believe that? Oh man, I mean, I don't know if you guys, but it is just absolutely incredible. Well, I'm glad you guys liked my little thing about productivity. Now, that was half Evan, and another, Wyatt Woodsmall is Evan's mentor. Mentors are very important. You guys know that I love Ziggy. Ziggy's tops, and my favorite program is his goals program. My second favorite program is Tony Robbins' Personal Power. My daughter and I sat there and we did every day the 2 hours, and we wrote in our journals, and we did everything. And you know, my daughter, she was 17, so imagine taking a 17-year-old and subjecting her to Tony Robbins for 2 hours a day, where we have to write in the journal. Now, not only do we have to do this, but we have to do this with your father. She sat right here and I sat right there. And then after we got done with everything, we had to discuss the points, the pros and cons of what he had to say, the message that he had delivered, and we had to talk intelligently about it and make rational conclusions. Oh, I am tough, trust me. And now she's 19. You know what she tells me? She says, you know, the best thing that you ever did was make me do that stupid Tony Robbins. She says, that stuff's running through my head. And, you know, it really helps. Thank you. I cry. I'm like, oh, Waterworks. See, it's already Waterworks. All I have to do is think about it. I mean, if she told me that, I was like, oh. Anyways, that's why Tony Robbins' Personal Power is my second most favorite program. She hated that. Oh, my God, she hated that. But, oh, well, it served its purpose. And Quinn, thank you so much. Quinn says this information is priceless. Well, I appreciate it. All right, let's see what we got here. I subscribed to Evan Pagan's program back in 2000. You covered many of the perspectives. Whoops, hold on. It's going too fast. You guys are typing too fast. Sai, thank you very much. Sai says that he subscribed to Evan. Jeff, just to let you know, Sai says he subscribed to Evan's program back in 2010. Now, Sai, which one are you? I got Guru Mastermind, Guru Master Class, Get Altitude, Guru Mastermind. I got them all. Not all, but Wake Up Productive. And that, actually, I haven't finished all the way, and I do want to. I've started like 3 or 4 times, but it's, like Kelly said, he's pretty dry. I should give you guys one of his videos. Sitting with me 8 hours is pure entertainment in comparison to his 8 hours, because I mean, he just goes on, and this is the information that you really need to know, and it's very good information, and it's very important information, and the lessons that we're going to learn from this information are going to completely transform your life. So are you guys ready to begin? What we're going to cover here is the psychological makeup of the 3 human brains. You have the reptilian brain, the mammalian brain, and then you have and if I got it pretty much right on the money, trust me, I do. You got it, and I'm doing it just because since he saw the program, and he goes on for 12 hours like that. And it's very good information. It's spot on, and his psychology is wonderful. But, oh, man, it sometimes is really hard to take. So let's see what Jack says. Jack says, I forget where I saw it, but if you have 3 projects and work on one project for part of the day and then another project, you can spread the completion of the 3 projects over 6 weeks before you get paid instead of 2 weeks by focusing on one project at a time. Makes perfect sense, because that's exactly what happens. Thank you, Brian. Brian says, why not? If the lawyers are paying 20 grand a month for the page on the back of a Yellow Pages, then aren't you worth a lot as well? Well, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Rick says, I'm learning both sides from you. Rick, I'm not sure what you mean, learning both sides. Paul's asking Wes, before I did Offline Barrier Breaker WSO, how were you implementing what you were learning from Evan? Do you have any other internet marketing products or something in any other niche? Paul, I'm going to give you the 100% complete, honest, unadulterated truth. I kept taking everything Evan was saying and I kept trying to reinvent it and make it better. It can't be this simple. It can't be that. It got to be like this. It's got to be like that. Until the man took the time to talk to me personally, because of what Rachel pushed me into getting offline barrier breakers to some type of form of completion. And it was because of the knowledge that I had learned through Above and Beyond Auto Repair. Now, keep in mind, I own and run the automotive repair shop, and I'm getting bled dry by these internet leech suckers that keep telling me that they're going to get me to the top of the maps on page 1, Google, and on to the tune of $700 a month. And when you type in auto repair Gladstone, Above and Beyond Auto Repair doesn't exist. But if you type in above and beyond auto repair.com, they're like, look, you're right there. I'm like, no, I want to be found for auto repair. When somebody types in the words auto repair, you know, engine service or something, that shouldn't I be found? No, it doesn't work that way. And I'm like, nah, man, I'm not buying this. Something's wrong. So, okay, well, we'll get you to the top of the maps. How would you like to be right here at the top of the maps? So I'm like, I would love it. Okay, we guarantee we can do that for you for I forget, it's $450 or $500 a month. I'm like, sign me up, give me that spot, because I know customers will look there. The guy's like, all right. 7 months later, and plus I was paying $300 or something for SEO or something. So all these lessons I'm teaching with you are real school, man. This is what I went through. And anyway, 7 months later, I called the guy that guaranteed me that top spot on the map. I'm like, dude, I'm not on the maps. He's like, dude, you're all over the place for auto repair Gladstone. I'm like, okay, show me. I'm not at the top of the maps. He's like, well, you know, the maps are kind of funny sometimes, but if you type in auto repair Gladstone Mo above and beyond, you come right up. And I'm like, no, man, it doesn't work that way. Nobody in their right mind that's going to break down in a car is going to type in auto repair Gladstone above and beyond. And he's like, well, yeah, but you still got that first. I'm like, dude, this game is over. You've bled me long enough. Bull dookie. And so he said, well, you know, I've done a lot of good for you. Now I'm really going to have to go back. I'm going to have to reverse engineer everything that I've managed to be able to do for you. Well, fortunately, I had been playing around in the Black Hat forums long enough, and I had fried enough computers and infected enough. I blew up like 4 computers in a month. My computer guy's going, dude, what are you doing? I said, man, I am learning everything I can about how to hack computers, programs, virus. I'm learning everything. I'm going deep down. He's like, man, don't use. Okay, and I'm like, you know, just wipe the hard drive, reformat it, and give it back to me, because I'm going to keep doing this until I learn what I'm doing. It's the only way I'm going to learn. So I got good at it. So I knew exactly what he was talking about when he threw that little, well, I'm going to have to reverse. And I'm like, dude, do whatever you got to do, man. I'm ready. I am prepared. Because when I get pissed off, I don't get mad. I play to win, period. And that's what we're going to do. And obviously, if you look at above and beyond, if you type in auto repair Gladstone, boop, I won. But it took me a long time to undo the reverse damage that he did, because he put in no follow tag. He did all kinds of stuff, man. Got above and beyond removed from directories and spammed it and all kinds of stuff. It took me a long time to clean all that stuff up, and I didn't even know what I was doing, but I did it, and I just was persistent at it. Then I made all my videos, and then things, I mean, it was just, as soon as I hit the videos, as soon as I got up to the maps and I did the videos, man, it just went pow, and I was like, wow, this is cool. Then people were coming in asking me, Wes, how did you do that with your business? You're all over the internet. And I'm like, I know, it was easy. Watch here, man. And I did it. I did it for several of the customers that I was serving. And I was like, it's easy here, you know, boom. And then I would come home and I would spend hours on the internet going, okay. And I'm listening to Evan, and you know, I'm doing my guys, you know, if you here, this should show you right here. Action Coaching Club checklist. That's the checklist from all the stuff that you go through to do your homework for getting ready for all the stuff. I run my reports. I do all my studying. I read all my market research. I do everything. I don't know if you guys can see this stuff or not, but I mean, I do it. These are my reports. Here's my here's my niche. My niche, got to niche it down. My questions to ask to refine your niche, your marketing, and execution plans. And what's this one? This is the other niche test. And here's Guru Mastermind. I don't know if you can see it, but there's Guru Master. Anyways, on, and I'm studying. And guys, just you saw that big old pile. You can't really see it, but my sunglasses are sitting on another pile, and then behind that is another pile, and then there is, underneath that light, there's a stack of papers right there. Then there's a stack just even right here. This is more of my research stuff. I'm doing this stuff all the time. And I'm thinking, why am I never getting anything done? And then it dawned on me, Wesley, you know enough. Productivity. Stop the research. You know, I spent over $22,000 in 6 months on WSOs and programs, Main Street marketing machines. I flew out to San Diego. I did all this stuff because I'm just sucking this stuff in like a sponge. And I'm going, and then people are coming in going, Wes, can you help me get my business? I'm like, yeah, man, it's easy here. And then I'm spending more money on the next WSOs, and I'm doing this and I'm doing that. And I'm thinking, man, when am I going to start making money on the internet? How am I going to do this? And then the light bulb one day went click, bing. You're good at this internet stuff. Why don't you start selling the services for doing businesses? Huh. So then I started going to the Chamber of Commerce. I'm like, I can get your business on the maps without ripping you off. You know what they did? Aside from getting the door practically slammed in my face, from the business owners, I couldn't crack the code. I couldn't get through. And I went to Kelly and I did orthodontists. We did all kinds of stuff. I mean, for months we tried to share this information. Nobody wanted to hear it because there's those internet marketers out there ready to bleed you dry. And I'm like, man, tell me about it. This guy was ripping me off for $700. But I learned this, and I will help teach you. I want to spread the word. I want to show you how to do it. Oh, no, man, we got internet marketers. We got this. We got that. Then when I went indoor skydiving in Colorado, because I wanted to train for last summer for my skydiving so I could learn how to sit fly. If you guys haven't Googled sit fly, free fly, oh, that's the funnest form of skydiving that there is. It's where you sit down in the air and you fly sitting. It's way cool. Anyways, I went into Mike's camera to go get a filter for my camera, and that's when I asked the guy, hey, what if I was to make a video testimonial and put it online for you because you got some bad reviews? And then the guy was receptive, and then no matter where I went from that point forward, the magic doors opened up, and it went from there. That's how I went from 10 years of not being able to make anything online whatsoever, aside from the increase of I say I didn't make any money online, but I did because the business doubled. But I didn't equate the two because I would come home and pound my head against the computer doing all this niche research study and filling out all these papers and these marketing reports and all this stuff. And then I would try, and I've got like 100 websites, but not one of them. I got sheds to build. I got all kinds of stuff where I tried to sell the shed plans. You guys all know the shed plans. I made beautiful, beautiful videos with awesome sheds and bought pictures and put it all together. And then I'd put in these plugins that would auto-populate and auto-blog and article spin and on and all horse pucky. And so anyways, that's the long and the short of it. And then Paul in August, I flew to Vegas for a Practical Profit seminar, which hands down was the best one that I was at because these gurus were in the hallway. Adam Nolan stood Friday night, stood with a perfect stranger, and I said, listen, can I ask you a question? And he says, why, certainly. And I said, listen, I have been going to the Chamber of Commerce meetings, and I've been going to everywhere I can possibly go and think of. And how do you get through to these business owners that what you have to offer is valuable and important? And he said, well, tell me your story, Wes. You know, what's going on? And I said, all right. So I told him about Above and Beyond and all that. And I said, and then I learned all this stuff, and now I know how to do it, and I'm very good at it because I've helped lots of businesses do it. But when I go to try to meet businesses to share this information, man, it's like you can't break through to these people. They just like slam the door. And he says, well, here's actually what my take is on it. He said, if you did that with your business, why aren't you packaging that up and selling that information? I'm like, because I don't want anything to do with automotive repair. He's like, all right. And he says, well, here's my suggestions. And then he explained to me how he does his thing. He optimizes. He goes into companies and says, how many people are visiting your website? And so they'll say, well, you know, Corey, and he'll show them how to look up the hits and all. He said, what if I was able to send over 2,000 people to your website in the matter of a week? Would that be of interest to you? And of course they say, oh yeah. Well, then he goes to AdFly and he spends $5 to get 2,000 people to hit the site. And then he says, see, I can send the traffic to your website. Now, if you would like to get serious about this, for $2,500 a month, I can optimize and get you all kinds of good traffic. And in theory, once I dug into what he was doing, I was like, you know, okay, but it gets the door open. And he flat out says the only reason he does that is to show them that he can send the traffic to the website. Even though the traffic has no value, he doesn't tell them that part. He just proves that he's able to do it. And I was like, that makes sense. All right, okay, I understand that. He says it just opens the door for me. And I'm like, all right, that's one way to do it. And he says, and another lesson is I don't mess with the mom and pop shops. He says, it's just as hard to do it for the major printing firm as it is for the little printing firm, except the major printing firm has money, whereas the little guy doesn't. And I was like, all right, well, that makes sense. So, and then I turn around, and then there's James Jones, Micro Niche Finder. And he's standing in the hallway. I'm like, Mr. Jones, did you not make Micro Niche Finder? He's like, yeah. I'm like, I love that program. He's like, well, thank you very much. He says, I say, how many of those have you sold? And he said, to date, rate at 40,000. And I'm thinking, that's good money. Could you do the math? That's real good money. And I asked him, what else do you have going on and stuff like, and these people were in the hallway, accessible, and I was able to ask questions. And you know what? They treated me just like I'm treating you, except you guys can't talk back to me. They answered all the questions. All the other guru mastermind sessions that I've ever been to, the guru is up on stage, and Brendan Bouchard, Evan Pagan. Now Evan comes out in the hallway, and actually that was really cool because I got a chance to talk with him also. He's real human and all that. I mean, for a guy making $100 million a year, you would think, but he's not. He's like, hey, what's up, man? Just real normal. But you get this perception, and he is different. But Mike Kennings and Paul Culligan and Brendan Bouchard and all that, they got this guru, hey, for $100,000 you can be in this circle with me. How would you like that? Just give me $100,000. You'd be standing right here with these other 7 people with us. Would you like your picture for 100 grand? Or you could be in the VIP down there for 50. And then if you want to, you could be in the elite section over there for 25,000. Or, we're going to give you all this. But if you're in one of these groups right here, you've got access to a little bit of what we have going on. But if you're up here with us, you're full blown, man. You're friends. I was just thinking, man. And what's even worse is at these things, and anybody that's been there with these things, and I know some of you guys have, there are people standing in line to hand them hundreds of thousands of dollars. It blows my mind, and I'm just like, but you can't talk to them, you can't ask them questions, and it's crazy. So, Paul, that was my 45-minute answer to your before offline barrier breaker. What did you do? I was a professional study nut. So, long story short, no more WSOs. You know everything you need to know. Anything that you don't know, you are in the company of people that will provide it for you. And action trumps knowledge. Now you know where those 3 words come from, because I have the knowledge, but what I wasn't doing is I wasn't taking action. And as soon as I started taking action, the past 3 months, my life has completely changed. October, I launched Offline Barrier Breaker. November, I got rid of the shop. December, I got to do my dream and passion, and I have produced more materials this past month. Would you guys not agree? This past month, I have blown out some webinars. I have created some friendships. I have delivered more content than these $2,000, $5,000 programs, and I've delivered useful content, and not one thing that I have put out has been rehashed crap. I've given you fresh from my perspective. Now, I learned these lessons, but I'm putting my own, experience and everything, and I'm delivering them to you. So either I lost my whole audience, or questions. Oh, man. Well, thank you, Stuart. All right. Quinn, you have a different perspective. All right. Rick saying, we broke the record. Stuart says that Mike Kennings, he sees him out and about because he's in San Diego also, and he felt ripped off after Main Street. You know what, Stuart? I felt ripped off before I even made it to Main Street, and my gut told me take advantage of the refund while I'm within the refund period, and because I had committed to sharing the product, so to speak, I took the tickets to go to San Diego and all that, but I told some other people that, I'm going to buy this and I'll let you guys in on the information. See, I didn't understand it was a constant upsell. I had no clue, because if you listen to his advertising pitch, he says you will be provided with this will be the last tool that you need, period. And then you find out that it's the last tool that you need for 6 months, and then you have to buy more recharge credits. So Rick, I'm going to wrap it up, sir. We broke the record. We got it. Let me get through these last couple comments, and then we'll do it. Dan, I made 3 calls, left 2 messages. Optical centers, live person answered at the HVAC, and I might have caught him at home. He hung up once he determined I wasn't a customer. Yeah, that's okay. Nothing wrong with it. You know what, Dan? He doesn't need the leads as bad as you know, you were offering him some help, so. Dan says that Ryan Dice's SEO summer in August at the Austin at the end of January, or he's going to it, and he went to El Mas, and it wasn't a pitch fest a couple months ago. Awesome. Awesome. I'd be curious. I got to review that Ryan Dice stuff that I was telling you guys about the other day. I want to see if it's any good. Wes, but on Google Analytics, the customers can see where the traffic source is coming from. You're just giving your source. Katie, I don't do AdFly. That wasn't I was just sharing with you what Adam told me. Anthony's laughing at my shed plans. Oh, Anthony's here. Anthony is the copywriter that redid Quinn's BNI suite. Hey, Quinn, by the way, if you're here, how did your speech go, or did you go there yet? Anthony, you did a spectacular job on Quinn's speech, by the way. That was just phenomenal. Thank you. Well, thank you, Dan. I will, Brian. Brian says get down Sandy. Oh, Brian Stewart at the same town. Jeff says he did Main Street Marketing Machines too. Sneaky, sneaky. The last tool must have talked to Don Wilson. Nope. Hey, Dan, Jeff says follow up anyways. Dan says he's going to share with us. The BNI meeting is not until Wednesday, so that'll be awesome. All right, Quinn. Dan says that he's going to share the information with us. And at this point, guys, we did break the record. We got 8 hours, 28 minutes, so we got 1.5 minutes to wrap up for questions. So ask me a 1.5 minute question. See if I can break my own record and answer in less than 1.5 minutes. Sai's got it exactly right. Remember the 80-20, the Plato principle, the 80-20 rule. Avoid the clients that take 20% up 80% of your time and focus on the 20% of the results that actually improve your lifestyle. Egg timer, absolutely. Life story, 1.5 minutes. I go skydiving and I enjoy life and I tell my daughter I love her before I go to bed. Life story. Happiness. Well, thank you, Jenny. She says, guys, the WSOs leave out pretty much the key parts here and there, and Wes and Kelly give 110%. I try to. I really do. And if I don't know, I don't know. Brian's asking, Sai, if you're from Vegas. Jeff White said, perfect. On my life story summary. Sai, are you from Vegas? And then with that, we're going to say goodnight. He said, nope. And with that, we're going to say goodnight. Good night, guys. Hey, I will get this rendered. I'll start it cooking tonight. It won't be done until tomorrow, though. It's 8 hours and 30 minutes. I will talk to you guys in the morning. I'm going to save the awesome. Good night, guys. I'm going to save the questions log, and then I'm going to shut all this good stuff down, and so that way it can render. Good night. You know what, guys? I have never enjoyed a New Year's Eve or New Year's Day as much as I've enjoyed my New Year's Day with you guys. You guys just absolutely thank you so very, very much for letting me enjoy my my New Year's Day with you. Thank you so very, very much for allowing me to teach you guys. You guys have no idea of how much I love to teach. I mean, to people that want to learn. It's just amazingly phenomenal. I enjoy it. I enjoy it so much. While I'm waiting for the chat log to save, the question log to save, and I don't know why it's taking so long. It's probably because it's 8.5 hours worth of questions and stuff. I want to share with you guys, wow, 1,849 comments and questions. I wanted to let you guys know that as far as if you're going to start any exercise program because it's the first of the year and you're going to get healthy and that's when everybody does these things, guys, don't overcommit yourself to anything that is impossible, and take it from somebody that undertakes massive projects and says, hey, I will share with you this. The secret to being able to complete the exercise programs is start small. 10 minutes a day in the morning on an empty stomach will get your metabolism going. Then drink water and make a good choice for a good breakfast, and that sets your fuel for the day. Don't do the marathon out of the gate, hour-and-a-half workout like I did. See, I went straight from as soon as I got to where I could kind of move, I started into P90X, and you know what? I made it like not even a half hour into the first video, and then the next day I couldn't move. And with sheer determination and will, I actually made it, and I made it a lifestyle habit. But if you take small, and what I wound up doing is I backed all the way up. I got Power Half Hour, which is Tony's girls program, and I started doing the Power Half Hour. And at the Power Half Hour, I told you I was 42 and I couldn't move. Power Half Hour, I would do 10 minutes of Power Half Hour until I could do 10 minutes of it real, and then I did 15. And then I got up to 20. Then I did a half hour. Then I went to P90X, and I would do chest and back. I would do about 10 minutes. Guys, when I very first started working out, this is what happened. P90X, you're supposed to be able to do a minimum number of push-ups and a minimum number of pull-ups. I dropped to do a push-up. I swear to God, I went down to the ground and could not lift up. On my knees even, I could not lift up. And I was like, whoa. I went to go do a pull-up. So I got the, the whole door jam thing. I mean, I got all that stuff, and I hung from it, and I pulled, and I didn't move. I couldn't do a pull-up. I couldn't do a push-up. I couldn't do a pull-up. And I was thinking, well, that's just for whatever reason. I don't know. It's because my back hurt. Guys, that was how bad a shape I was in. I mean, it just dead serious. And so I tried, and it was like, oh, I can't do this. And then the whole diet thing, all these foods that they want you to eat and everything, break it down into bite-sized pieces. If anybody wants to know how to do it real easy, just try to drink lots of water, cut down on sugars and white flours, and that alone, eat more salads, fruits, vegetables, all your colors and everything, and that alone is good. Your proteins and all that, don't overcomplicate it. Vitamins, don't go support the health food store. One multivitamin is all you need. That's plenty in a balanced meal, period. And then just exercise in the mornings, 10 minutes every morning, or the gym or whatever. I just do it at home because it's quick and it's easy. I can do 20 minutes worth of jumping jacks and Heisman's and push-ups, pull-ups, and all that. Guys, and you'll be amazed. Within 3 weeks, you will have more energy. You will be able to focus better, concentrate better. You'll be more productive. You'll enjoy life more. You'll have more energy. Everybody will start asking you what's wrong because you're not going to be yourself. You aren't going to want to sit down and watch TV at the end of the day. You're going to like, come on, let's go, man. We got stuff. There's things to do. So I know New Year's, it's okay, tomorrow I'm starting my new thing. I'm just letting you know, every year I failed, and if you just bite-sized piece anything, after 27 days it becomes a habit. Once it becomes habit, it's normal. It's not so hard anymore. So with that, we say good night. I love you guys. I'll see you in the morning. And again, thank you so much for everything as far as letting me enjoy my New Year's Day with you guys. You guys rock. And Jeff said he re-gifted the P90X. Randy says he's been working out since he was 10, still goes 5 days a week, and he loves it. And Randy he knows I'm right on the money. Anybody that's into exercise knows. Guys, you know, there's an easy way to know what to eat and what not to eat. If it wasn't available 10,000 years ago, don't do it. And that just eliminates like 99% of the stuff in the grocery store. But if it wasn't, yeah, eat like Randy. Eat like a caveman. And Randy, you know exactly what I do? If it wasn't available 10,000 years. Now, guys, on the same token, listen, this is critically important. This is what they don't tell you. If you make a sudden change, your body has been programmed over millions of years that if you make a sudden change in your metabolism will go into starvation mode. It thinks when you okay, I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm going to cut out eating and everything else, and I'm going to drop this 10 pounds off, and I'm just not going to eat until I drop the 10 pounds. As soon about the third day out of not eating, your metabolism clicks into starvation mode, and you actually burn less calories. You burn everything because what your body is doing is it is preparing, as it has for millions of years, that there must not be any food, so we need to get through this stretch until food becomes available again. So your body consumes less energy, and it uses the fat storage, and it starts actually eating your muscle cells and your muscle fibers because it wants to conserve the fat so that it will ensure that you survive through the lean time. And then you drop off that 10 pounds. You didn't lose 10 pounds of fat. You lost 10 pounds of muscle. And the reason why you lost 10 pounds of muscle is because muscle uses more energy than fat does. So your body is getting rid of the energy burners. It has the exact opposite effect of what you think it has. And then when food becomes available again, you know why you not only gain the 10 pounds back instantly, plus you put on 3 or 4 more, is because your body's preparing for the next lean cycle. If you want to create a change in your body, do it slowly over time. Eat like it was 10,000 years ago. If it didn't exist 10,000 years ago, you couldn't eat steaks all the time. You had the occasional meat. 10,000 years ago, they didn't have white bread and all that other stuff. You had your fruits and vegetables and all that. Your occasional fish, chicken, stuff like that. Just eat healthy and make wiser choices, but don't stop eating, because that you're setting yourself up for failure on that, because your body will do whatever it can to try and protect itself. And Stuart is saying, Bill Phillips, Body for Life, that is the #1 seller book. It's a marathon, not a race. Diets don't work. It's the other way of life. And that's actually just small changes. So I just thought I would. This is very true. Jacqueline said, if man made it, don't eat it. The reason I'm sharing this with you is because this is the time of year everybody does this. And so I just wanted to share with you the knowledge that I've acquired over the last 5 years of exercising and making smarter choices. Now, 1 day a week, indulge in anything that you want. And believe it or not, it keeps your metabolism in check. Party out. Spend a day. Have all that crap that you want to have. It's perfectly fine. Your body will flush it all out and everything else. But the other 6 days of the week, make smart choices. And it keeps you from having all those cravings. And it's your reward at the end of the day. At the end of the week. And Randy, who says he's been working out since he was 10, 5 days a week, he says exactly on the money. First 3 letters of a diet to die. I don't know why I went off on the diet tangent. It was because, I was waiting for the questions to do its thing. But guys, there we go. And at that, we're a good night. Don't kill yourself on your diet. And it finally got the question log. Here's the chat log, and it should be that one. Yep, I did that one pretty quick. And got question log, chat log, recording, and here we go. All right, guys, I hope this renders. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. Bye-bye.